the pro-Bitcoin world, in that right now we're not operating against a backdrop of where any institution really, say for a really small number of institutions, we just heard from Michael Saylor, so I can't say no institutions, but almost no institutions have adopted or tethered any component of their hurdle rate of capital return to the Bitcoin standard. We're not going to a world where it is automatically tomorrow going to be, now that's going to be the sole rate of return that we're going to compare any other project to. 10-year treasuries are going to be the standard for assessing low-risk allocations of capital. But I think it would be a seismic step forward, and I think it is going to be a seismic step forward to say that even though the volatility of an asset like Bitcoin is obviously much greater than that of U.S. Treasuries, so too has been the rate of return on Bitcoin over the course of the last 10 years compared to those treasuries. For the higher risk, higher return stratum of where you measure what your hurdle rate is for your rate of return on a project, I believe Bitcoin will emerge as that new standard. And if you believe that, as I do, I think that makes for probably the most compelling case for any institution, governmental to non-governmental, to for-profit to non-profit, holding some level of a reserve of Bitcoin. It helps to be bullish on it for the long run because you believe that asset's going to appreciate. But what it does is it tethers your institution's behavior under conditions of capital scarcity to something of fixed supply that has a fixed store of value that's likely to go up over the course of time. That is a different case for actually holding Bitcoin, even if you're a corporation. So we're talking about this at the level of the national stockpile or the national strategic reserve. But sometimes the case becomes clearer if you even look at it in the case of a company. If your company's sitting on a stockpile of cash, you're going to hold a lot of it. A lot of them do today in the form of U.S. Treasuries. Very few of them are holding those reserves in the form of Bitcoin today. I believe that is likely to change. Why do I believe it's likely to change? I believe over time, companies and institutions tend to do what they should do, and if they don't, others are going to do the same thing and outcompete them out of business. This is where I'm actually intrigued and proud of where one of the companies that I founded, called Strive, has actually played an early role in beginning to help catalyze that change. Strive was a firm I founded several years ago to push back against ESG overreach in capital markets. And what you saw in corporate America was many companies were in that realm adopting policies that were hostile to their own self-interest. Energy companies producing less oil and gas, even under times where it would have been more profitable to do so in the name of environmental mandates. And what Strive did at that time, I give this to you as backdrop for what I'm about to tell you, was vote proxies on behalf of the assets that it managed in the boardrooms of these companies, affecting the behavior in these boardrooms, against those ESG policies in favor of whatever policies maximized actual overall value for that corporation. At the time we began and embarked on that project, it was unthinkable that we would be where we are today, where peak ESG is in the rearview mirror just a few years later. A lot of that private sector efficiency, closing the inefficiency gaps, they closed far more quickly than you'd ever expect from the benefit of the vantage point of a rearview mirror and the benefit of retrospect. I think we're going to see the same thing with respect to the corporate stockpiling of Bitcoin. Strive actually recently became one of the few, if not only institutional asset managers, certainly one of the few, that voted in favor of a shareholder proposal at Microsoft to be able to put Bitcoin on its balance sheet. And that feels to me about as contrarian today as it did several years ago to vote against the ESG policies in the boardrooms of companies like Exxon and Chevron. And as unthinkable as it was that ESG would be in the rearview mirror then, how quickly we saw that change catalyzed, I think that's what we're likely to be saying a few years from now, looking at just the normalization of companies saying that obviously now in an era of no longer free capital, we have to rethink what our hurdle rates of return actually are from projects that go from low risk to high risk. And so on the front end of change, it's often hard to imagine what that change looks like. It often seems daunting, impossible, or you imagine time horizons that are measured in decades rather than years. And then in retrospect, what you realize is if that was obvious, if it was actually grounded in truth, things tend to happen far more quickly than we actually anticipate. And so the thing that we ought to debate isn't the time horizon over which it happens, but the validity of the argument of whether or not the underlying proposition is true. And I think we ought to have room for reasonable debate about this. Somebody might make, what's the best possible counter-argument to the view that I've shared here? I'm trying to think about that, otherwise you don't really understand what you believe. One argument could be, no, we should just put it in the S&P 500. That's your opportunity cost for your rate of return. Well, if you are a company that is in the S&P 500 or aspires to be, that has a certain kind of circularity to it, right? Because you think of yourself as allocating your capital to a certain opportunity cost of return on your capital in a way that's different from and diversified from the underlying risk of the projects that you're evaluating. It doesn't quite make sense to put it in that same asset class that you yourself are comprising and a part of. At the same time, it doesn't make sure to put it in 10-year U.S. Treasury yields. It's still being 4 to 5%. For the higher risk opportunity cost of capital that you're measuring against your internal rate of return on your project, 4 to 5% isn't going to cut it either. So I think you could take the same, try it on like a set of clothes for each of the alternative asset classes. And I think in the end, you're left with a less compelling case than you have for an asset class that is now here to stay, that has a demonstrated history, now measured in decades rather than years, and has the attribute of a fixed, mathematically defined supply, a characteristic that even gold doesn't share. And by the way, gold used to historically be that hurdle rate for that opportunity cost of capital for institutions holding gold in their reserves. That's why I believe that it's going to be, I can't tell you when it's going to be, whether it's going to be next month or next year. I don't think it's going to be the next decade that you begin to see more private sector institutions, nonprofits and corporations included, holding their own reserves, call them stockpiles or reserves of Bitcoin in their own treasury. And I think that is going to happen even sooner than you see sovereigns actually adopting the same, both states, nations, and including our own. And the reason I say that is usually you see the sovereign behavior follow that direction in which the private sector is already headed on its own. One of the things I've learned is politicians, they tend to be followers, not leaders. I do think we have an exception right now in the White House of a guy who is a business leader that happens to be serving as the U.S. president. So we do live in an exceptional era in the United States right now. As a general rule of thumb, I think people in Washington, D.C., I don't mean this as a slight, it's just a pattern of how history tends to work, take their cues from the private sector. Funny, people even look at decisions or bold decisions that were made, like Brown versus Board of Education, 9-0 Supreme Court decision that ended segregation in our schools. The little left out fact of that, even in the narratives here in D.C., is that was already, desegregation was already trending. It was already a horse that had left the barn. All the D.C., in this case not policymaker but court, came in with a unanimous decision to do was to put a stamp, its imprimatur, to finalize a trend that was already inescapably and irreversibly underway in America. Now, to bring it back to the realm from civil rights and desegregation to the realm of Bitcoin and financial markets, I think we're actually going to see basically the same thing in the realm that we're here to talk about today, is that private institutions, under this condition of capital scarcity, the renewed conditions, I should say, the normalized conditions even of capital scarcity, are going to take their cues from private sector actors that look themselves in the mirror and ask themselves to be competitive. They have to now make decisions again based on what the opportunity cost of capital is or isn't. And it will only be the natural extension of that, the natural and unavoidable consequence that nations and states follow suit in making the same kinds of decisions for themselves. So that was a bit of a technocratic or rather dry case, if I may say, for why I believe we ought to have a strategic stockpile, reserve, whatever you want to call it. These names can be used interchangeably. They have different connotations. Is not just a Bitcoin to the moon mantra, although that might be a little more arousing. And I could give you that version of it. But I think the real reason is grounded in just first principles of how an institution ought to make decisions under conditions of capital scarcity, as we require hurdle rates for return. And my prediction, not always right about these things, but my prediction is that you're actually going to see the private sector move more quickly in this direction, could be quite quickly in this direction, sooner than you actually see sovereigns move. But very quickly thereafter, the sovereigns will line up and follow suit in a way that seems unthinkable today, but in retrospect a few years from now will seem the obvious consequence of the conditions and the era that we were in, much as we saw in the evolution and devolution away from ESG. I'll close. I'm going to violate a rule I usually apply in these speeches. Is the advice I give for people asking me for advice on giving an effective speech is you make one point, make it well, and then get off stage before your time is up. My time is effectively up, and I already made my 1 point, but I'm going to violate my rule anyway and just here make a second point anyhow, because I think this one is also important. In some sense, it has nothing to do with Bitcoin. And in another sense, I think it has everything to do with Bitcoin. I think we live in a moment in our national history where there is a question confronting us that we are still yet to answer decisively. It's the question of who we are as Americans. We're a disparate people spread across a vast geographic expanse, bound together by what exactly? It's the question of our time. We don't have a common religion. We don't have a common race or ethnicity. These are things that bind most nations together. A common genetic lineage, a common heritage. That's not us. Never has been, certainly isn't today. What is it that binds us together across those different, diverse attributes? I believe it is a common creed, an ethos that binds us together as Americans. It is an ethos captured in the Declaration of Independence that set the country into motion 250 years ago. It is an ethos actualized, concretized in the U.S. Constitution, which I view as the greatest operating manual for a nation in human history. But it's more than just what the words are in the Constitution or the technical operating strictures of our founding documents. It is an ethos that says that no matter who you are, or where you came from, or what your skin color is, or where your parents came from, that you have an opportunity to be your own hero in the American landscape, without any government or bureaucracy standing in your way. You could be a hero as a businessman. You could be a hero as an entrepreneur. You could be a hero as a national leader at the White House to governor's mansion. You could also be a hero by being a cop, or a police officer, or a parent, or a teacher, or dutiful son or daughter taking care of his elder parent in a nursing home, or somebody who just works hard for your family as a plumber and allows yourself to be the breadwinner for a family that gives your kids the American dream that's a better one than you have. That's what America is at our best. We're a nation founded on the freedom of every individual, no matter what your God-given gift is, distinct from every other person in the world, to use that unique God-given attribute to achieve the maximum of your potential in this country without a government or bureaucracy standing in your way. That, I believe, is who we are at our core. And we as human beings, we need the symbols that remind us of that from time to time. It is what I believe is in part codified in the symbology of the American flag right behind me here today. I think we live in a moment where we have lost those hero narratives, where those hero narratives for the next generation of aspiring heroes are missing. I believe that's what accounts for the growing epidemic of depression, anxiety, fentanyl, suicide. And against that backdrop, I don't want to oversell this or overbuild this up, but I think there's a role to recognize that ethos of America and the way in which that at least overlaps with the ethos of Bitcoin as well. I think Bitcoin and what it represents, more than as a financial asset, also helps fill that void, fill that hunger for a symbol, a reminder of what American greatness was all about. And I think it makes that in the national context an even more fitting asset to fill our national stockpiles and national strategic reserves with something that not only most importantly has the financial attributes that I laid out earlier, but even more importantly for the long run, also in a moment where we lack the symbols of reminding ourselves and our next future generations of who we are, helps to fill that void by embracing capitalism rather than apologizing for it, by embracing success rather than victimhood. We're victors, not victims. That's who we are. And as much as I believe that's the American creed, that'd be the creed that I would like to see embodied in the future of Bitcoin. And I'll close with this, also the policies that are set surrounding not only the future of Bitcoin, but more generally, the future of crypto policy in America. I don't want to see us fall into a trap where we make the very mistakes in regulating and constraining and use crony capitalism to weed out and eliminate competitors. That's what you see in other industries. That's what you see through all of the course of human history and its interface between business and government. I think what makes the future of Bitcoin, and I'm not going to conflate them, but more broadly the future of crypto policy interesting and important, is that if the ethos of Bitcoin and the ethos of the character of the asset class we're talking about today is distinct and embodies the American spirit, then I want to make sure that we here in America don't adopt some of the same cronyist or market limiting or competition limiting forces that have tempted us in other regulated industries to use our future policy framework and the future of Bitcoin and crypto policy more generally to embrace those principles of freedom and competition without apology. And I offer that both as hopefully a note of inspiration as well as a note of caution as we enter what I believe is a new golden age, not just for America, but a new golden age for innovation in America. And I do believe that Bitcoin will be a critical and important part of it. Thank you for having me today, guys. God bless you and our great country. And come visit Ohio. I appreciate it. Thank you.
As we're getting set up for a fireside that I am really excited about, I wanted to make a few quick announcements. One, I noticed there's a number of people standing in the back. There are plenty of open seats here on the front row. There's also gallery seating upstairs if anyone is looking for a seat. So up next, we have a fireside chat between my good friend Jack Mallers, the founder and CEO of Strike, and the king of stablecoins, the CEO of Tether, Paolo Ardoino. Thank you so much, and I'm really looking forward to this. While we're waiting for Jack and Paolo, given that I'm neither of them, we will have a coffee break after this. So that'll be about 10 minutes. Following that, we will have a presentation from BPI's new executive director, Matthew Pines. And there they are, the king of stablecoins and the CEO of Strike, Paolo and Jack, right now. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone.
All right, what's going on, DC? Thanks for having us. As David mentioned, I'm Jack. I'm the CEO of Strike, and I'm joined by the one and only Paolo, CEO of Tether and CTO of Bitfinex. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. Thank you very much, Jack. And I'm very grateful to be here. This is my first time in America. So I'm very thrilled to be here.
First react, how do you like our seed oils? A little red 40? Kidding. All right, I think we need to give our nation's capital a little context on your business. I know everyone sees the profits and the profits per employee, very impressive, but some of the numbers, I run a business myself, 400 million wallets, so 400 million users, you're adding 30 million users a quarter, which for simpler math, that's 10 million a month. Simpler math, that's over 250,000 a day. Who are you selling your product to? And what product are you selling that's reached? I mean, these are numbers that would make a social network like Twitter and X blush. And you're selling a financial service. Who is using this product, and what product exactly has reached such widespread product market fit?
Right, yeah. So everyone talks about stablecoins with the US Act, right? So in the US, you would use stablecoins for payments and programmable money and all that, right? There is a lot of talk. I think tomorrow there is a hearing about that. But that is cool. That is very nice tech. The reality is that stablecoins are much more important for billions of people that compared to Americans or Europeans. these people, these communities don't have other ways to pay. In the US, you can pay with Zelle, with PayPal, we have Cash App, we have hundreds of ways to pay. But if you go in, for example, in Africa, in Central South America, in Turkey, in Asia, there are hundreds of millions of people that are unbanked. Right? 3 billion people in this world, so almost half of the population, does not have access to financial services. They use mobile money with the phone credit, they use cash and all that. But they are not part of the digital economy at all. They cannot send wires. They are completely cut off. They are not bad people. Their only problem, if you want to call it problem, is that they are too poor of being of interest of banks. So in order to be of interest of a bank, you need to generate $100, $150 per year in commissions. But if for example in Haiti the average salary is $1.34 per day, it makes it very hard for you to be banked. And on the other side, also the other part is that these people live in high inflation countries where, for example, Turkey, the inflation last year I think was 50%, and the national currency, the Turkish lira, devaluated 80% against the US dollar in the last 5 years, and for example, the peso argentino devaluated 98% against the dollar from the last default of the country. So, and every time in the last 8 years, Argentina, for example, defaulted many times. So put yourselves in the shoes of someone that every single decade was in a country that defaulted, or basically put yourself in the shoes of a father of family in Turkey that works from January to December, and at the end of the year, after 1 year of hard work, is poorer compared to the beginning of the year, right? So this is our user base. So hundreds of millions of people that need a dollar because their national currency is very bad, cannot allow them to give a better future to their children, and they don't want to speculate. They don't want to buy all the altcoins and all that. They just need a dollar, simple like that. So Tether in 2014 Tether is the creator of the stablecoin, the first stablecoin in this technology, and at the beginning we thought, oh well, this will be a $100 million dollar market cap token, and now it's almost 143 billion, and is growing rapidly. And sounds crazy, but Tether is the company that brought financial freedom and financial inclusion to hundreds of millions of people. I don't want to be or sound cocky or disrespectful, but we heard so much about financial inclusion, that was important and all that. This is the financial inclusion is the topic of the 21st century. But I believe there is no company, we are not an NGO, we are not a charity. Well, there are so many NGOs and charities that raise so much money to do financial inclusion, and we don't see them anywhere in the countries where we are. We did much more for financial inclusion with hundreds of millions of people than anyone else in the world. And while we are doing that, we are buying back the US debt. So right now we have around $115 billion of US treasuries. We are not a country, we are a small company, we are a small Tether. But if we were a country, we would be the 18th country in terms of ownership of US debt. So, and if you think about it, we also put the US debt, we make the US debt much more resilient, so that right now, for example, you had one single decision maker in China that 3 years ago he had control over almost $3 trillion of US debt, and now instead they decided to sell a good chunk of it, and now there is China has only 770 billion in US debt, and with the USDT that cannot happen, right? So we are every one of our 400 million users is a different brain, is a different mind, is a different person. So all these 400 million people will not wake up one single day all together thinking, oh, now let's redeem Tether and so we can sell the US debt. No. So we decentralized the US debt, we make them more resilient. We are every single day with our boots on the ground building infrastructure for the US dollar and Bitcoin, by the way, everywhere in the world. So everywhere we go, we bring Bitcoin, we bring the US dollar, we do education, and we are in the trenches. We never approach a financial institution around the world. We never started top down. We always go bottom up. We build kiosks in Africa with solar panels on top. Inside you find batteries, and we
暗号資産の SBI、SBI VC トレード。
that can swap these batteries 4 times. We have already 300,000 customers and several million swaps of these batteries. So this is how there are 600 million people in Africa that don't have electricity at home. So on one side, we're building infrastructure for electricity so that they can power smartphones, they can power small computers and small televisions with these 145 volts batteries. But on the other side, we also bring them and teach them about Bitcoin and US dollar. That is something that, of course, they prefer much more than, for example, the Nigerian naira. So this is every single day we are in the trenches, building the biggest distribution network, physical and digital, for US dollars, but not only for that, for Bitcoin, for education, and for any other product that our company is producing or will produce in the future.
Yeah, amazing. I think there's a few things you said there I want to highlight. One is who your customer is. You're talking about African countries, Latin American countries. These is like where you're seeing a lot of the growth. What I find fascinating is I think Tether's largely misunderstood, I would say, because it's not competing with Chase Bank. I think a lot of the times you see these headlines by certain media that maybe have it wrong, and that you guys are going after entirely different customers. In fact, Chase can't have 400 million customers. There's not 400 million Americans. So I think that is what's fascinating. And hearing Scott Bessent of the U.S. Treasury say in a recent remark that he views stablecoins as strategic in his plans for the dollar. In the way I think that you guys are onboarding, an Argentine cab driver onto the dollar, onto being a purchaser of U.S. debt at such a scale that you're comparable to countries. Can you talk to who do you think your true competition is? Who's competing for your customer, and how you're selling the dollar and onboarding folks into bringing demand for U.S. debt? And can you comment on Bessent's remarks and that he views stablecoins, which you guys are the majority of, if not the entire market, how he views that as strategic? How do you think you're strategic to America, and who do you view as a true competitor? Would you agree that Chase Bank, as it stands today, is a great business, but not necessarily competing for the same customers and selling the same product as you?
Yeah, good point. So of the 400 million customers that we have, I think Chase will onboard 4, not 4 million, but 4, just because, again, our people are simple people, poor, living in foreign countries. They cannot buy securities. They don't care about it. Their immediate problem is how they can, for the first time in their lives, they can start saving and accruing some wealth to give a better future to their children. So this is our user base. And all alone, like taken, one by one, of course they are small, they are hard to become a business, but if you have hundreds or millions of them, they become a powerhouse. It's a peer-to-peer powerhouse of wealth that can all together can make the difference, and hence also make a difference for the US debt. I think that the importance of this moment in time is much bigger than I think many understand. So we all saw what happened with DeepSeek and AI. So the US had a DeepSeek moment for artificial intelligence. So when I say DeepSeek moment means the US announced $500 billion in investment in artificial intelligence infrastructure. The next day, DeepSeek was announced, the next day. So it was clear that DeepSeek was already in the pockets and was there waiting for the right moment to be announced. Imagine, and that was bad, all the markets react badly, and actually it's going to change, I think, dramatically how artificial intelligence will be developed, because now you know that if you try to be too close, if you try to do, if you create your own models, you don't disclose them, someone else, like a small company in China, can build the model, open source it, and will kill completely your business. But leave that aside. It's clear that there are antagonists, for example, to the United States, and they will look for a DeepSeek moment for the US dollar hegemony. And that will come. So we have to be prepared for it. A few years ago, BRICS announced a digital currency based on a basket of assets. And pardon me my French, but if you put many little pieces of shit together, you cannot make chocolate. I'm sure that the headline on the Wall Street Journal will be Arduino starts swearing in the US. But now they realized that, and then they started thinking, okay, what is better than that the basket of national currency will be a gold-backed digital currency. And if you see what happened, or what is happening now, is that every single BRICS nation is buying incredible quantities of gold. China is buying infinite amount of gold, India the same, and many other central banks in BRICS countries. So they are preparing to launch an attack to the US dollar. I don't have any doubt about it. If you go everywhere, BRICS nations are buying, if you go on all the emerging markets in Africa, also in Central and South America, BRICS nations are creating infrastructure, they are creating airports, ports, highways, schools, libraries, everything. So I believe that if Tether fails, if USDT will not be there in 10 years, I think that USDT and Tether is the stronghold for the US dollar hegemony in all these countries, because we are alone there, right? So there is only us, and on the other side you have countries, a group of countries very determined to de-dollarize the world. And so that's quite interesting, because we are a small company, we are 150 people. Like, people look at our balance sheet, our profits and all that, right? But it's very challenging, it's very interesting, it's very fascinating. I wouldn't do anything else in my life. I think that is one of the most interesting things I could do.
Yeah, I think, my interpretation of Besant's comments were, and this administration at large is trying to empower the private sector. They want to get regulation off of everyone's back. They want people to build. The way I think of Tether is, again, maybe I'm oversimplifying, but you're onboarding an Argentine cab driver as to be a purchaser of U.S. debt. It's beneficial to the United States. It's beneficial to the consumer. They clearly love this product. And it seems that the U.S. government recognizes the mutual relationship that you guys have, which I found fascinating, and it's very in line with this administration of let the private sector build, let people solve problems. Clearly, Tether's been very successful at being very efficient with 150 people making $14 billion a year. Did I get that right? 13.7, right?
13.7, yes.
Rounding error. So I found those comments interesting, which brings me to our last question. We got a few minutes left. I've known you a long time. We both been in Bitcoin forever, for a decent amount of time. Where's Bitcoin tie into all this? What do you make of the strategic Bitcoin reserve, given this new administration's comments about stablecoins and them validating and asserting this neutral asset as a reserve asset globally? What do you think? And Tether is one of the largest holders of Bitcoin. You guys hold Bitcoin in your reserves. What do you make of the SBR and how the United States can use both Bitcoin and stablecoins?
Well, also as a Bitcoiner myself, it's tricky, right? Because on one side I'm going around and really promoting the US dollar, and on the other side we are also promoting Bitcoin a lot. And the tricky part is that when we go to a person in Africa or in Central South America, they have more immediate problems, so they always seek the US dollar compared to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a superior product. It's the only currency that is governed by math, that will resist to the wrath of God, and that's something that is not controllable by humans, so that makes it safe for eternity. Now, people are having immediate problems, and also it's important to ensure that the United States remain a safe and sound economy, and the dollar remains a very trusted currency everywhere in the world, because the alternative will be much worse. Sometimes you have to pick, the best option, not the perfect option. And so what we are doing is actually with Tether, with our profits, we built our strategic Bitcoin reserves ourselves. So we have around 100,000 Bitcoin ourselves. And on the other side, I think that the fact that the US government acknowledged the importance of Bitcoin is incredible. I think that every other countries will follow, other country should follow I've been good friends with the president of El Salvador. Actually, Jack Mallers is the person that actually started the movement
A little casual introduction, no big deal. Hey, you guys should meet.
And so this is a moment in time where I think in the next and for the next 20 years, the new global financial system will be reshaped. And I think that in the past, humanity was using gold. Now it's clear and clear that Bitcoin is the right way to do so, because then imagine trying to transport gold or gold from one country to another. Bitcoin is the way, and now I think that there was an announcement. There will be a strategy that will be not too public to acquire bitcoins, because otherwise, like, they will just pump the price, and then there will be, an holy shit moment where from every other country thinking, oh, I'm late, I don't have enough bitcoin, and then the next financial reset in the entire history, and all the future financial resets will be in bitcoin. So this is everything that we needed. This is a stamp that Bitcoin needed, and then from now on, we just keep our heads down. We keep building better infrastructure, better tools and products. I mean, you guys at Strike are doing that already. I think that is now.
BPI's Executive Director Matthew Pines here in a few minutes, so please begin taking your seats. Thank you.
All right, 1 minute warning. All right, we'll get started in 1 more minute. If the folks are in the lobby, you want to come in, take your seats. All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. I think we've got some really interesting panels coming up later this morning and some really interesting and exciting announcements from some congressmen. So I stand in between you and those really exciting events, but hopefully I'll make this titillating. So by way of brief introduction, Matthew Pines, I'm the new executive director of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. I have an interesting career. I studied physics and philosophy undergrad, did public policy, and then became a consultant for the US government for about 15 years, really helping the government think through kind of what-if scenarios, mostly really bad scenarios. Things like nuclear war, pandemics, cyber attacks, sort of the worst-case scenarios that the government has to look around those corners and develop prudent plans for. About 5-6 years ago, I started to think about Bitcoin in that lens. What is the long-term strategic implication for the US government if Bitcoin were to continue to monetize, say to reach some meaningful fraction of gold, or even surpass gold? And I looked around at that time, I realized this wasn't a question that anyone was even thinking to ask, let alone attempt to answer. So I wrote the first white paper for the Bitcoin Policy Institute, which hopefully helped jumpstart this really impressive organization that I've been proud to help lead now over the past month. And really kind of a fortuitous moment here. So I see this as kind of me trying to catch the football that I threw to myself about 5 years ago. So the topic of my talk this afternoon, which is going to be kind of a run.
バイトの時間だ。ギガバイトで見つけた。バイトの時間だ。ギガバイトはバイト求人まとめサイトアクセス数ナンバーワン。バイト探しはギガバイト。やろう。秋元真夏 JA タウンで産直る。産地直送通販サイト JA タウンキャンペーン中。
Bitcoin is poised to play a significant role. So, a quote from an important movie. The days move along with regularity, one day indistinguishable from the next, a long continuous chain. Then suddenly, there is a change. We saw that change happen last Thursday, and it was foot-stomped by the Crypto Summit on Friday. And hopefully, I think today will act as a catalyst to push this even further. There's a particular quote in that executive order that I knew drew my attention, I'm sure drew the attention of national leaders and policymakers around the world, which was, because there's a fixed supply of Bitcoin, there is a strategic advantage to being among the first nations to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Kind of a remarkable statement for the President of the United States to put in an official executive order. I think the question we have to ask is why? Why is that the case? So, a really simple scheme that I think about when I think about the geoeconomic system, the relationship between the global economy and geopolitics, essentially, is this three-legged stool that has underpinned the global order that we all grew up in, that has determined the course of our professional lives and the lives of our national leadership, is this relationship between the G7 countries, which provide the dominant source of credit and capital in the global system, intersecting with raw materials coming out of mostly OPEC countries, right? The core energy commodities that fuel the global system, and the sort of goods and manufacturing sector, which has been dominated increasingly so by China. And when those sort of three parts of the global order were in sort of frenemy mode, agree to cooperate in a global order, you had relatively smooth sailing when it comes to the basic structure of the global system. I think we've seen since COVID, and then accelerated after the Ukraine war, each element of that system come under acute stress. So we've seen increasing, more overt sanctions and sabotage, political warfare, economic and financial warfare, stress relationship between the G7 countries and Russia, a critical member of OPEC+. And then you've seen as China has emerged as a major rival to the US, increasing tensions, sort of sub-threshold, and influence in cyber operations, and then a response by the US to de-risk, impose export controls, etc. Meanwhile, the relationship between China and OPEC plus countries, in the Gulf in particular, has really flourished. And the establishment of more like technical facilities and financing programs like the Belt and Road Initiative, the Digital Silk Road, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Global Development Initiative, Chinese yuan-denominated swaps, cross-border interbank payment systems from China, the BRICS Bridge, gold oil in Shanghai. These are all sort of geoeconomic developments that have accelerated in the past few years. We've seen an implication of all these changes on the markets, right? The markets aren't just driven by, sort of earnings expectations. They're driven by these structural changes: reshoring, realigning, rearming, and rewiring. And now national security and fiscal dominance tend to override market forces. We also, face an environment that the incoming administration is trying to address, of structural imbalances in the global system, rising debt, and competition, straining relations. As a result, the U.S., in particular, sovereign bond market, is increasingly fragile and has had to be managed. And so this is the context in which we need to think about U.S.'s geoeconomic strength or fragility. The debt market has become fragile as a result of just the sheer scale of the issuance that has started to outpace the ability of the traditional institutions to sort of intermediate that debt issuance. And we've seen examples of this result in acute crises that the Fed has to come in and bail things out. So things look stable, then they break, and then pretty soon you've got trillions of dollars of QE. Another effect of that increasing debt issuance is it's squeezing out critical fiscal space to support our strategic requirements. In particular, we're now paying more on our interest payments than on the defense budget, a thing that the Defense Department is acutely aware of. This is now generating increasing sense of national security risk. We no longer have the defense industrial base to keep up with the demands of strategic competition. We're aggressively trying to reshore and build out those capabilities, but the timelines to establish those production lines and actually produce the sheer quantity of the munitions to credibly deter China is an acute challenge. Meanwhile, China is continuing to press their strategy forward to dominate global industrial production, climb value chains. And so they've gone from about 6% in 2000, and they're targeted to get roughly half of global industrial production by the end of the decade. Not just an industrial strategy, they're also trying to export their model of digital authoritarianism that's based off of their tech stack and their ideology. This is seen through the distribution of subsea telecommunications cables, but you can also look at maps of exports of Huawei, ZTE, Hikvision.
働いて笑おうパーソル。私はデザイナーと言っても絵を描く人ではない。デザインするのはビジネスプロセス。例えばフォーマットが異なる申請書類をノーコードでデジタル化。業務フローを統一し、仕事の仕組みを最適化。仕事
work that is ultimately determined and owes allegiance to China and China's model of digital governance. In the monetary sphere, which is the connection to Bitcoin, they have a determined strategy. They recognize they're not going to be able to completely replace the hierarchical correspondent banking network that the US built over many decades after the 50s, but they don't really have to. They can use digital technologies to create more efficient, sort of cross-bridge, central bank to central bank CBDC systems that provide, to first order, a resilience against being sanctioned, because now they can settle most of their trade with their partners in the Middle East and Asia, and they can link increasingly more nodes in the global economic network to them. And they can use systems like mBridge in particular to make themselves more resilient to sanctions and also to build their influence over time. So the BIS incubated this China-backed project. It was quite successful in that pilot stage, and it was only when it was basically already done did the US realize what was happening and then decided to try to kill it, but at that point it was already implemented. And now, of course, Trump has tried to sanction BRICS countries if they attempt to establish a new currency. Now, the Ukraine war marked a phase shift in another key dimension of the structure of the global system, where the treasury security, which has functioned as a global reserve asset for the past 50 plus years, is increasingly being substituted for gold, especially by central banks, which are accumulating gold on a structural basis for the past 10 years, and that has only accelerated in the past 6 months. Now, where does Bitcoin fit in? The US government last week recognized Bitcoin as digital gold for its unique properties. It's scarce, it's liquid, it's decentralized, it's portable, it's fungible, it's verifiable, it's censorship resistant, and it's natively digital. So it has all the aspects of regular gold, but for the 21st century. And we've seen hints, although it's still emerging as a speculative emerging reserve asset, it has responded in many ways as a safe haven in some circumstances, like the 2023 SVB bank failures and the response to the 2022 Ukraine invasion. So it's showing some hints where it trades as a risk-off asset, some where it trades as a risk-on asset, but as it continues to monetize, these portfolios are thinking about Bitcoin as digital gold. This is translating to changing perceptions by global investors and policymakers about how Bitcoin fits in to their portfolios as major capital managers, but also sovereign funds and national reserves. Larry Fink, just a few months ago, was on stage talking about his conversations with sovereign wealth fund managers. And the conversation wasn't, should we buy Bitcoin or not? It was, what should the allocation be? 2%, 5%? And Larry Fink, who's usually quite cautious with his words, said, if everybody had that conversation, it would be $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 Bitcoin, where it would become, start to rise, meaningfully close to gold. So this is the context in the changing world system that I think we need to think about last Thursday's executive order. That landed on the desk of every major president, central bank, and finance minister in the world. There is now discussions happening, taskers going out through those different bureaucracies about how to interpret that. What does that mean for their own country's relationship to Bitcoin? And governments don't move too fast, but when they do, they move in size, they move in scale, and they can deploy trillions of dollars of capital, and they can have geopolitical effects. And I think we could be at this inflection moment where the geopolitical aspects of Bitcoin start to become extremely important and could shape the next several years of Bitcoin's future. It seems clear that the Bitcoin race is now on, and the ball is in our court to maintain our advantage. Thank you. Now, it's my great pleasure to bring to the stage Congressman Begich, who is here to make a very exciting announcement from Alaska.
I've followed you on Twitter for years, and it's an honor to follow you today. Well, thank you, everybody. It's an honor to be here today, the Bitcoin for America conference, among so many forward-thinking individuals who understand the critical role Bitcoin will play in the future of our financial system. I want to recognize the important work this institute has done in fostering research, discussion, and policy innovation in the digital space. Today, I'm here to make a historic announcement, one that will shape America's economic future for generations to come. Today, I will be introducing the Bitcoin Act of 2025 in the United States House. You know, this is a bold and forward-looking legislative initiative designed to ensure the United States secures its financial independence and maintains its leadership in the global digital economy. Before I continue, I want to take a moment and recognize the tireless efforts of my colleague in the Senate, Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming. Senator Lummis has long been a champion of Bitcoin and financial innovation, bringing the Bitcoin discussion to Capitol Hill in ways that have shaped the national conversation on digital assets. Her vision for a strategic Bitcoin reserve as a tool to bolster America's balance sheet and secure our economic future has been instrumental in advancing this discussion. Senator Lummis, I thank you for your leadership and unwavering dedication to securing America's financial future. I'm proud to announce as well, as we introduce this bill, I will have 6 co-sponsors in the United States House as original co-sponsors, and I want to give them a shout out now. Representatives Addison McDowell, Pat Harrigan, Michael Ruley, Troy Nels, Dave Taylor, and Mike Collins, all on board with this bill. So why Bitcoin? People in this room know better than anyone, Bitcoin represents more than just a digital asset. It's a cornerstone of financial sovereignty, economic resilience, and innovation. We're witnessing an unprecedented shift in the global financial landscape. Bitcoin has emerged as the world's first truly decentralized asset, a modern form of digital gold. With a fixed supply of 21 million coins, Bitcoin is not subject to inflationary manipulation, making it one of the most reliable stores of value in human history. Over the past decade, Bitcoin has outperformed every major asset class. In contrast, gold has grown nominally each year. Bitcoin is a strategic asset. It represents financial sovereignty, a hedge against financial instability, and a tool for reinforcing America's global economic strength. Last week, President Donald J. Trump signed an executive order to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve and a U.S. digital asset stockpile, reinforcing America's leadership in financial innovation. This executive order positions the United States at the forefront of digital revolution and paves the way for the golden age of digital currency in the United States. President Trump understands the growing importance of digital assets in our national sovereignty. This executive order corrects a fundamental issue: previous disjointed management of government-held digital assets, which led to premature sales costing American taxpayers over $17 billion. The Bitcoin Act is the legislative solution to President Trump's vision, solidifying and expanding upon his executive order. By codifying the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve into law, we ensure that future administrations cannot reverse course on this crucial financial strategy. Mr. President, we are delivering on your promise to make America the global leader in cryptocurrency. The Bitcoin Act establishes a strategic Bitcoin reserve, a federal initiative to ensure the United States holds a significant stake in the world's most important decentralized financial network. This bill recognizes Bitcoin's potential to complement our gold reserves, fortify our national security, and provide economic stability in an increasingly volatile financial world. Our gold reserves stand at approximately 8,133 metric tons, valued at over $750 billion. The United States has long relied on gold as a financial backstop, but it is time to look ahead. By phasing in the acquisition of 1 million Bitcoin, approximately 5% of Bitcoin's total supply over 5 years, we will ensure that America remains a dominant player in the digital financial era. This initiative is designed to be fiscally responsible. Not a single taxpayer dollar will be used. Instead, we will leverage Federal Reserve remittances, which exceeded $76 billion in 2023, gold certificate revaluations, unlocking additional funds to finance Bitcoin purchases, and the Exchange Stabilization Fund, a fund with the mandate to manage currencies outside of the United States dollar. Bitcoin is open, it is censorship resistant, it is immune to geopolitical manipulation, and it embodies the principles of economic freedom, innovation, and self-determination that define America's leadership. I want to be very clear about one thing. The Bitcoin Act does not infringe on private ownership of Bitcoin. It explicitly protects the rights of individuals and businesses to own, hold, and transact Bitcoin freely. It recognizes self-custody as a fundamental right of financial sovereignty. This bill affirms that Americans should never fear government overreach when it comes to Bitcoin. We have built safeguards into the Bitcoin Act to ensure transparency and accountability. A proof of reserve system that will provide public, verifiable audits of all government-held Bitcoin. The Comptroller General will oversee all Bitcoin purchases and storage to ensure full transparency, and a 20-year holding period that will prevent politically motivated selling of our reserves, ensuring long-term national security. The Bitcoin Act of 2025 is a commitment to securing America's economic future. It ensures that we will lead the digital financial revolution rather than fall behind. It diversifies our national reserves, strengthens our national balance sheet, and enhances our geopolitical standing, all while affirming the fundamental financial freedoms of every American. As other nations seek alternatives to the US dollar, America must take decisive action to secure our place in the digital future. The Bitcoin Act is that action. I invite my colleagues in Congress to stand with me in enacting this legislation to ensure that the United States remains the global leader in financial innovation and economic security. America was built with bold vision, was built by bold people, and it's time for America to be bold again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zach Shapiro. I'm the head of policy at BPI, and I'm going to speak briefly about the state efforts to create Bitcoin reserves. So, across the United States, we're witnessing an unprecedented wave of interest in Bitcoin among state legislatures. In the past year alone, 32 bills have been introduced across 24 states to explore or enact investment in Bitcoin. Of these, 28 have received committee hearings, and 7 have advanced to legislative floors. This state-level momentum has now been matched by federal action. Last week's executive order establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve marks a watershed moment in U.S. monetary policy. Serious policy discussions have replaced reflexive skepticism, marking a dramatic shift in the Overton window for public investment in Bitcoin. And while the federal government has now taken a bold step forward, states remain crucial laboratories of democracy with an opportunity to pioneer complementary approaches that will work in concert with the federal initiative. Let us be direct about what's happening here. A brand new digital monetary commodity, the first of its kind, is being birthed into existence right before our eyes. This is not just another asset class, it's perhaps a once-in-a-civilization opportunity to redefine what money is and how this tool can best serve humanity. Bitcoin's core appeal is simple but powerful. Absolute, credible digital scarcity. Its fixed supply cap, secured through decentralization, cryptography, and game theory, uniquely positions it as a reliable hedge against monetary debasement. This characteristic, now recognized in an executive order of the President of the United States, makes Bitcoin particularly valuable for state legislatures and for state treasuries. Unlike the federal government, states cannot print money and cannot run perpetual deficits. They must vigilantly protect their reserves' purchasing power against inflation, which inevitably strains budgets, forcing difficult decisions about spending, taxation, and priorities. Over the past decade, Bitcoin has outperformed every traditional asset class, including stocks, bonds, real estate, and precious metals. This performance persisted through multiple market cycles, demonstrating Bitcoin's resilience and growing institutional adoption. For states with long-term obligations like pension plans, pension funds, and infrastructure projects, Bitcoin represents not merely a defensive position against inflation, but a strategic opportunity to grow reserves in real terms. And as you can see from the quotes behind me, drawn directly from the text of the state bills, the suitability of Bitcoin for this purpose has not gone unnoticed. So that's the good news about state-level adoption of Bitcoin. Yet the sobering reality is that the substance of most of these state-level proposals fail to adequately meet the moment. None would trigger Bitcoin purchases upon enactment. Most merely propose feasibility studies or authorize potential future investments. Of the 32 proposals, only 9 specifically mention reserves comprised of Bitcoin as opposed to other cryptocurrencies or asset classes. the efforts to shepherd these bills across the finish lines has also been somewhat lackluster. We've seen promising legislation gutted at the 11th hour, as last week Utah's House Bill 230, which had advanced further than any other of these bills, had its strategic reserve protections stripped out entirely. Too many legislators and Bitcoin boosters are approaching state reserves merely as symbolic gestures as opposed to strategic imperatives. But now is not the time for such timidity. When a state explores holding Bitcoin on behalf of its citizens, it is not chasing the latest trend, it is safeguarding its financial future from forces beyond its control. Given these stakes, states cannot afford half measures. They need thoughtfully crafted laws that enable responsible implementation of Bitcoin reserves, addressing custody solutions, risk management strategies, and clear mandates to maximize long-term value. In the realm of policy, the challenge before us is to move from conceptual support to practical implementation. This requires addressing several critical questions. How should states approach dollar-cost averaging into Bitcoin positions? What custody solutions offer the optimal balance between security and accessibility? What governance structures best insulate Bitcoin reserves from short-term political pressures while maintaining democratic accountability? And what can states do to coordinate their approaches not only with each other, but with the federal strategic Bitcoin reserve to create network effects and shared best practices? In the realm of politics, our greatest challenge isn't merely persuading legislatures to support Bitcoin reserves, but ensuring that they genuinely comprehend Bitcoin's fundamental value as digital monetary infrastructure rather than simply following constituent-pleasing trends. This requires a deep educational effort that transcends partisanship, equipping lawmakers with both the technical understanding and the historical monetary context to seize this unprecedented opportunity to strengthen their state's fiscal sovereignty and position their communities at the forefront of a global revolution that will serve as a financial lifeboat among rising global debt, persistent money printing, and the growing storm of monetary uncertainty and instability. So today, I'm announcing that BPI is developing an open source model legislation framework for state-level Bitcoin reserves to be unveiled at our summit in June. We're creating a comprehensive blueprint that states can adapt to their specific legal and budgetary needs, drawing from Senator Lummis's Bitcoin Act and incorporating the best from the existing state proposals. Our model legislation will detail clear pathways for purchasing Bitcoin, outline rigorous custody protocols, and propose effective oversight measures. Our goal is to transform Bitcoin reserves from theory into practical, secure, and valuable assets for states. But we can't and shouldn't do this alone. We invite all of you here today, policymakers, industry leaders, and informed citizens, to add your voice and shape and then shepherd legislation that is both ambitious and practical. Our collective responsibility is to craft policies that genuinely meet this historic moment, and BPI stands ready as a resource, a partner, and a forum for this essential work. As promising as recent developments at both the state and federal levels are, our work has just begun. We must elevate the standard of legislative drafting, allowing states to adapt Bitcoin reserves effectively, transparently, and prudently. Crucially, we must coordinate these state-level efforts with federal initiatives like the Bitcoin Act, creating an integrated approach to the stewardship of public Bitcoin reserves that will serve generations to come. The window of opportunity before us is historic but not indefinite. Early adopting states will likely capture disproportionate benefits, even as the federal government begins building its own reserves. And more importantly, developing robust models for Bitcoin reserve management now will establish precedents that shape public policy for decades. Let us approach this responsibility with the vision and the diligence that it deserves. Thank you. And now it is my absolute privilege to introduce Congressman Ro Khanna, one of the most steadfast supporters of Bitcoin, certainly in the Democratic Party and in the House as a whole, to speak about Bitcoin and U.S. policy.
Thank you for having me. Let me start by saying what I believe is the obvious. Bitcoin should be bipartisan. The reality is we can't have policy in this country where you have one president does an executive order, another president comes, reverses the executive order, and that there's total uncertainty when it comes to something like Bitcoin. What we need is a consensus that Bitcoin is good as a store of value for the United States and good for the world. I mean, it's just technology. That's what I don't understand about a lot of the hysteria. The basic idea for many is that you don't have, as all of you know, a centralized authority. You don't have people who are gaming the system. You have something that's easy to transport. You have something that's easier to store than gold. I mean, anyone who carries gold in their home would know. Unfortunately, there have been burglaries because there are a lot of Indian American families who still keep gold in my district. But it's easier to store, and that's why a lot of people have chosen to use it as a store of value, not just in the United States, but around the world. And this is one of the things I tell the Democratic Party. We're the party, in the tradition of Kennedy, who believes that we should reach out to the world, make sure that other people around the world have economic empowerment and freedom. Well, if you're in Nigeria, or if you're in parts of India, or you're in other parts of the world, and you have a government that regulates foreign exchange, I know because I used to visit India as a kid when my grandparents were there. I mean, they had very strict controls at the time when getting $1. You couldn't just be on the market and get $1. But guess what? Now you're going to be able to get Bitcoin. That is transformational for so many people around the world. And that is why the Democratic Party should be embracing this as something that can create financial empowerment for people not just in the United States, but around the world. I am committed. I was in Nashville. I'm here. I am committed to working with Senator Loomis, with Senator Gillibrand and others to have a rational policy when it comes to Bitcoin, when it comes to blockchain. And I appreciate all of your advocacy. I'll end with this point. What makes America so incredible, and I say this as representing Silicon Valley, is we've been on the forefront of innovation. We are always thinking about what comes next. And we've been at the forefront of innovation when it comes to finance. And so if we now have new technologies that make it easier to store and transmit value, we should be embracing it as a mark of America's innovation capability. All of you are on the frontiers of that innovation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thanks, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today to describe how Bitcoin and actually dollar stablecoins can work together to ensure U.S. leadership for decades to come. My journey in crypto started when I was a professor at MIT, and we did the MIT Bitcoin experiment. Now, that was a little bit more than a decade ago. But by now, it's really clear that Bitcoin serves a very special role in the digital asset space. You've heard in the past, it's not about Bitcoin, it's about the blockchain. Here you're looking at the Google Trends volume over more than 10 years since we did that experiment at MIT. And the answer is, it's actually all about Bitcoin. The price when we did the experiment and gave all the MIT undergraduates about a third of a Bitcoin was $350. And at the time of the announcement of the SBR, it was around $90,000. But I don't want that price to distract you from the bigger picture. I love to look at the Bitcoin price on a log scale. When you zoom out and you remove all those daily fluctuations, the craziness of the markets as we're seeing over the last few days, it's a linear trend. It's going up progressively. That's a technology S-curve for you. It's essentially individuals, institutions, and now even governments adopting this new digital asset for the properties that it really entails. But where's the breakthrough? If we were to take a step back, why should you care? Satoshi solved the problem that was outstanding computer science for decades, the double spending problem. Before Bitcoin, we simply didn't know how to create scarce digital asset. Imagine an email attachment, a digital file can be copied many times over. And that's a terrible property when you're trying to think about value and money. By solving that problem, it gave us something truly novel. It entails a reduction in two fundamental economic costs. The first one is the one you heard a lot about today, the cost of verification, the ability to prove ownership, transfer ownership in this scarce, finite digital asset. But today I want to put emphasis on the second one, the cost of networking, which is potentially more important in the long run. It's the ability to bootstrap an economic system, an economic network, without assigning control to any single intermediary. There's no single point of failure in Bitcoin. And that's what makes Bitcoin a lot more important than just digital gold. Digital gold is a starting point, but don't forget sight of Bitcoin, the network. It represents a breakthrough in what economists call market design, how we shape institutions, how we coordinate economic activity all across the globe. Satoshi wrote some code, released it on the internet, and that code came with economic incentives. If you bring security to the network, you will be rewarded. Sometime in the future, maybe 2025. This is where it started. People in their basement, in fact, many of you probably started there, with a big fan and a laptop. But economic forces drove that escalation really rapidly across different production modes and different infrastructure. And over the years, it became more and more professional. Today, of course, Bitcoin mining is state-of-the-art data centers all across the globe looking for stranded energy from renewables to flare gas to whatever is available, hydropower, moments in time where the grid isn't demanding that kind of energy. And they've turned essentially the first infrastructure that's fully available and decentralized on a global scale into something that every one of you can really build on in the future. It is a truly open and decentralized protocol for money. When the internet was first designed, there was an error code, 402, payment required. That got never implemented. And Bitcoin is here to answer that. But you may wonder, why does decentralized infrastructure even matter? Why should you care? Typically, when you think about payments and financial services, you think about digital wallets and their wars, crypto players coming in, legacy networks, banks, payment service providers. That's kind of the ecosystem. But as we've seen earlier today, often there's also a geopolitical lens on top of it. You can think of payment cold wars. On one side is SWIFT versus chips, or Visa versus UnionPay, Google Pay and Apple Pay against WeChat Pay and Alipay, or Coinbase versus Binance. The decline of US leadership in this space is problematic. We used to be the global leader when it came to banking and financial infrastructure. And Bitcoin is going to be a key component of really rebooting that leadership in the near future. Our adversaries have been trying to undermine the role of the dollar for a long time. We benefit from an exorbitant privilege because we're the issuer of the global reserve currency. Meanwhile, as we heard earlier today, bureaucrats in Basel are designing a version of the financial internet, they call it Finternet, that looks a lot like AOL or Microsoft Network or Apple eWord. There's a good chance you won't remember any of these. In the end, the internet prevailed. The internet was a permissionless open network for information and communication. So there's a better way to build a future financial system. And as you guessed, that starts with Bitcoin. We did this before, and it is also a very American way to build. We did it with the internet. We created the right conditions for the commercial internet to thrive, for innovation and entrepreneurs to build and experiment. That picture is a picture of ARPANET, right, which was a mix of government R&D on the defense side and academic institutions. We have that infrastructure today already in place with Bitcoin and all of you here in this room. We have a narrow window of opportunity. Here you're plotting the global adoption of crypto against the internet.
大事なものは人によって違う。いろんな仕事があっていろんな働き方がある。成長、趣味、家族、自分にとって大事なものを選べるあなたでいてほしい。
This opportunity. We can still prevent a crypto Sputnik surprise. We've seen it in AI, And of course, in crypto, we have a chance to lead. How do we do that? We need to really harness the power of open and permissionless networks. We need to build. We need to make them the backbone of our payments and financial infrastructure. So you've often thought of Bitcoin, the asset. I would love for you to think about Bitcoin, the network. Now, many of you will raise eyebrows, right? So Bitcoin is hard to build on. Bitcoin is like building for space. It's extremely complex. It's simple by design. It doesn't have the flexibility of other permissionless networks, but that's also its strength. TCP/IP was the protocol for information exchange. Bitcoin will be the TCP/IP of value. And the US can lead in building out that infrastructure so that the future financial ecosystem is based here. You may ask, how does this interplay with the dollar? The dollar and Bitcoin are complements, as we already heard earlier today. And in fact, by designing a strategic platform play around both the role of Bitcoin, the network, and the asset, and USD-denominated stablecoins, we can really increase the chances of the United States leading in this industry for decades to come. Stablecoins can be the killer app on top of a network that is open, decentralized, can reach where the dollar cannot, and can really complement US values and principle anywhere in the world. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have a panel that I am really excited for, Bitcoin, AI, and Energy Dominance, moderated by BPI Senior Fellow Troy Cross, with three of the titans of the US Bitcoin mining industry, Zach Bradford, Fred Thiel, and Jason Less. Welcome, everyone.
Hi, everybody. I have to take just a moment to soak this in. It's, as somebody who was mining in 2011 in my basement, I come from the basement dwelling era of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, and it's surreal. The events of the past few days and the events of today, the announcement we heard this just now, legislation on a strategic Bitcoin reserve being advanced in both House and the Senate. Also, it's amazing for me to see the activity of mining professionalized and finding its way in the world. I thought I would start by just, for a moment, reflecting on the reason why we're talking about mining at an event about a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And I think it's worth reviewing the principles that made that possible. Bitcoin is fair and open and transparent because all of it is issued through a competitive process anybody can participate in. You don't have to get Bitcoin from somebody who owns it or somebody who printed it for themselves. Nobody printed any of it for themselves. You can get it from nature. And in order to transaction in Bitcoin, you don't have to pay somebody who owns some Bitcoin to cross their land. You pay a miner. And those miners, well, these maybe hold some Bitcoin, but they don't have to hold Bitcoin. And that's what makes that's what makes Bitcoin gold-like and have the kind of qualities that make it eligible for a reserve instrument. So I wanted to review that first of all. That's kind of looking back at the past and why we're here. But this panel's about it's about the future. As far as we've come with Bitcoin and mining, we're going much farther than we've come. And we're at an inflection point right now, and I want to get insights from these three who collectively represent, I don't know, something like 13% of the hash rate, global hash rate in Bitcoin, all American companies, to help us reflect on it. Bitcoin mining tethers the ledger of Bitcoin to the physical world. And that means it has real effects, real physical and economic effects in the world beyond what happens on the ledger. And those are not easy to foresee. I did not foresee them in 2011, not at all. I didn't see this. But the people who are working closest to it do see it happening. I wanted to start with you, Jason. The title of our session is American Energy Dominance, Bitcoin AI and American Energy Dominance. How does Bitcoin promote energy dominance? We use a lot of energy, use something like 0.7% of the electricity in the world. How does that help our quest for energy dominance rather than hurt it by using a scarce resource?
Well, to set the stage here first, we want the United States to be a leader, the leader, I should say, in Bitcoin and AI. We need energy to do that. Efficiency gains notwithstanding, compute and therefore power to drive that compute is a critical input to building successful models, having sufficient amount of inference. Energy is necessary to be leaders in AI. The companies that have the most amount of training are driving out the best models. Now we need power to do that. Where does that power come from? You can build generation. You build generation where that fuel source or other type of natural input exists, but that is not always where the consumer of that energy is. You need to build transmission after that. I'm laying out a multi-year timeline it takes to build generation and then be able to transmit that to an off-taker. That introduces risk, uncertainty, complexity, and cost for generation, energy generation. Bitcoin miners solve those problems. Bitcoin miners will take that energy immediately at the point of commissioning that plant wherever it exists. You can build transmission over time, and by being that offtake, that energy buyer of last resort, or in this case, first resort, you are helping bring more energy into the United States. And in turn, that energy can then eventually be repurposed and used for AI HPC data centers. This isn't a theory, this is something that is happening today. Riot, we have built an energy portfolio of 1.7 gigawatts of power. The purpose of that was for Bitcoin mining. Now, as markets evolve and other uses for that power emerge, what was previously stranded energy is now very highly valuable energy that data center developers and AI HPC companies are interested in using for driving their purposes. So we're seeing this dynamic happen already. And by having these flexible loads like Bitcoin miners that will come in there and take energy wherever it is available, we are driving more energy infrastructure in the form of generation, in the form of transmission, and that is how the United States achieves energy dominance.
Thanks, Jason. I wanted to turn it to you, Fred. You've talked about there being islands of power, like as if we're on this vast sea and we have stranded bits of power generation. How does Bitcoin address that? How are you addressing it at Marathon?
So Bitcoin is the ultimate dispatchable load. Power generators want base load consumption. Why do they want base load? Because they then don't have to regulate their production of energy to meet the base load. And Bitcoin mining can shut down their facilities, their operations in minutes, and then ramp them back up, all driven by signals from the power grid. Islands of power are essentially stranded islands of energy generation. In the US, especially in places like West Texas, there was a huge overbuild of renewable energy that is basically wind and solar. It's intermittent. And the problem, as Jason pointed out, is there's a lack of transmission to get that to consumers. And there's so much power abundance, energy abundance in the middle of the day that at times you have negative pricing of energy. And so there are electrons being wasted every single day. Those are islands of power. And Marathon is one of the first miners actually bought a wind farm in West Texas so that we can consume that energy whenever an electron is being produced, so no electron is wasted. Duke University just published a study a few weeks ago, essentially stating that the US power grid today has additional capacity of about 70 plus gigawatts of power, more than enough for the 48 gigawatts of power the AI industry needs, if only they can dispatch the load 5% of the time. Think about that. We have enough power to power all of the AI that we have projected to build over the next few years, if only we can dispatch the load. And that's not something AI typically does today. But Bitcoin miners do that extremely well. And so in the meantime, while we're building out the infrastructure for AI and while we're building out the transmission, these very expensive data centers that take many years to build, Bitcoin miners can consume those islands of power that are lost and that are not being utilized. And this is not just in the US, but Bitcoin miners can go and do this internationally. And if US Bitcoin miners go internationally, that is also global hash rate that will still belong to the US and its allies. If you read between the lines as to what members of the executive branch are very focused on doing, which is the US acquiring sufficient global hash rate such that it can project power with global hash rate, it's the US and its allies, while American companies going abroad effectively are bringing that hash rate home. So not only are we looking to export dollars via digital currencies, stablecoins, we're also looking to project power with Bitcoin and with global hash rate, and I believe that there are tons of islands of power that we can take advantage of all over the world, across the US and other places.
Thanks, Fred. Zach, in the recent months, quarters, so many Bitcoin mining companies have pivoted to HPC and AI. As the hype around AI has built tremendous interest, and there's a need for power. There's a lot of panic about whether we'll have enough power to supply them. You've made a case for a pure play in Bitcoin mining, and I wondered if you could tell us what your thinking is there and how you managed to do it, because the hype is Bitcoin mining cannot compete with AI because it doesn't pay as much.
Yeah, we still continue to think that Bitcoin mining is the greatest way to use power. But it's been a big focus on where we're going. So we actually have 31 data centers spread across the US of various sizes, some very large and some very small. But to Fred's point about pockets of power, we're spread across 4 states. And when you think of a data center for CleanSpark that mines Bitcoin, generally you should think about the city that used to be thriving. It used to have a sawmill. It used to have industry. And then the freeways came 40, 50 years ago, and they went around this town. And 20 years after that, the industry left. And so there are places very well developed. I'll use Tennessee and Georgia as the example, where great power infrastructure, it's been aged, it's been forgotten about. We've come into those cities, we've helped revitalize that infrastructure, improve it, make it more resilient. And then we work in these communities. These are communities also that come with their doors wide open and they're welcoming because they've had deficits for decades. One example being a mayor in one of the cities, 44 years the city's had a deficit, and he's been involved in the city council and the mayor ever since. And for the first time for the last 2 years, they have a surplus, and they're now applying that to local property taxes. And so in those areas, we're also seeing low-cost power. And so it's about being strategic. The U.S. grid has lots of problems. That's actually where we as CleanSpark got into the business, is we were in the energy space first. We were working with microgrids and the macro grid in many ways. But the amount of wasted energy that is produced and not consumed in this country is immense. And we approach it with a think large mindset. We use the same concepts as very large data center operators use with central operating parameters that allow us to, again, we're a decentralized network. We didn't decentralize our locations while centralizing operations. So again, we think that Bitcoin mining, and CleanSpark is America's Bitcoin miner, we think that there's no better place to do it from here. And there's plenty of opportunity to make that happen right here at home.
I think Bitcoin mining remains the most misunderstood industry in the world. It's hard to understand, I think, for most people how something that uses a lot of power can help us build out power infrastructure, can help us pave the way for other forms of compute and power usage, bring money to communities that didn't have it, bring jobs to communities that didn't have it. But you guys are doing all of that, and you see it firsthand. What are the challenges you faced? I've heard you say, Fred, we had headwinds, now we have a tailwind in a regulatory way. Donald Trump has said he wants all the Bitcoin to be mined in America. I think we can all agree that would be contrary to the security of Bitcoin. But nevertheless, it's fresh and encouraging to hear. What holds you back? What holds you back right now? What's like the one thing, this is for each of you, that you'd like to see change so that you could, advance the energy dominance of America more easily?
Thank you. I think one of the key issues is there still remain issues with power utilities and pejorative pricing towards Bitcoin miners. I think there's a perspective from certain power utilities that they don't want to have Bitcoin miners on their grids because they don't actually understand the benefits that Bitcoin miners bring to their grids and their systems. And this is just something that's a question of education and spending time talking to people. When you have 4 or 5 years of members of the executive branch and at the state level all saying, Bitcoin mining is a Ponzi scheme, Bitcoin miners are criminals, it's hard to erase that, right? It's very easy to create a perception. It's very hard to change a perception. Regis McKenna, the famous marketing guru, was famous for saying that. And it's going to take time. But, when you see the success we've had in Texas, go back 4 years ago. We were burning up the planet, right? Remember, we were going to have more, we're going to consume more energy than this planet had, and Bitcoin mining was going to create fossil fuel emissions that were going to be crazy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, Texas is a success story. North Dakota is a success story. Nebraska is doing really well. Ohio is starting to do really well. A lot of states where Zach and are operating, same thing. These communities, these small power pockets, even these bigger grids, you're now learning that Bitcoin mining is actually really good. And in Nebraska, where a state senator was trying to add pejorative taxation to Bitcoin miners, the power utilities stood up and defended the Bitcoin miners and said, hey, no, we like these guys. These are good customers. So I think that's, for me, is the biggest issue.
Yeah, I think I'll add on that. Just again, I think that there's the misinformation, whether it's environmental, whether it's at the utility side, whether it's the community impact. There's misinformation. I think there's fear-based approaches that it adds cost to the local communities when Bitcoin miners come into town. The reality is we're incredibly well positioned to not only create a very strong tax base without a lot of resources leaving the community, but also, from a power pricing point of view, because we are buying power that otherwise someone has to pay for. Well, all that wasted power that goes in the ground, tariffs are built to basically account for that. And it could be 30%, for example, of what a local residential tax or citizen may have to pay into it because they have to pay for what's lost. When we come in and we take that very same power, it allows them to reset tariffs on whatever basis that regulatory environment has, and actually shift those costs away from standard residential users. So I think we need more information. We need more case studies to help support this because there's a lot of evidence there, and we just need to continue to spread the word.
I'll be brief. We need energy regulators to not be adverse to behind-the-meter co-located loads. Power should be sold to who can take it and to who the generator wants to sell it to. This is a part of driving more generation.
That's great, and that fits with research that Margot Paez and I have done. Our biggest suggestion is just like Bitcoin miners are amazing if you give them the right price signals. They will turn off in times of scarcity, and they will run in times of abundance. And when I talk to people about power, I mention Bitcoin's power usage. I have one slogan, which is Bitcoin mining doesn't just use a lot of power, but it pays for a lot of power, and that flips something. And also, it doesn't just use a lot of power, it uses power flexibly and only the cheapest power in the world. And if you just ask yourself the question, would it be really bad to have something use 1% of the world's electricity if it only used the cheapest 1% at the times it was cheapest anywhere in the world? You get people thinking. All right, thanks everybody, and thanks to this panel.
All right, let's hear it again for the mining CEOs. Thank you guys for joining us. Really excited for our next panel. We're going to get it started immediately here. I'd like to introduce Nick Newman, CEO of CASA, Nathan McCauley, CEO of Anchorage Digital, and Mike Belshey, CEO of BitGo. Give it up.
Thanks, everybody. So we're going to talk about safeguarding America's Bitcoin today, which I think is a very interesting and timely topic with everything else that we've been talking about and with some of the things that have been happening overall in the security news around the crypto industry in the last few weeks. So we'll start with maybe a quick set of intros. I'm Nick, CEO of CASA. We're one of the biggest Bitcoin self-custody companies in the world.
My name is Mike Belshey. I'm founder and CEO of BitGo. We've been operating since 2013. We have a full complement of both self-custody and custody services here in America and 7 trust companies around the planet.
Hi there. My name is Nathan McCauley, co-founder and CEO of Anchorage Digital. Testing. Hi there. My name is Nathan McCauley. I'm co-founder and CEO of Anchorage Digital. We're a digital asset custodian, trading partner, and we're the first and only federally chartered bank overseen by the U.S. Treasury here in the United States.
Awesome. So we now have a Bitcoin strategic reserve and a digital asset stockpile. What are the unique considerations that we have around securing nation-state level crypto assets compared to your kind of typical institutional or individual custody?
Sure. Well, security is something you're just never done with. I did a talk, I think probably 3 or 4 years ago, about securing the $1 trillion wallet. And it's kind of a jest. You don't put $1 trillion in a single wallet. That would not be a very smart thing to do. But as the value of the asset keeps going up, of course, the types of attackers and the threats continues to go up. So you just don't finish, right? And as we look to the next level, of course we have to be thinking about how do we use multiple keys? How do we separate those? How do we make sure that we have understanding and control of all of the paths to it? There's a lot of technical people here. We could probably talk about it at some more depth, but obviously as now we're at the nation state level, we have to be going to the next level of security.
Yeah, I'd say just the number of issues that have happened around the security of private keys, the security of wallets, the security of Bitcoin holdings. It's almost a meme in the industry about how much problems like this happen. Agree with Mike. The point with digital asset security is there's not one answer. There's infinite number of things you have to get right, a never-ending set of things you have to get right. So this is not just about technical solutions. It's about making sure that an organization and a muscle is built that stays up to date on the latest trends. The way I think about it is you have the comparison in the EO to Fort Knox. Fort Knox works because it turns out the U.S. government is actually quite good at violence when necessary, and so can utilize its violence mechanism in order to protect the gold at Fort Knox. Within the cyber realm, we don't necessarily have that advantage. We have to kind of stay up to date on the latest there, and I think this is why Michael Saylor's comments earlier were so important. In order for us to be the leader in the digital realm with digital asset security, we have to also be the leader in the cybersecurity realm. And so as we think about how to secure the SBR at a nation-state level, we have to assume that there are nation-state level attackers that will come after that. And actually, it needs to be a true investment of resources, time, and attention.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing we definitely cannot afford to have is the headline, North Korea hacks the US Bitcoin. And that's not an unreasonable headline to see, especially after, I mean, this was the headline for Bybit 2 weeks ago. And I think that's something that, as a nation, historically, we've been very fortunate that we have the world's strongest military. We have all this, the oceans on 2 sides of a giant landmass, right? And all of that is much less relevant in cyberspace, where a very small country like North Korea could potentially have a very large effect on the US's image.
Well, they get turned up? Oh, there we are. I mean, the Bybit hack gets a lot of noise, right? And 1.5 billion is a lot of money. Look, super simple fix for that. Don't put more than $100 million in a single wallet, right? Would have fixed that particular instance. And that's not even getting into some of the failures that they had around not getting security delegation down so that like they can modify the smart contract. Okay, so they made a bunch of silly mistakes. We absolutely know how to secure this stuff right now, and we can keep it safe from nation states. For Bitcoin in particular, it's got one of the safest models. We've got multi-sig, it's on-chain. We know how to secure these keys. On behalf of the government, we know how to secure these keys. And we can do that in a setup, you're an expert on 3 of 5. That's what I think primarily what you guys do, right? We do mostly 2 out of 3, but you can also, devise other setups that can be more specific. Again, as the size of the reserve gets larger, we will want to keep revisiting this, but definitely using a combination of physical security along with virtual security, we know how to do this.
Should the government hold its own keys?
Yes.
I think if the government wants to make that investment, that'd be a totally appropriate thing to do. I would dare say it'd even be cool if the government went to the level of designing a self-custody system, implementing that. I think it's worth understanding what that investment would look like. I think that's probably dozens of people permanently who will help manage and oversee a setup like that. And so I think a prudent answer would be to start with using custodians. And then if there is continued growth, we come up with budget neutral ways to maybe acquire even more Bitcoin as the stockpile grows, as the reserve grows, as a true investment. That might make sense, but I think the prudent option would be to start with the custodial partners.
They invited me to insert my opinion as moderator, and so I think I want to disagree slightly with that last point, which is that last Wednesday we had the government owned some Bitcoin, owned some crypto, and it was, it's maybe sitting in a closet at the U.S. Marshal's office or something like that.
On a ledger drive in somebody's desk.
Yeah, it's in somebody's desk right now. But then, as of Thursday, the Bitcoin became a strategic asset for the country. And so I think you can actually think about the strategic Bitcoin reserve and the crypto stockpile differently. And as a strategic asset for the country, I think the U.S. has to be really putting the effort into securing this asset, just like we put in the effort to secure our gold. And then the crypto stockpile, which maybe we're selling, who knows what we're going to do with it, but that we have a lot more freedom with what we can do with that. That makes sense to have it a custodian. It's less of a strategic asset for the country. But when we think about owning cyberspace, just like we own our land space and just like we own our airspace, the U.S. really needs, I think, that level of control that comes from holding their own keys.
Well, look, also we're interested in figuring out how to future-proof this reserve, right? I mean, I think there's a big political discussion to be had. It's outside of this room, but we could time lock those coins for a very long time. Obviously at some point you want to have access to it, and you want to have access to it when you need it. What those events might be, it's unclear. But you could start with the small amount because it's small today, right? And they could lock it up for an extended period of time to kind of get through this period of instability as the reserve gets established, and then you can get into a rotating set of time locks, which could actually all be audited and monitored online. We could all see it all the time. But yeah, I do think it's really important for the government to hold the keys directly. Like, it would just be any type of failure with a third party on it, I think would be a mistake. And of course, there's lots of software that you can use to employ along the way, including software that's been used by custodians like BitGo for forever. So there's a lot of good starting points, but they should hold the keys.
Yeah, I think to me the significance of this strategic Bitcoin reserve is, on one hand, it's about the strategic Bitcoin reserve and the vote of confidence that's being put in Bitcoin as an asset class. I think at a more pragmatic level, the natural second and third order implications of having a strategic Bitcoin reserve become pretty profound. To talk about a few things like that, I think probably we're going to end up in a world where people are able to pay their taxes in Bitcoin or other digital assets. People are able to maybe pay for their
投資用不動産の購入や売却で悩んだら、野村不動産グループの不動産投資サイトノムコムプロ。1兆円超えの実績。お客様満足度 96.9%。今すぐノムコムプロで検索。
板垣理人。離就活する。転職ってなんで転っていう字を使うんだろう。みんな進んでるのにね。転職は新職だ。20代が選ぶ20代向け転職サイトNo.1。離就活学上。
Every single agency within the federal government building their own self-custody systems to facilitate tax collection or other kinds of services that the federal government has. And so I think this really is the starting point for what ends up being an all-of-government effort. And I think keeping that in mind as designing the systems and processes that go into here is really the framing that I think probably Treasury is going to take with thinking through this issue.
So thinking about just kind of the stockpile and the reserve, can we just talk through at a high level for maybe the non-custody experts, what are the layers of loss and threat vectors that we need to be thinking about protecting against with this type of asset? And how is that different than a physical asset, or even just how some of the other digital systems that we use work today? Like what are kind of those different levels of things that we need to be thinking about protection for?
Well, it starts at key generation. So the first thing that has to happen is you're going to put it into some set of wallets. The fidelity of that key generation has to be done under very secure, controlled circumstances. Usually it's videotaped along with that, special computers, all the regular things with that. Because if the key is compromised right off the bat, then of course the money can disappear later. Or if it's brute forcible later because you did something insecure, that's a problem. So the initial security, technology, processes around it are actually pretty deep, no matter what. Of course, you've got some construct that you use. It's probably a multi-sig based thing for a Bitcoin type reserve. You've got where are those keys going to be physically held. In the case of what we do, we hold 3 keys. All of them are always 1,000 miles apart from each other. Some of the things you have to protect against on each of those is like, well, who has access to it, right? So even inside the government, somebody's going to have access. You need to use some sort of an M of N system because you want to make sure that in case something bad happens, losing one key doesn't jeopardize losing the entire thing. The personnel that are involved there, how do you avoid any insider problems there? You've got physical safety issues in terms of digital storage, in terms of networking access, et cetera. You've got protocols that have to be built for how you coordinate a quorum of signing in order to enact a transaction. Pretty much every single aspect from physical security, digital security has to be thought of. And then, of course, you're probably keeping it cold, which means you've got to figure out how are you doing your online to offline transitions.
Nathan, anything to add there?
No, like I said earlier, there's 1,000 things to get right. There's not one.
It only takes one thing to get wrong.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what we see with almost every one of the attacks that we've seen over the last, say, 15 years in crypto has been one thing that was wrong, and that leads to, unfortunately, can be pretty devastating loss. So separation of concerns, personnel considerations, key generation, key usage. All of these factor in. I'd say another one to be thinking about is audit. How do we make sure that we still have the Bitcoin that we thought we had? How do we make sure that it's still there and able to be audited and overseen? One of the things in the executive order called out, in fact, we at this point really don't even know how much digital assets are owned by the U.S. government. So being able to have an ongoing accounting there of what that position is, where those assets are, is another I think key consideration as thinking about how to secure the reserve.
Yeah, how important is, and we have a minute left here, how important is the transparency aspect of this? And how far do we as a country want to go with this for our country's Bitcoin? If you look at the El Salvador model, they've got a page that says exactly how much Bitcoin they have at all times. Do we want to go to that length or something, more manual, or even not? Today it's not even audited at all.
I'd assume that it will look something like the transparency that comes out of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve publishes their balance sheet on a regular basis. And so this kind of understanding of, hey, what's backing the dollar? What are the strategic reserves there? Where we have transparency on how much oil is owned by the U.S., the other kinds of strategic reserves we have. So I imagine that the transparency here would be in line with that, perhaps even more, because we'll have blockchain-based transparency as well. We'll be able to see the addresses on chain and be able to paint those wallets and know, hey, this is the wallet that is owned by the American people.
Yep. Okay. Thanks everybody for listening. Thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again, gentlemen. We really appreciate you being with us today. Up next, we have a presentation, Getting the Best Deals on America's Bitcoin Buys. Join me in welcoming David Lawant, CEO of Falcon X.
These are tough acts to follow. This is a great event. I'm very excited to be here. So hello everyone, my name is David Lawant. I'm head of research at FalconX. FalconX is one of the leading prime brokers and liquidity providers in the crypto space. Basically, I want to address a question that might be in the backs of many people's minds here, which is, how do you buy 1 million Bitcoin, or how do you buy such a large amount of Bitcoin? Is that even possible? What are the venues that are allowed for this? And allow me to spend a little bit of time drawing the liquidity profile of Bitcoin and talking a little bit how this market has been set up, especially the more, let's say, liquidity venue profiles. At FalconX, we buy, but sometimes sell Bitcoin at very large quantities for a number of very different institutions. We do this for ETF issuers, we do this for Bitcoin miners, we do this for hedge funds, venture funds, retail platforms, and many others. And my job as a research analyst, I spend a ton of time looking into these liquidity trends and market structure. So I think we're in good shape to start thinking about these liquidity profiles. And why is it important to think about trading execution in the context of the Bitcoin strategic reserve? And I think for those who don't know this in the room, I hate to break it to you, but you're not going to buy 1 million Bitcoin for $80,000 each. The moment you start buying Bitcoin, or probably the moment you announce your intention to buy Bitcoin at this scale, the market will start moving against you. So depending on how good this execution is, the amazing numbers that we saw at Saylor's presentation earlier today, they can look relatively different. So that's what I'm about to discuss here and trying to introduce the concept. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna go very quickly here. And don't get me wrong, the Bitcoin market is a very liquid market. So if you look at Bitcoin just on the spot market, just like spot Bitcoin, ready Bitcoin, no futures, no ETFs, just Bitcoin trading on exchanges, we're talking about a market that moves $20 to $25 billion a day. So Bitcoin is a very liquid asset. The Bitcoin markets and the spot markets are also relatively deep, but considering the size of a strategic reserve, just to put this into context, if we look only at the spot markets in isolation, it takes about 1,000 Bitcoin, which is about $80 million right now, to move the price up or down by 1%. And 1,000 Bitcoin or $80 million is a lot of money, at least for me, maybe not for everyone in this room, but it's a lot of Bitcoin. But in the context of the strategic reserve, it might not be. So still, there are firms like us and many others that trade Bitcoin at very large quantities on a regular basis, on a daily basis. And here I have two pieces of good news. The first one is that the Bitcoin market structure has evolved significantly over the past few years, that it goes well beyond the spot market that most of us are already used to. There's ETFs, but there's also OTC desks. These are over-the-counter desks that trade Bitcoin bilaterally on very, very large quantities. That's where most of the institutional flow goes through. Today, we have a very well-developed derivatives market. So if you look at the Bitcoin futures market, it's actually multiple times bigger than the spot market, 3 to 5 times. It trades tens of billions, sometimes $100 billion plus. There's an emerging options market, especially over the past 12 to 24 months, that has been gaining a lot of traction. And options are interesting because it allows you to express some very unique views in the market. So that's the first piece of good news that I have. The second is that American firms are really good at sourcing liquidity at scale. This is something that American firms have started, and it's something that these firms have been dominating for the past many years. Some of these firms are here. And this is interesting because it happens even though most of the liquidity sits outside of the US. If you look at these spot markets, something like 80 to 85% of the Bitcoin liquidity stands offshore. In the futures market, this number is even bigger. But still, you have these incredible American firms that are really good at sourcing liquidity at scale with minimal impact to the market. So basically, there's a lot more to talk. We're just scratching the surface here. But basically, my recommendation is to not leave trade execution as an afterthought. Bring this as an important consideration as early as possible in the process. The earlier you do that, the more options you have to try to find ways to anticipate the market going against you. So I'm basically running out of time. I'm more than happy to discuss liquidity trends. I have probably more data than you would ever like to see about it. But for those who want to discuss it, I'm around. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. For our next keynote, I'm excited to introduce, I'll tell you the title of it first, Bit Bonds, an idea whose time has come. Welcome me and joining us, Andrew Hones of New Market Capital.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here. My name is Andrew Hones. I'm the founder of New Market. We're a registered investment advisor specializing in structured credit. We've completed about $50 billion worth of notional risk transfer over the last several years with many of the world's largest banks. As respects Bitcoin, I'm also thrilled to have been the founder of Battery Finance in partnership with 1031, the largest Bitcoin-only venture firm in the world. And I'm also delighted to serve on the board of Fold. You may have seen recently we announced the completion of our first transaction blending Bitcoin with a traditionally financeable asset, which was a commercial real estate loan that we completed in Philadelphia and announced on CNBC some time ago. We have a deep pipeline of those types of investments, and we're actively working with pensions across the United States to assist them in, let's say, safeguarding their credit investments from the ravages of inflation. Today, however, I'm going to share a thought experiment related to the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve and the United States Treasury. In particular, we're going to talk about bit bonds, and our goal today is to think about how could we lower 10-year interest rates, build savings for American families, and at the same time, defease the national debt. These are three pretty big objectives, but I think that they're remarkably achievable when you begin to perceive the compound annual growth rates of Bitcoin. And in many ways, Michael's talk earlier today set the stage for this in a beautiful way. First of all, we have $9.3 trillion of federal debt that's coming due within the next 12 months. The interest rates on that debt have dramatically increased over the last 3 years, and refinancing it at today's interest rates will create an extremely profound burden on taxpayers. Secretary Bessent has indicated his strong desire to spread future Treasury issuances across the duration curve, avoiding the risk of putting everything in the short end of the curve, as Secretary Yellen did. President Trump and Secretary Bessent have also indicated their strong interest in lowering 10-year interest rates, which have an important effect on consumer finance, mortgage finance, auto loans, as well as the federal interest expense. President Trump created the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, and in particular directed the United States government to identify revenue-neutral ways to acquire Bitcoin. By creatively integrating Bitcoin into treasury bonds, I would like to suggest that we can significantly reduce the borrowing costs of the federal government and defease the debt. And in particular, I would like to propose that for Americans that purchase these bonds, that they be tax-free from both interest as well as capital gains, and offer a very strong way for American families to rebuild wealth. So what's the program? It's actually pretty straightforward. $2 trillion bond issuance, 10% of the bonds go for the purchase of Bitcoin, 90% go for other government purchases. Per $100, $10 buys Bitcoin. The interest rate on a current pay basis is much lower than the normal interest rate, only 1% per year. This dramatically reduces the current interest expense of the federal government. At the conclusion of the bond, in this case a 10-year bond, investors are due a compound annual growth rate of 4.5% on a senior basis. That's equivalent, roughly, to the 10-year interest rate on treasuries today. And after they receive 4.5% on a senior basis, they're entitled to 50% of the Bitcoin upside, and the United States government retains the other 50% of the Bitcoin upside. What would this look like? Well, if it's a $2 trillion issuance right off the bat, that would mean $200 billion worth of Bitcoin purchased. At $90,000 per Bitcoin, that's 2.22 million Bitcoin. Of course, the price will fluctuate and likely will acquire a different amount than that, but that's at $90,000. What would this look like in terms of savings? Well, the current US 10-year rate is roughly 4.5%. And the proposed rate for the BIT bond is 1%, which is a 3.5% annual savings, or $70 billion on $2 trillion of total issuance. Over 10 years, that's $700 billion. On a present value basis, roughly $554 billion. If you consider the cost of acquiring the Bitcoin, which is $200 billion, that produces a net taxpayer savings on interest presently of $354 billion. In other words, the United States federal government could acquire $200 billion of Bitcoin and save $354 billion at the same time. Of course, this is just an illustration, but I think that it would be great if American families could also purchase these bonds in addition to institutional and foreign investors. Like Tether, we learned today that they have enormous holdings in United States treasuries. And institutional and foreign investors will be attracted to these bonds because they can serve as eligible collateral for a range of different swap and derivative arrangements. But for American families, I would like to propose that the BIT bonds be free of income tax and free of capital gains tax in order to put a tremendous tool for savings in the hands of everyday Americans. What would this look like? What could an American family expect to gain over the course of 10 years? Well, there are 138 million American families, and if they purchased 20% of this total issuance, that would be a $2,900 investment per family. What I've illustrated on the right are the 4-year compound annual growth rates for Bitcoin at the 10th, 25th, 50th, 75th, and 90th percentile. And as you can see, at even the 10th percentile, the interest plus the Bitcoin upside on this bond would be $96.58 for a compound annual growth rate of just shy of 7%. And that's on a tax-free basis, a tax-exempt basis. At the 25th percentile, you're looking at 9.33%. And at the 50th percentile, you're looking at a tremendous return over a 10-year period, 17%. What would this look like for the government, for the United States of America? We would dramatically reduce 10-year interest rates. We've already discussed that. Significant savings, $554 billion present value savings. Substantially reduce dramatically reduce the interest rates from 4.5% to 1%. That can ripple through the rest of the Treasury market and reduce mortgage borrowing, reduce auto borrowing, reduce small business lending costs, so many different advantages. Also substantially reduce the interest expense for the government. That's where the present value component comes in. Revenue neutral acquisition of an enormous amount of Bitcoin. And if you take a look at the CAGRs, and we have a symbolic one in there that I want to draw your attention to, but if you take a look at the 25th percentile compound annual growth rate, 37% per year, which, by the way, is exactly equal to Michael's bull case for Bitcoin in the year 2045 on a CAGR basis. That produces a government upside in this structure, and I did not plan it this way, it just turned out this way. That produces a government upside in the structure of 1776, 1.776 trillion US dollars. That's after 10 years. As you extend this out to 20 years, in the year 2045, the compound annual growth rate of the 25th percentile, 36.62%, produces a government entitlement of Bitcoin that is slightly greater than $50.8 trillion, which is the expected size of the funded federal debt in the year 2045. In other words, with this plan, we're in a position to defease the federal debt. In summary, Bit bonds are a win-win-win. We're looking at dramatically lower interest rates in the form of savings, $554 billion of present value savings. The upside that the government stands to generate is enormous, anywhere between $830 billion to over $300 trillion of upside from the 10th to 90th percentile of historic Bitcoin performance. The debt offset is significant at just the 25th percentile of performance. This is a plan that can defease the entire debt. The family wealth creation is remarkably powerful. This puts in the hands of everyday American families a tremendous tool to defend against inflation. And in summary, I would love to see this adopted by the Treasury and by Congress. So I thank you all for your time today, and I'm very grateful to Grant and David and Matt for putting on such a tremendous conference. Thank you all.
Fantastic. Thank you, Andrew. And before anyone else steals it, you want to go ahead and copyright the title of your next book, 1776, A Bitcoin Story. Next up, next presentation is Gold is Beautiful, Bitcoin is Smart. And, you know, my wife is both, and honey, you'll see you on the live stream. Excited to introduce Pierre Richard, co-founder of the Satoshi Nakamoto Institute. Join me in welcoming him.
Thank you. What a tremendous honor to share the stage with senators and representatives of the greatest country on earth. I myself am an immigrant from France, or a refugee perhaps, and a naturalized citizen. So this means a lot to me. And I also, you know, I've been researching Bitcoin for the better part of a decade now, and never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined being up on this stage. So I have the challenge of following Andrew's very eloquent presentation, so I'll do my best here. So, you know, fundamentally, when we look at gold, people point out that gold is an investment, but also that it has a tremendous amount of utility. And I agree with them on the latter, and that's, I think, what we should focus on with regards to gold. From the Wall Street Journal, they pointed out that this recent rise in the price of gold is actually hurting U.S. manufacturers. And, you know, we've got jewelry that is getting diluted to fewer and fewer carats. We've got, it's getting hollowed out. Dentists, my father-in-law is a dentist. He points out that gold is the best to use for caps and whatnot from a medical perspective, but it's just so expensive. And so I humbly suggest that it would be a really great idea to put all of that gold in Fort Knox that is collecting dust and put it to productive use in the American economy. And in particular, in next year, we have the 250th anniversary of this great nation, 1776. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a line of jewelry commemorating that moment so that President Trump can actually sell the gold at a premium and have a tremendous appreciation of value that we can apply towards Bitcoin. Okay, so it was in the news very recently that there might be $425 billion in Fort Knox worth of gold. There might not be. Doge has to audit it. So what would it mean to actually audit the gold at Fort Knox? I heard one senator say that 50 years ago, he walked in there and looked at it and decided that it was there, which I find very dubious because, okay, so in order to audit gold, you have to do an assay, do a sonogram to make sure that the purity is what is stamped on it. It is a very expensive, time-intensive chemical process, and on top of that, even if you were able to fully verify all of the gold at Fort Knox at tremendous expense, you still don't know what percentage of the total supply is that. How do you go about seeing how much gold is throughout the world? Earlier today, Vivek pointed out that you find a gold asteroid, and now the total supply gets multiplied by 10. So let's contrast that with Bitcoin. With Bitcoin, so the Bitcoin miners deserve a lot of credit, of course. They are proposing blocks. That is also, part of their process when they propose a block is that it has to be verified by nodes. There's a check and balance there. And we don't talk about the Bitcoin nodes enough. The Bitcoin nodes are verifying the protocol rules for Bitcoin. And as part of that, they're verifying the Bitcoin supply. And so when you run a Bitcoin node, you can run that on any kind of device, home computer, and you can see that the Bitcoin that you are receiving is real Bitcoin. It's 100% pure. And so you have a really easy way to audit the total supply. We talked about math today, so 94% of the Bitcoin have been mined, and I generated this chart using my own Bitcoin node. I did not have to go to a central bank's website to see what the monetary policy is. I was able to independently verify that on a peer-to-peer network. No, gold can't do that. On top of that, of course, there's the tremendous cost of storing gold. If you're using a vault, it's rated for maybe 30 minutes against power tools. When you're using a hardware wallet with Bitcoin, it's rated for an infinite amount of time. The latest generation doesn't have any known vulnerabilities, knock on wood. And you can also do a multi-sig. So you can actually decentralize the custody of Bitcoin in a way that you simply cannot do it with gold. So in terms of the utility, the security of the system, it's far superior. And an interesting example would be you could actually put one of the hardware wallets in a nuclear submarine. You could put another one in a satellite on the dark side of the moon, on Mars, and that you're essentially able to put the custody of Bitcoin to where only a superpower could reach it, a superpower like the United States. And then, of course, sending gold is expensive. Sending Bitcoin is cheap relative to that. And if we look at the other cryptocurrencies, they've got all sorts of problems. And then when we talk about Bitcoin being number one, Ethereum being number two, we're not talking about a photo finish, okay? Bitcoin is very far ahead. And happy to take questions. Find me on Twitter, X, at BitcoinPierre. My DMs are open, and always happy to talk Bitcoin. Thank you.
David, just checking in, making sure I know who the next speaker is. For our next and final speaker today, bringing it home for our closing remarks, please welcome me and join me in welcoming Jack Mahler, CEO of Strike.
Hello, everyone. It's always an honor to be in our nation's capital, and especially to talk about Bitcoin. Oh, how far we've come. So the title of my talk today is Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, the American Monetary Revolution. I'd like to propose a line of thinking that the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve Executive Order and the Bitcoin Act proposed by Senator Lummis is the most significant economic shift and announcement, and the only positive economic announcement that's come out of the United States and this nation's capital in the last 100 years. I think it's a narrative and an idea that is not talked about enough, both in the media and in our nation's capital. So the premise of my talk is that over the last century, American economic policy has been working against the very principles that this country was founded on, specifically life, liberty, and property. And I truly believe that the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve is a turning point in American history, and it's the first positive and hopeful economic announcement that acts in line with the principles that this country was founded on. So specifically, what do I mean when I think of massive economic announcements that have come from the United States of America? I think of 1933.
お笑いといえば大阪といえばたこ焼きといえば爪楊枝といえば木材といえば森といえばハンモックといえばツルスといえば吊り橋といえば技術といえば IHI
買うも借りるも住むも物件数ナンバーワンマンション戸建てもなんちって
of all men are created equal. And I view the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve as a pivotal moment when contrasted to the last century of economic policy to come out of our nation's capital as something that's revolutionizing and bringing back American principles and the founding ideals of this nation. So we'll go through quick history. 1933, for those that don't know, Executive Order 6102 was a reaction to economic crisis where the US government demanded that citizens turn in their gold, therefore their property, right? Reminds me of this quote from John Adams. Again, I want us as a country to think about what grounded and founded this nation, this great nation. The moment the idea is admitted into society that property is not as sacred as the laws of God, and that there is not a force of law and public justice to protect it, anarchy and tyranny commence. And if you look at the Fifth Amendment, Executive Order 6102 was in direct violation of the amendment that our founding fathers wrote. The founding fathers enshrined protections of private property into the Constitution, and the confiscation of gold from the public was a direct violation of our amendment rights. If you then go to 1971 and the Nixon shock, for those that don't know, I love this New York Times headline. Nixon does stuff about wages, something about taxes. Oh, by the way, he's severing the link between dollar and gold. And it reminds me of this quote from Thomas Jefferson. Again, those that built this very country we're standing in its capital today. Paper is poverty. It is only the ghost of money, not money itself. And when I think of what the Nixon shock did in 1971, is it violated the US Constitution, specifically Article 1, Section 10. No state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payments of debt. And so economic policy in this country over the last century has been a violation of not only the best interest of the public and the best interest of the people and the best interest of its citizens, but the founding ideals that started this great nation. And we go to 2008, what I dubbed the bailout, where global economic crisis destroyed not only this nation, but those all over the world. Reminds me of this quote. I sincerely believe that banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies. What did 2008 violate? The Declaration of Independence. It was a direct violation to the idea that all men are created equal. In 2008, the economic policies and the reaction to the crisis violated this idea in all of our faces as individual citizens of this country. All men were not created equal that day. And so it's my opinion that for the last century, America has drifted away from its founding principles and sacrificed private property in 1933, sound money in 1971, and free markets in 2008 for short-term policy gain and control, and it was very reactionary and defensive to crisis. And I give all of this to give relative context into what we're living through right now in the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. I think that this was a pivotal moment in American history and will be looked back as a turning point in economic policy for this country. Because I view a Bitcoin Strategic Reserve as restoring private property rights. The US government is validating and empowering its citizens to own a form of property that we can all self-custody, and they're telling you they will not confiscate and they cannot confiscate. It's restoring sound money principles and enabling and promoting a monetary policy that they themselves cannot control. And it is restoring fair and free markets, and that Bitcoin is a global commodity-like money that acts and operates as a truly free market, one of the only ones we have left in the world today. I believe that for the first time in a century, the United States of America has made an economic decision that benefits the public. The public in 1933 was not thrilled with the announcement that you have to give them your property or you're going to jail. The public and the people were not thrilled in 1971 when they realized that it was baked into law that the government can debase and inflate your life. The people were not thrilled in 2008 when they realized all men weren't created equal. The people today are thrilled. The individuals today that have had access to this asset class, access to this monetary policy, access to this property that they can self-custody themselves are thrilled that the United States is making an economic decision that benefits their best interest and secures the future of this country. Think about that. For the first time in a century, you have an economic announcement that comes out of the United States of America that's empowering, that's offensive, that's pro-technology, that's pro-growth. So for the first time in a century, the United States of America is economically aligning with the founding principles of private property, sound money, and free markets. And I'd like to introduce the idea that this is more than an economic decision. Don't get me wrong, it's an economic decision, and Michael Saylor is going to come up and give us all the numbers, and we're going to pay off our debt, and I believe that. But I truly believe that this is a return to American values. And giving this context and referencing it through all of the other economic announcements and new policy over the last century really shows light to this idea. And this administration is focused, this is pro-energy, pro-growth, pro-freedom, pro-industry, pro-inclusion, pro-innovation, pro-technology. The story of humanity is engineering a better world. That's America, that's Bitcoin. I think when it comes to our national security, as nations explore alternatives to the dollar, Bitcoin ensures that we're not only focused on securing strong, hard, sound capital, but also the technology that backs it. When you think about the US financial leadership into the 21st century, we're very pro-AI. We have all the Mag 7, the big tech. I think it's very important that America leads this and we're not on our heels and we're offensive again. We're not reactionary, we're not defensive, we're not acting against the best interest of the public, we're doing the opposite and preserving US monetary independence. And so, to wrap it, a Benjamin Franklin quote, when the people find that they can vote themselves money, that will herald the end of the republic. And I think this is true in what we've seen with Elon Musk and Doge and all the audits he's been doing and all the fraud that he's been uncovering. And I think this is true today, especially given light and context of the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. So I firmly believe that we have a choice as a country. We can continue the cycle of economic decay, or we can embrace the first real solution in a century. And we're not going to confiscate our citizens' property. We're not going to debase and harm their purchasing power. We're not going to treat men differently in this country. We're going to get back to the founding ideas of this great nation and reinstill a lot of the principles that started us and got us to be here in the first place. And I think that the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, from an economic sense, does that and more. And I think it's the most positive economic policy. And Senator Lummis, I'm so grateful for her Bitcoin Act. And we're going to make America great again through Bitcoin. And I think the context relative to all the other prior announcements over the last century really justifies that idea. So thank you, guys.
Okay, let's see if this thing works. I'm gonna close you all out here. We're right around time, so we did it. We weren't sure if we were gonna be able to do it, but we did it. Before I close out, we've got a special announcement from Senator Lummis. You know, she spoke earlier today about reintroducing the Bitcoin Act, and I wanna make sure that the senator is able to come up here and announce some more details about that act. So everybody give it up for Senator Lummis.
Thank you. It's been a joy to be with you today. Michael Saylor, that may be one of the dozen best presentations I've ever heard in my life. Honestly, what a... And to all of you, you are the future. And this is so exciting, and I wish everybody could catch the same fever for the future of America and what Bitcoin brings to it that we all have. I'd like to announce that we will be reintroducing the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve today, the Bitcoin Act in the Senate. So far, original co-sponsors are Tuberville, Blackburn, Marshall, Sullivan, Marino, and Justice. We have a couple more feelers out for original co-sponsors today, but the House as well, through Nick Begich, has 6 original co-sponsors. The momentum is in our hands, and we need to make this happen. Thankfully, President Trump is with us, and the opportunities are boundless. Thank you for being at this conference. Thank you for making it so very special. And I will turn it back to the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Thank you very much.
On that note, I think it's important to take this as a quick reminder of ultimately how far we've come. A year ago, Strategic Bitcoin Reserve was just an idea, and a year later, we have nearly 10% of the United States Senate that is co-sponsoring this bill from day one of the reintroduction. So that is worth more than the multiple rounds of applause that the senators received today. And thank you to all the other senators who are pioneering this idea and moving it forward. The final thing that I want to mention here is I think today has truly been an incredible day. Every single one of you were handpicked to attend this event, and that's not just me, stroking your ego. We had thousands of people who wanted to be here today, and if you were chosen, there's a reason. So I want to thank you all for being here, for taking the time, and for being additive to what I think was truly an amazing event. That said, conversations like today can't just happen in conference halls. We also want to make sure that they're happening every day in the halls of Congress. Bitcoin Policy Institute, we are the largest cryptocurrency think tank in Washington, D.C. We're the only Bitcoin-focused policy organization in Washington, D.C. And frankly, we've staffed up our team. We have an amazing team, and it's still not enough. There needs to be more Bitcoiners in Washington, D.C. having these conversations on Capitol Hill. And that's why I'm thrilled to announce the Bitcoin Policy Institute is launching our Congressional Fellowship Program. This is our boldest initiative yet. We want to place a Bitcoin expert in every congressional office in Washington, D.C. This fellowship is going to allow BPI to fund and place deeply knowledgeable Bitcoin professionals directly inside Capitol Hill, ensuring that every member of Congress has access to the facts, expertise, and perspective that they need to craft smart Bitcoin policy. If you're passionate about Bitcoin, if you believe in financial sovereignty, if you believe in our mission and open networks, we want you to be a part of this movement. Now, thank you all for being here, for the work that you do, that you have done, and that you will continue to do. Thank you for helping us build a future, the future of Bitcoin. Now, we will see you all at our Bitcoin Policy Summit in Washington, D.C. in June. Have a great day, everybody.
リクナビネクストは求人数が多い。あなたにとって大事なものを大切にできるように。求人の数は可能性の数だ。求人の数が多い転職サイト。
リクナビネクスト。
リクルート。
暗号資産の SBI VC トレード。
I mean,
You guys have been operating since, the end of World War II. How is your business going?
It's great. And so we operated in the banking side since the end of World War II. We've operated on the security side and became a full member in 86. So we've been here a long time. About 800 teammates, one of the largest non-Japanese banks in the city. Corporate banking, investment banking, treasury services, and obviously the markets business. Done very well here.
What parts especially are we seeing more excitement about?
Well, if you think about Japan, the excitement overall is the changes in structure. Obviously, the interest rate structure coming up. Inflation from a country had no inflation for years, for 30 years. It changes people's attitudes, wage growth. And then also on the other side of it, you're seeing the corporate reforms going through, which are critical, and the push for the government to move the money outside the deposit banking system into the investment system, which will happen, which has drawn a lot of interest from outside world. So we're hearing a lot of M&A dialogue, and it was up last year, and we expect it to be up this year. We heard about 30-40% of our revenues of Asia are in here in Japan, so it's strong. We're seeing a lot of market activity, and then the flows, the capital flows, the treasury services business, which isn't exciting as an M&A deal, but is critically important to the profitability of our company.
We were just mentioning 7&I, for example, and I know that you guys have been involved with them. We are now hearing potential listing in the U.S. business?
I'd have to lead to my teammates. I don't get involved in a deal, but look, we have a great team here, and they do a great job, and if they think it's the right outcome for our customers, they'll tell them, and we'll see what happens.
But that's sort of part of that corporate reform story.
Yeah, it is. That's the idea. We've been with government officials and clients, and the companies are excited to have in the classic word, animal spirits. Let's get moving. Let's merge these companies together. Let's modernize them. Let's keep working on the cost structure. You have very low unemployment rate here, 2% plus, very low. There's plenty of capacity to absorb, employees. There's a little more competition for wages, competition for employees, wage growth. So I think all that sets up the ability to get the reforms going through, whether they're corporate reforms, return reforms, the demands that you've got to return, capital, getting cash off the balance sheet of these corporates, either back to shareholders to do something. But in the end of the day, you got to come back, and it's got to be wise deals that are strategically important, that add value, because spending money is the easy part. Making it really get the returns after you spend it is the hard part.
There's more in the pipeline for Bank of America here when it comes to deals this year.
Yeah, it just, the amount of conversation, the amount of excitement, both inbound from outside the rest of the world, and also outbound from the large companies here continue to expand across Asia, but importantly into the United States, because frankly, a lot of the manufacturing debate that you talked about in the earlier section is they need to expand their manufacturing to maybe avoid potential tariffs, which is unknown what's going on.
Yeah, how much does that add to business uncertainty for you?
Well, I think clearly on the business side, you after the election, you had businesses very enthusiastic about the lower regulatory burden they'd have, the ability to get deals done, and you went from conversations last summer, which were sort of interesting conversations with the boards. Our teammates tell me they go in and they talk, and they'd show them these deals, and they'd say that makes sense, but it may be hard to get it done now. To get in here and let's talk about these deals. President Trump's administration has made it clear they're trying to get some things done, which may cause some short-term, sort of lack of understanding. That affects the business community, but they're saying, in the end of the day, and the president said in a speech the other day, we may have some short-term disruption to get to the long-term goal of downsizing government, downsizing regulation, et cetera. And I think the businesses now are sort of saying, well, I've got to figure that answer out. And that's fine, because it's what it feels like forever, a month or two or three. But meanwhile, on the consumer side, you're not seeing any change in activity, despite what they're saying, which is interesting.
Tell us a little bit about that, because in your last earnings call in January, and that was before the inauguration of President Trump, you were saying that consumers were still spending more than last year. Is that still the case?
So if this is sort of the dichotomy of what a consumer says they're thinking about versus what they actually do. So if you read the information of the last month or so, consumer confidence has come down, and they're worried about inflation going up and all that. That's sort of what they say they're going to do. What they really are doing, in the month of February, they spent 6% more money out of our accounts into the economy than they did last February. And year to date, it's about 6.5%. You compare that to the fourth quarter, it was about 4.5%. We felt pretty good about that. So the consumer is still spending. And by the way, if you look at what they spent on food, basically flat in February. So despite the discussion about egg prices and things, the actual total expenditure is about flat. Services, travel, entertainment, growing, and that helps drive jobs, because those Those all spending by consumers drives jobs, but the ones that are service-oriented and the entertainment require a lot of people to service them.
Aren't other policies from the administration, though, a little bit more disruptive when it comes to, say, immigration and hiring for these small and medium-sized businesses?
Well, if you go to small and medium-sized businesses, they've been facing two issues. One is the real cost of money went up a lot for them because they borrow on lines of credit, short-term lines of credit, and so they have to make sure when you're talking about you have SOFR at 4.5% or whatever plus their spread. That was SOFR at 50 basis points plus their spread. That was a big change in rates. They had to always be more careful. When you saw them kind of conservatively handle their lines of credit usage and stuff, then the election happens and they feel really good about the regulatory. But they started noticing they weren't be able to hire as easily and stuff. And so they're worried about where people think they're worried about inflation, they're actually right now a little bit worried about getting employees and running the businesses. And I think as these policies settle in, you'll see them settle in. But they were over-regulated. All companies were, but the small, medium-sized businesses felt all the labor regulation stuff. We have thousands of people can deal with it. They don't. And so if you're running your own business, and they feel good about that, but it's offset by let's get a set of rules set and then we can go.
How soon do you think they'll get some help from the Federal Reserve by lower rates?
Well, the market now, I think, put 3 cuts in after some of the data. And the market's been all over the place in a sense because over the last 90 or 120 days, I bet you we've had 5, 6 cuts to 0 cuts, back to 3 cuts. Our team believes that the Fed is kind of done cutting rates until inflation kind of gets in control. They believe that and I'd say they may, as they're thinking about that, given that if these tariffs go in, they thought that it would have some impact on the growth in the U.S., and that may cause them to think about that. But right now they're saying, look, you've got a real rate structure, which is Fed. You've got employment pretty stable and loosened a lot over the last year. And so maybe their view is there'll be no cuts. We'll see what happens if they start to see.
You also don't think inflation is getting under control or there are upside risks?
Our team of economists always thought it would take 3 years to get inflation under control. And so they projected to get down near the target towards the end of 26, but it takes that long. And everybody says, why doesn't it happen faster? It just takes a while for it all to work through the system, especially with the amount of stimulus and other things that went on.
In the meantime, you talk about markets being all over the place. Yeah. Has that increased your activity in that sense, in business and markets activity?
Well, if you look at the first quarter, we told we gave our guidance in our first quarter call, and NII was going to be up flattish quarter to quarter with 2 less days. That looks in great shape. Loans and deposits are what we expected to happen. The trading revenues been strong and up from last year, mid-single digits type of numbers. So we feel very good. I'd say the debt capital markets open and processing through. The equity capital markets, as we talked about, a little slower but still solid. Everything's in good shape. And then then the wealth management business very strong. So we feel very good about the current prospects of our company.
Same here in Japan, because we saw the brokerage unit, for example, posting a loss for Bank of America in 2023. Did it get better last year?
Yeah, you got to be careful of our legal entities because we don't run the business that way. We run the global things. But the group here made about 30% of the pre-tax profit for Asia. They're a very strong group, and so sometimes the mechanics of how that runs through because of the bank and the broker dealer and the parent. I wouldn't get too concerned about or too interested in the legal entity profits.
When it comes to the JGB trading aspect of things, are you seeing more interest? Are you building that up?
Yeah, we continue to add people in the trading business across the world. Honestly, Jimmy DeMar's done a great job. We've moved up about 200 basis points or so in market share across the last 5 years. We've given them more balance sheet, more risk to take. They've done a good job of deploying it, and they keep adding everywhere. As the activity picks up, we're adding people here too.
Yeah, because for the first time in a very long time, we are seeing a lot of volatility in the rates market, a lot of interest as well. We've heard about difficulties hiring, for example, rates traders, because all of a sudden this became so exciting.
Yeah, that's going to be true. And I think that one of the keys, and you personally are thinking this, there's a lot more people coming from the outside to work in Japan, and the rules and regulations allow that to happen. So we'll also hire internal people, but if there's not enough, we'll bring people from around the world to help on it. It's an exciting city to live in Tokyo, so it's not hard to get people to come here. And you're able to get them in and work, and so we feel good about that. And from the country's perspective, that's one of the things after women came into the workforce and after there were people worked a little longer, what you're seeing is foreign workers coming in of all different types now. And so we feel good about that we can get prospects here. But it is a tight labor market, there's no question. A lot of talent, but a lot of demand for that talent.
We are seeing also a lot of interest by activist investors, and you have a big advisory in that sector.
Yeah.
What are you seeing?
We agree with you, and I think I'd be careful about only equating that to activist investor. The pronouncements by the government and the exchange and stuff that you've got to move, the amount of cash on these balance sheets are making things happen. So activists can catalyze that activity, but at the end of the day, what's going to also catalyze activity is boards of directors and management teams saying, we have been given a mandate to change, and now with the interest rate and inflation and things, a more ebullient economy, we got Japan growing at 1%. That doesn't sound great, except for where it came from. That is great, and so I think that is going to cause more activity necessarily. So yes, there's activists, and we have an advisory business that helps people through that discussion, and they'll cause activity. But the imprimatur by the government to drive activity also causes it. And when I talk to CEOs of companies with big market caps, they're figuring out how to reposition themselves to keep driving.
Are you using more of Bank of America's balance sheet in trading here in Japan compared to other parts of Asia? Asia, we have 5 or 6% growth, so you really have to be careful. So in Australia, we have a great business, and so we've added about $200 billion across the world in trading balance sheet. And what percentage of one here, I have to get somebody to give me the statistics, but we're supporting the business everywhere. Some of the things that we've seen across the world, of course, we've talked a little bit about the fragmentation, about tariffs. When you see that growing rivalry between China and the U.S., for example, is that something that concerns you as a CEO when you look at Bank of America's business?
Yeah, our business is going to reflect our customers and clients, and so in the U.S., that's consumers and wealthy consumers and business of all size and corporates and then investors. Outside the U.S., our business is very specific. It's large companies, it's in large investors, and so anything that causes them to move money, we have to follow and help them do it. So it'd be great if everybody were all on the same page and everything was perfect. That just never happens. It's never happened in the world's history. It's not going to happen tomorrow either. So I think the concerns of how to move money around and how to where to invest, I think at the end of the day, we're sitting here in Tokyo. This has become a favorite place to look, and there's other places like this around the world. The United States is a strong place to look as we travel around Europe and other places. So I think it's really going to reflect those customers as opposed to us catalyzing activity and us running our business differently. We run our business to support our customers and clients, and they dictate the activity, and then we help advise them about that activity. And what we're saying is they're enthusiastic about the growth in the U.S., the growth on a global basis, 3% plus. The rate structure coming down a little bit across the world, the ECB cut rates, so they're feeling good about it. They just need a business likes plans 3, 5, 7, 10-year cycles, and it's hard to do that when there's this much movement. But on the other hand, they face this all the time.
You've been at your post for a long time, so you don't see this time as any different from past cycles?
Well, I always look at it in the context. Look, believe me, right after the financial crisis, it was a kind of interesting world out there, and the reshuffling of all the activities. And so every time has its unique things. What we do in the company is really focus on driving, our mantra is we have to grow no excuses, and we have to do it with the right risk, and we have to do it with a great team, and we have to keep driving efficiency and effectiveness. So the rules and regulations, our industry is looking in the United States for a reduction in regulatory burden that built up after the financial crisis for good reason, but kept building up when the reason wasn't as good. Those things are important to us because, frankly, it allows us to serve our customers better.
You're having those conversations right now with President Trump.
Yes, it's been going on for a while. And so the Secretary of Treasury spoke yesterday in New York and laid out some of his thoughts. And so this isn't new. This was going on for a while. And so our job is to get a set of rules that are fair and down the middle and help businesses be strong and help the economy grow with the right risk management. And I think is it different? It's always different. Tomorrow will be different than today. There'll be a different set of factors. The question of how we run our company is consistent, and we run that company to have, how we drive it is important to serve those clients, do it the right way, do it and make good money, and do it the right way.
The shift in geopolitics, in the world environment, macroeconomics, but also it seems in culture as well. This rollback in DEI initiatives, for example, which includes Bank of America, will it have a negative effect, especially across Wall Street?
Look, we think of our company as creating opportunity, and think of it two ways. You can look in the mirror, you can look in the window. And so the mirror, it's who we hire. We hire from 400 plus schools we go to. We hire We hired 30,000 people from low and moderate income neighborhoods, giving an economic opportunity they wouldn't otherwise have. 10 to 15,000 veterans over the last 5, 6, 7 years. So we hire people and create opportunity for them. And those teammates then can do everything they want to do. Last night we had an alumni group here in Tokyo. And you had people who worked our company 15 years and went off to help create a startup and stuff, which is also good for the Tokyo, the Japan economy. And you had other people who retired and other people who did a lot of things. But the idea is we create opportunity. That's the window. And once they're here, then the question of how they feel is important. And so we have 300,000 memberships on employee groups, et cetera. The rules changed in the United States. We had to change to reflect that. But the principle of having a great workforce that is well-trained and has a chance to do everything we want to do at Bank of America and recognize their opportunity is good. Outside our company, we also look at the opportunity to create that through our lending activity and everything, and also the programs that we work with to help other companies find and access teammates who are going to get an economic opportunity. You join our company, you start at $50,000. You get all the benefits. You get training. You get education reimbursement. And when I meet with the teammates who have been with us 15, 60 years, they started as 17 or 18-year-old kids in part-time, and now 50 years later had a great career. That's what we want people to have at Bank of America.
Good morning from our global headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Cranny alongside Danny Berger. You're welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set that agenda.
Crawling back from the worst day since 2022. Futures rebound after a sellout wipes out $1 trillion off the NASDAQ 100. Prepare for concessions. Secretary of State Marco Rubio outlines what's his roadmap for peace in Ukraine. And Delta warns on the economy and cuts its profit forecast in half. Good morning, Manus.
Danny, good morning. The very essence of U.S. exceptionalism may be on pause, and that's that narrative everywhere from Delta through to Ed Yardeni. Don't panic yet. Citi say exceptionalism in U.S. equity markets, which are trying to find their feet this morning, is on pause. The S&P on the brink of a correction. Consumer discretionary is the only sector which is fully corrected. The NASDAQ, the worst day since 2022, again trying to find its footing this morning. The Mag 7 is off 6% yesterday, down 16% for 2025. To the bond market, 24 hours ago, we looked at these bond markets. They were down by 5 basis points. The 10s collapsed by 10 basis points. And suddenly, we're pumping up a much earlier and more aggressive Federal Reserve. 83 basis points of cuts potentially this year, 40% probability of May. So suddenly, Danny, even after the New York Fed inflation, steady as she goes numbers, this market at the moment is definitely looking at a risk reward towards 4% rather than back at 450 at the moment.
Yeah, that move in equities is a rebound. We opened in the pre-market session down by nearly 1%. Part of the souring attitude also came in the form of earnings. Here's what we saw yesterday from Delta, and the pain continues this morning, down nearly 10%. It cut its profit forecast, lowered its guidance for revenue growth and operating margin. Most notably, and maybe this is why it upset wider markets, it cited weakening travel demand with consumer spending and consumers in general under pressure.
And Tesla rebounding after the worst day in more than 4 years. It came after growing concerns on Wall Street about demand for the company's electric cars.
And by the way, Trump said that he would buy one to support Tesla. So if you want to know where the Trump put is, it's with Tesla stock. Meanwhile, Oracle down 1.8% in the pre-market trade. Sales and profit forecast for the current quarter fell short of estimates. Still, it did point to a surge in bookings and also said that its growing cloud infrastructure business will boost revenue.
In just a few moments, we will address some of those market concerns. Ella Hodja of Newton Investment Management. Later in the hour, Laurie Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets. That is a brilliant image. I've got this image of a gold Cybertruck, Donald Trump in it, with Elon Musk on the other side, doing a victory lap down Pennsylvania Avenue. There's an image for you this Tuesday morning.
Yeah, but it's kind of the point that, like, he'll step into the market for Tesla specifically, but not the wider market. I thought it was really telling that White House officials yesterday were asked about this market sell-off. Their response, we're seeing a strong divergence between animal spirits of the stock market and what we're actually seeing unfold from businesses and business leaders, and the latter is more meaningful. So they're saying business leaders are still okay, and notably, Trump is going to be meeting with business leaders for a roundtable today. We'll see if they can throw him off some of this idea that he shouldn't be stepping in, or maybe make him enact tax cuts quicker.
Yeah, well, we've got Jane Fraser, Jamie Dimon going to the White House. What are they going to say? There was a hurrah moment that these deal flows and deal tickets were going to come piling in. That simply hasn't happened. On the IB with Tim Graff over at State Street, and he says, calm down a little bit. Put this in perspective. The S&P 500 is back to where we were 6 months ago. Your risk is the CPI tomorrow. We were talking about vol and vol shocks. He said, just restrain the language. The biggest risk is that you go into tomorrow, and that's where you have a much bigger risk on the CPI, and that could give you a risk parity moment.
Yeah, the economists are seeming worried, though. Mohamed El-Arian writing in the FT this morning saying, essentially, even if the journey, the destination is a good one, the journey could be a problem, that a bumpy journey could shake confidence in the U.S., and that will undermine one of the greatest strengths of this country, which is that confidence in our institutions.
Absolutely, but of course that takes the consumer. Let's talk about this volatility. It's driven by recession fears. It's cutting through the market. Citigroup downgrading their view on U.S. equities to neutral, citing expectations of negative U.S. data. For the White House's reaction to the recent sell-off, we're joined now by Kevin Whitelaw. Kevin, I want to pick up on what Danny said, which is you got the business leaders going in there today, from banking to Cisco. And there's a great line from Neil Dutta over at Renaissance. Powell is not ready to pivot, and Trump has no reason to turn the dial back. Do you think that those voices from business will be pushing for a switch in the dial today? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Look, the businesses have a complicated sort of message that they want to, go in there. They came in very excited about elements of Trump's agenda. Many were very much in favor of the deregulation agenda. They're looking for ways to free up the ability to do business more quickly and more with more flexibility. They're also looking at particularly this tariff fight, which is emerging, and that is really alarming a lot of them. And just the unpredictability of it is making it incredibly complicated for companies as they try to figure out how to do some medium to long range planning. And so, they are going to try to figure out how to calibrate that message to Trump, understanding that, he's often not receptive to criticism to his face, as I think the Ukrainian president found out recently.
Yeah, but at the same time, Kevin, it was the automakers who convinced Trump to step back or at least give a delay in auto tariffs, so maybe business leaders can do the same thing. Trump has a lot of influences coming in right now, along with the business leaders. He constantly has Musk in his orbit. Yesterday, Musk was on Fox talking about entitlements, saying most of federal spending is entitlements, so that's like the big one to eliminate. How is that going to go down on Capitol Hill, Kevin?
Well, in any other previous political era, that's what we would call a gaffe, to come out and say the thing that your opponents have been accusing you of wanting to do. While you're denying it. President Trump, in his campaigns, had always talked about protecting Social Security, but obviously with Elon Musk using the word eliminate anywhere near that entitlement spending, that's red meat for Democrats, who are obviously extremely worried about what that's going to mean and what that's going to mean for obviously the millions and millions of Americans who depend on that money, and with sort of the access that Doge has had to some of those accounts, with the lack of transparency over what exactly is happening there, and all of the changes in leadership, there is a lot of concern about this, and this is only going to feed that. So that is going to concern lawmakers, not just Democrats, but also a number of Republicans.
Kevin, the momentum to some kind of a cessation of hostilities between Russia and Ukraine is building. Rubio, on the way back from Saudi Arabia, made it very clear that Ukraine's going to need to make some territorial concessions. So what is it that the Russians are going to want before they go for that cessation of hostilities?
Well, the real question here is, what is Putin feeling any real pressure to come to a peace deal? He's obviously been feeling like he's got a somewhat stronger situation in the way the war has been going, been gaining bits and pieces of ground, been able to inflict some damage in Kyiv, and seems to have a much more sympathetic voice in the White House, someone who's much more critical of Ukraine. And so in that sense, the real question is, what is Trump going to do, if anything, to force Putin to the table and to really actually make some deals? He's going to be looking for guarantees that there won't be a real NATO presence in Ukraine. He'll probably be looking for restrictions on the size of the military, and obviously looking for as much territory as he can get. In that, Ukraine, meanwhile, is going to try to figure out how it can come up with some kind of situation that will not simply allow Putin to regroup and then launch another attack in a year or 2 or 3.
Kevin, we really appreciate the update this morning. That is Bloomberg's Kevin Whitelaw. Let's get you some other stories now that are trending on the terminal this morning. Volkswagen expects profitability to remain roughly flat this year. The car maker bracing for lots of challenges, from trade tensions to declining sales in Europe. It's also under pressure to stabilize China performance, where it's been losing market share to local manufacturers like BYD.
Germany's Greens are hoping for an agreement in the dispute over defense spending. The party's co-head spoke to Bloomberg on how likely a deal could be.
We have been ready to negotiate since the night of the elections. We have been surprised that there has been nobody really engaging with us seriously.
Do you think it's likely that we could get a deal by the end of this week?
No, I really hope so. I'm like, the situation is dire in Ukraine. We really need Europe to speed up its own defense.
Elsewhere, YouTube star Mr. Beast's company, Beast Industries, generated $250 million in sales from its chocolate business. Feastables, that was last year. Over the same stretch, his media business, which includes his YouTube channel, his reality TV show, produced similar sales but lost almost $80 million. Beast Industries is currently looking to raise a couple $100 million to expand its existing divisions. So chocolate, that's the moneymaker, not media. Anyway, we are going to cover the market sell-off, bond yields falling 10 basis points yesterday. Newton's Ella Hoja will be joining us next on your brief. It's your Bloomberg Brief. Danny Berger and Manus Cranny here in New York. A couple things, Manus, yesterday upset markets. For one, Trump saying that he's not denying that a recession might happen, but then concerns about the consumer. We got this from Delta yesterday in their earnings. They put out this statement that the outlook has been impacted by the recent reduction in consumer and corporate confidence caused by increased macro uncertainty, driving softness in domestic demand. Even before we got that, we had the New York Fed survey of investor expectations. And in that, you had investors, consumers rather, growing more pessimistic about their finances. About 27% expect their year-ahead financial situation to be somewhat or much worse off, the highest level in 15 months. Joining us now is Ella Hoja, head of fixed income at Newton Investment Management. Ella, some of the sentiment readings continue to sour. Some of the businesses are telling us that consumers are worried. How much of what we're seeing in markets is just vibes, is just a retrenchment of things that might have gone too far, versus an actual change in economic fortunes?
Well, we had to price out quite extreme consensus coming into markets this year. And as we like to say, a contrarian approach actually has paid off quite well, particularly over the last few years. And we believe it's the same this year. So you take out some of that steam from whatever was priced coming into this year. But then on top of this, I think you're adding quite a bit of uncertainty, which is warranted in the sense that we have a policy backdrop ahead of us that we have to process and digest in a very different way. So you take away some of that optimism, I guess, and give way for uncertainty around what might be happening with short-term inflationary pressures, what's happening to growth, what's happening to jobs, because there's been a deterioration trend there in place for some time now. And so I think that's kind of fair and warranted, I guess, to have a bit of uncertainty going up and therefore sentiment souring down because of that.
Ella, in 2 very short months from whence we were in Davos to where we are now, there's exuberance around exceptionalism in the US. That is now being questioned. But a lot of people are very hesitant to throw in the towel on US assets. We're not at that point by any stretch. So where are we in the recalibration?
I mean, look, I think my view at least is that we probably need to tone down expectations further over the short term. And what we've heard from the policy put element that the markets have got accustomed to, let's say, at least over the last 14, 15 years, that there should be a pricing out at least to some extent of this put option. Therefore, I think at least from an equity stance, a lot of the darlings of the trades that we've seen over the last couple of years, as you see, are getting dented. But this is also where a lot of concentration has been in markets. And we've talked about this level of unprecedented concentration in certain sectors in equity markets. And so I think you have to at least price some of that away and then maybe give way for an increase in probability that there is a risk here. I'm not going to say a certainty, but there is an increased risk that you might be facing a recession potentially in the US in the months ahead of us. I think we have to at least put a 50 to 60% probability to that, in which case then probably the risky assets will be hurt further over the next few months.
Wait, Ella, just to be clear, you see a 50 to 60% odds that we're going to get a US recession in the next year?
Yes, I've tried to stay away from the R word, as they say. But I mean, look, we operate in financial markets. I like to think in probabilities. It's important to do so as your landscape is changing, as we were saying. So has your view, right? And so it hasn't been our core case for this year, I will admit, but it's certainly been increasing in probability. And therefore, the way we assess credit markets as a result also has evolved in the sense that you probably need a bit more premium, I guess, to own, particularly the riskier parts of credit, such as high yield.
So if you're at 60%, give or take, on a recession, that presumably makes the bond proposition, sovereigns, a lot more attractive, perhaps relative to high yield or to investment grade. So what does that do to treasuries at 60% probability for a recession?
Well, look, first and foremost, before answering that question, I want to say this remains a trader's market, right? So this is great for macro. It's great for people who can be active. And therefore, as a result, I think with this increasing odds, you probably have to trade that rallying for rates. So as you say, sovereign bonds look attractive here. Bonds have looked attractive to equities for some time now. And, as you've seen year to date, we've certainly outperformed. And I think that trend can continue. But, and this is an important emphasis, I don't know that that's the case for the rest of this year, because I do believe that policy responses will follow. That's number one. And second, on the fiscal setup, we are looking at the possibility of extending tax cuts in the US. So maybe that will buy us some breathing room. And last but not least, I don't see that if indeed this, let's say, 50 to 60% odds of recession play out, I don't believe that we're looking for a deep recession. It's probably more nuanced in the sense of a shallow recession as balance sheets remain healthy, at least on the private side. And so I think with that in mind, I would probably say that you trade away from that. So initially we trade the rally in bonds, but I suspect later this year we might be flipping that view around.
Ella, just quickly, because we have seen some investment grade and high yield bonds waking up. Some of the spreads starting to widen yesterday, the biggest jump for high yields since August. Is credit finally waking up? Because spreads have been so tight even in the face of equity selling off.
Yes, and it's probably the most complacent view out there is that perhaps a little bit of widening, but no drama in credit. Look, in recession, credit moves, no doubt about it. So your excess returns look less attractive. And so you, as a bond manager, you have to give yourself some space here. Either increase your cash holdings, hedge some of your bets, or reduce some of your holdings which are looking rich. So I would say yes, absolutely. And I think credit is pretty well held in general. So if there is a surprise in bond markets this year, maybe it will come from credit. I don't want to be, very dramatic or dogmatic about it, but I'd certainly play the risks the other way.
No, you've made it very, very clear. This is a trader's market, and perhaps to a certain leg lower in this bond market is already in that price. Ella, thank you very much. Ella Hodja of Newton Investment Management with her calls on the market. Waking up credit. Good morning from Bloomberg.
Welcome back to your brief. Let's take a look at some of the front pages this morning. The Washington Post leads with this. on reports that the NIH will cancel or cut back dozens of grants related to vaccine hesitancy and uptake. People at the NIH and HHS did not immediately respond to requests for comment from the Washington Post.
Next up on Bloomberg, Russia says its air defenses downed 337 Ukrainian drones. This was overnight. It seems to be the largest attack on its territory over the 3-year-long war. Now, the attack occurred as Ukrainian and U.S. delegations are preparing to meet in Saudi Arabia.
And the Financial Times has this, that Delta has cut its profit expectations for the first quarter roughly by half on weakening travel demand. It also lowered its guidance for revenue growth to reflect a $500 million reduction and for its operating margin. Let's get more on the story. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Benedict Campbell. Benny, just how weak is domestic travel in the U.S.?
So according to Delta, it's considerably weaker than they previously expected. The big takeaway from this is really that a couple of weeks ago, early in January, the company came out and said things are looking really strong, really robust demand. The visibility into the spring quarter is great. And here we are, sort of 6 to 8 weeks later, and we're faced with a very different picture. As you said, it's domestic travel, it's the leisure part of the market that is at risk here. Delta does a lot of domestic travel, about 50% of their business is on that side, so they're really quite uniquely hit by this. It's the transatlantic and the international business and the corporate travel that is still doing reasonably well, but this was a bit of a shock to the market. They said this ahead of a conference that's happening today in the US. It's a big aviation conference with a lot of executives speaking, so you might get similar comments from other airlines coming out of this. So Delta certainly set the tone, and it was a really negative one.
Benny, good morning. They keep the full year guidance the same, and that takes some of the analysts to the view that this is a transitory moment. Do the capacity that's been taken out of the system create some kind of a flaw in terms of the overall earnings for the industry?
Yeah, you're probably right. If you look back into last year, we had a lot of overcapacity, and that was taken out of the market step by step. And you saw some really good numbers. If you look at companies like United last year, they had a really cracker end of the year. They did well. Delta, again, as I said at the start of this year that things are looking good. But for a lot of domestic passengers, flying is also, there's a little bit of psychology built into that. It is, do I have enough disposable income? Do I really need to take this trip? And then don't forget, we did have a number of really scary events in the US aviation market in the last couple of weeks. We had the mid-air collision in Washington. We had that Delta plane that landed on its roof in Toronto. And again, that contributed to it. The CEO came out yesterday and said, look, flying is still safe, but a lot of people, alongside looking at their wallets, might think, do I need to take this flight? Might I stay at home? I just don't feel very safe at the moment. So that also contributed to that.
Delta having a very painful reaction this morning, down nearly 12% at the lows of the pre-market session. Benny, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Benedict Campbell. Now, coming up, we're going to be catching up with Lori Calvasina as equities attempt to stage a rally. Will it stick? We're up 0.4% on your S&P 500 futures. Your 10-year yield, a little change this morning at 4.2%. This is Bloomberg. From our global headquarters in New York City, welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Danny Berger alongside Manus Cranny. Let's set your agenda.
Crawling back from the worst day since 2022, futures rebound after the sell-off wipes out $1 trillion from the Nasdaq 100. Prepare for concessions. Secretary of State Marco Rubio outlines Ukraine's roadmap for peace. And Delta warns on the economy and cuts its profit forecast in half. Danny, good morning.
Good morning, Manus. Delta down sharply in the pre-market, but you might feel a little bit better looking at this. We are moving higher in the futures session. It is a Nasdaq 100 that's up more than 0.5%, but can it hold? We are now at a peak to trough loss of 8.5%, making it the biggest sell-off for the S&P since 2023. Tech was by far hit the worst. Nasdaq falling a whopping 4%, its worst day since 2022. Tesla saw its worst day since 2020. Citi cuts their view on stocks. stocks. HSBC cuts their view on stocks. You also had a bond market rally yesterday, the front end rallying by as much as 11 basis points. But we are calm, cool, collected this morning. We are little changed. We are under 3.9% for your 2-year yield and at 4.2%. Basically on the dot for your U.S. 10-year yield, Manus.
I love that, Danny. We're calm. That is like a paddling, a paddling duck underneath there.
I don't know how long that lasts.
And we've just had a conversation with Ella Hodger, and she said, look, this is a trader's market. She's not calling a recession, but the probability of a recession has risen in her view, 50 to 60%. How much of that is not in the credit market, but is in the sovereign bond market? That's the kind of dislocation, perhaps the next dislocation in these markets to come.
You're finally getting credit markets that are wakening up.
Yeah.
You're finally getting credit spreads that are widening. For high yields, it's their most since the summer of last year, but it's not really yet enough to ring the alarm bells. I think that's the interesting dynamic to watch. At what point does it move from a repricing to something that looks more panicky?
And I think you made a good point the other day. We were chatting to another guest about credit, and as Danny said, look, the credit markets are something a little bit different to what they were under Trump.
They're higher quality.
They're higher quality, perhaps a little bit of a moat in the financing there. One word of restraint from State Street, which is calm down. The S&P 500 is only back to where it was 6 months ago, but it's the speed with which we have repriced, and perhaps that's a more virulent point. So let's just bring that to Laurie Calvasina. She is the head of US equity strategy over at RBC. Laurie, good to see you. If anything, you've been absolutely stoic and on the button with your calls from the upside and US exceptionalism. Here we are. In the break we were talking about, you said it feels like a little panic. My question to you is, it feels like a little bit of a panic. When does it morph into something much more significant on the downside risk?
So look, it's a great question, and I think, unfortunately, we're at the battleground. So 5 to 10% drawdowns are not out of the ordinary, and we're getting close to that 10% mark. And what we've seen historically is when you do kind of get to that 8, 9, 10%, you get little hints of panic, and that's where something needs to change. If I think about my kind of bottoming indicators, things I've used over the course of my career, I would say AAII net bulls, you're at GFC lows. Unfortunately, you do tend to get stuck there, so you can't just sort of say we've kissed that low, we need to rebound. I really want to see the CFTC data on Friday, which will tell us what institutions were doing yesterday and what they continue to do today. That indicator on U.S. equity futures positioning has been like first, maybe second inning, if I'm being generous, in terms of unwinding from peak. So, but when it falls, it does tend to fall pretty fast and pretty sharp. So I want to see where that is. And if I think about earnings revision trends, that's another one that tends to be a good bottom indicator. And we're still sitting at like 42% upward earnings revision. So we haven't really downward adjusted earnings yet. So, and then I'm not going to try to predict the news flow, right? But that has certainly been a big part of this. And I'll tell you, Manus, 2 weeks ago, I was on the road seeing investors. I'm not going to tell you which part of the country because I'll give too much away, but I was talking to investors, and it was the first time all year that I saw equity people say, maybe there's not a Trump put, maybe these tariffs are for real. Up until that, it had been insistence, this is just a negotiating tactic, and there's a Trump put, where is that? Let's debate that number. And and I think the administration, right, has been sending various messages over the last, kind of week and 24 hours, 3 days, whatever, and they're sort of sending that same message. So we kind of have to go through that, and we do need to see if some of the messaging changes.
Yeah, again, yesterday, a White House spokesperson saying we're seeing a strong divergence between animal spirits of the stock market and what we're actually seeing unfold from businesses and business leaders, and the latter is obviously more meaningful. I have to say, Laurie, it almost rhymes with people who say the earnings are what's important. To your point, the earnings are important. We haven't seen a change. But considering what we heard from Delta yesterday, saying that the consumer is starting to look weaker, you and the team are really good at looking at corporate statements.
Yeah.
Are you starting to see the first glimmer of a change in corporate sentiment?
So I'll tell you, I wasn't doing a lot of reading of transcripts last week, but I was at the RBC Financial Institutions Conference, and they do a fantastic job every year of getting a lot of the banks together. And so they've got the big investment banks everybody looks at, but they do a great job of also getting the mid and smaller cap banks, which really have their pulse on the economy. And there was one company, and again, I can't talk about companies on live TV, but there was one company that said something that was echoed by a number of others. And and by the way, this bunch was pretty bullish on the new administration and the regulatory backdrop. Okay, so it was a pretty friendly audience. But they were saying, look, all the stuff we're seeing, all the noise out of Washington, all the uncertainty that's emerged, you know, it's having an impact on day-to-day conversations. And you know, a couple of companies use the word pause. And I think this idea that we are undergoing a sentiment shock, we see all the different categories of vibes breaking down: political vibes in the net approval and polling data, investor vibes and sentiment and fund flow data, corporate vibes, you know, have probably been the most resilient if you look at the consumer, the CEO confidence survey from Conference Board. But even there, they've taken a bit of a dent, and they're noticing that there has been an impact. And so we can talk about animal spirits all we want, but the reality is that consumer vibes, investor vibes, corporate vibes, those all end up potentially having an impact on business activity. So just because we haven't seen a massive deterioration yet, number one, doesn't mean that we won't see it. And number two, what I heard from the banks last week is that it may be starting. That this whole idea of, you know, kind of the surprise, the confusion, the shock, it's at nothing else starting to cause some people to pause.
Well, certainly in the New York Fed, unemployment, delinquencies in credit, access to credit. I know it's New York as opposed to Michigan. Talk about the politics of Michigan. Tell me this: what we have is we've had essentially a blue-collar recession. We are now, the prospect is that a white-collar recession gaps down and meets the blue collar. So that is what is ahead of us, potentially ahead of us over the next 9 months. What is the consequence of that, the risk of that, and the consequence of that for how you invest?
So one of the things I've been very concerned about is that if you look at the Michigan survey in particular, and they do a beautiful job of sort of breaking out the different income cohorts, you could see this dominance and this kind of better vibe, so to speak, of the high-income consumer. And the low-income consumer was feeling worse, and then post-election, the low-income consumer moved up and the high-income consumer moved down. And now actually they're all stalling, so you're not even getting that recovery in the low-income consumer anyway. But the problem with that is that if you look at the S&P, it's really, you know, if we think about those retailers and those consumer-oriented companies, for the last year, they've been telling us the low end was weak and the high end is strong. And so the overall consumer picture looks pretty good because that high-end consumer has felt great and they've been outspending money. And so the question is that going to hold up? It is the math of GDP. The math of GDP works differently than the math of elections. And that math of GDP, what I'm seeing in that sentiment data, is at risk. Now, again, we don't know, and I'll give the person who made that statement yesterday credit, we don't know to what extent that's impacting actual activity yet. We need to be very vigilant on that. But that is the risk in here, that we're taking this thing that has propped up consumer spending and propped up earnings and hurting it.
Well, maybe it makes sense then that the banks have sold off so hard, if that's kind of the vibe that's changing. Tech has also been hurt really hard too. We're entering something that looks kind of like a tech bear market. In that kind of wreckage, is there anything attractive to buy, or would you hold off for now?
So, you know, we've kept our overweight on financials on, and we've said, you know, there's going to be some short-term pain there, right? Because the financial sector does tend to trade closely with the University of Michigan consumer sentiment data. So it is the plumbing of the economy. It is going to get hit by those vibes. But what I did hear last week at the conference was a very calm and confident set of management teams, and they're not seeing any kind of cracks underneath the surface. So I think they can manage through this, and there's probably a buying opportunity in there. And we have even noticed in our weekly this week, they were starting to get a little expensive and the valuations have started to improve. Now, tech is something different. We've been more cautious there. I think you've got international investors selling their U.S. stakes, and all the time I spend in Europe, and as I'm sure you know this well, like they want to talk to me about tech every time I go over there. It's tech, it's Mag 7, it's the growth trade, right? And that's how they've been expressing their U.S. bets. We are seeing in the PFR data, they are starting to move in to Western Europe. They are starting to move into Germany. We are hearing from this administration, Europe needs to spend more in Europe. That doesn't sound to me like an argument for buying the U.S.
Really interesting. Lori, it is so great to have you on. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. That is Lori Calvasina of RBC Capital Markets. Let's now get some other stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. Volkswagen expects profitability to remain roughly flat this year. It's bracing for many challenges, from trade tensions to declining sales in Europe. The company is also under pressure to stabilize its performance in China, where it's been shedding market share to local manufacturers led by BYD.
Germany's Greens are hoping for an agreement in the dispute over defence spending. The party's co-head spoke to Bloomberg on how likely a deal could be.
We have been ready to negotiate since the night of the elections. We have been surprised that there has been nobody really engaging with us seriously.
Do you think it's likely that we could get a deal by the end of this week?
No, I really hope so. I'm like, the situation is dire in Ukraine. We really need Europe to speed up its own defense.
YouTube star Mr. Beast, his company, Beast Industries, generated $250 million in sales from its chocolate business, Feastables, last year. Now, over the same stretch, his media business, which includes his YouTube channel, his reality TV show, produced similar sales, but it lost almost $80 million, so he makes more in chocolate than YouTube, basically, is the read on that. Beast Industries is looking to raise a couple $100 million to expand its existing divisions.
That story actually makes you smile. There you go. Makes everybody smile. A little bit of chocolate. Coming up in the show, top business executives, they're heading to Washington today to meet President Trump. That business roundtable, what is on the agenda? We'll give it to you right here on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief, and you're looking live at the Principal Room. Coming up later today, an exclusive interview with the Bank of America Retail Banking President, Holly O'Neill. That's at 7:30 a.m. Eastern, 11:30 a.m. in London on Bloomberg. It's your Bloomberg Brief. Danny Berger and Manus Cranny in New York. Now, a rough ride for stocks yesterday. The Nasdaq falling the most since 2022. Downgrades abound. U.S. downgrading U.S. equities, saying U.S. exceptionalism is, quote, at least pausing. You also have HSBC saying that there are better opportunities elsewhere, also downgrading their view on U.S. stocks. In large part, some of that was in reaction to policy uncertainties and fears that President Trump's comments mean that he will not be stepping in to save this equity market. Let's get now to Washington, D.C., where Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us. Tyler, we had a very large sell-off, and in Trump 1.0, this might be the type of sell-off that people would say, surely Trump will step in and do something to save this equity market. Has there been any indication at all from the White House that they're willing to do something along those lines?
No, Danny, at this point, it does appear that the White House has sort of a higher tolerance during this term compared to the first term, giving us no indications that they even have plans to change how their policy rollouts have come out, and just with so much uncertainty that we know that the market would like to see and has contributed to this change in market sentiment. Now, we did get a statement that hit our inboxes yesterday right after the markets closed from a White House spokesperson who told us reporters that they want to emphasize, quote, that we're seeing a strong divergence between animal spirits of the stock market and what we're actually seeing unfold from businesses and business leaders, appearing there to blame emotions rather than fundamentals for this sell-off. And I can tell you that officials keep trying to point to us to recent investments that have been made under this administration. For example, TSMC last week with a $100 billion pledge as evidence that their policies might be contributing to some longer-term growth policies here. But the question really remains, at what point would the White House step in to provide some sort of assurance here, or are they going to continue to double down on what has been their recent messaging, which is that this is part of a broader macroeconomic agenda and that consumers and investors alike have to be a little more patient? We could get some more answers potentially later on today. President Trump is expected to address the business roundtable here in Washington at 5 p.m. Eastern. It's a coalition made up of some top Wall Street executives. We're still chasing exactly who will be in that room, but no doubt, Danny, they are going to be looking for some firmer guidance from President Trump.
Tyler, let's just extrapolate that a little bit further. The tech community or the billionaire community are $200 billion lighter in their pockets since the inauguration. That's the kind of number that's being bandied around. Jane Fraser and Jamie Dimon are going to go in there. The deal flow is lighter than they had expected. What is it that this roundtable will talk about? What do you think the show and tell will be in the press conference?
Right. Well, they're going to be looking for firmer assurances about President Trump's tariff plans, in particular going forward, what sort of uncertainty we can see or what sort of reliability we could expect from this White House moving forward, because there's been a lot of conversations about how this policy perhaps has been going out of order here, right? That instead of first pushing forward perhaps tax cuts, we've seen so much uncertainty around that tariff agenda. But importantly, on those tax cuts, you have to remember that the last time President Trump addressed the Business Roundtable here in Washington, right before the election, that was when he had floated that he was going to cut the corporate tax rate. That was the pledge that he made during that meeting. That is probably something that they're going to want to know whether or not he's going to make good on that promise, as Congress continues to have disagreements already on how to get President Trump's tax agenda through. We know that right now they're considering the stopgap measure to fund the government through September 30th. That indicates to us that Republicans know that this is going to be a fight that is going to take many months to accomplish.
Tyler, elsewhere, we had Musk on Fox Business yesterday talking to Larry Kudlow. Let me just read you what he said. He said most of the federal spending is entitlements, so that's the big one to eliminate. Tyler, how is that sentiment going to be received on Capitol Hill?
Well, it also goes directly against a pledge that President Trump has made, which is that he will not touch Medicaid or Social Security. And this is going to be a very politically fraught issue for Republicans, but it is something that they already were grappling with before Elon Musk made his comments. We have to remember that the budget blueprint that they are working for in order to get President Trump's spending cuts and tax cut agenda off the ground currently allocates $880 million to the committee that oversees Medicaid to find those spending cuts. How the reconciliation process works is that committee is going to have to find those cuts somewhere. They could go to other programs, but the bulk of their jurisdiction oversees Medicaid. And just for example's sake, if $880 million in cuts went towards Medicaid, it would slash their annual budget by 10%. I was pretty struck by some statistics that came out by a database kept by NYU. 37% of House Speaker Mike Johnson's constituents in Louisiana are on Medicaid. This is going to be a very difficult vote, but at the same time, you have to balance it with fiscal hawks in Congress that are going to be looking for those deeper spending cuts, particularly to try to find these pay-fors, find these savings in order to get President Trump's tax cut agenda through, which brings us back to the beginning of the conversation, which this is really a big pillar of that macroeconomic plan, that fiscal agenda that this White House is banking on for long-term growth.
Yeah, in that interview he says $500 to $700 billion worth of savings, but he calls it a money magnet for illegal immigrants. Definitely one to watch. Tyler, thank you very much. Tyler Kendall there, tracking the political stories. Let's pivot to the corporate side of the U.S. narrative. U.S. airline stocks slumping this morning. Delta slashed its profit forecast. You can see that Delta down almost 11%, and the rest are being dragged lower. Delta's sharp reversal from the start of the year when the CEO, Ed Bastian, gave an upbeat forecast. Let's get to Benedict Campbell. He's got the story. Benny, this is a dramatic reversal of optimism, clarity, and a roadmap at the start of the year. How much of this is to do with the political and economic uncertainty?
Well, if you listen to Ed Bastian, the CEO of Delta, speaking yesterday, actually quite a lot has to do with this. You've got to remember leisure travel in particular, domestic leisure travel, there's an element of psychology behind that. You know, it's discretionary spending. People might think twice where they put their dollars right now. We are in a phase of real uncertainty in terms of where the economy is going, where the stock market is going, where people's savings are going. And in that kind of phase, more people are halting their travel plans, or at least reconsidering them. And that is the sort of thing that is poisonous for the aviation industry. Delta was first out of the block with this one yesterday. There's a big JP Morgan conference this morning in New York with all the major airlines presenting, and you could well imagine more dire comments, particularly warnings coming out of that. So watch this space. As you said, we saw this trickle through the entire industry yesterday. Even over here in Europe, you look at big companies like IAG, like Air France, like Lufthansa, all down because that has a real chilling effect on the industry.
Benny, but how much of this, and we've seen this happen before with corporations, is just using it as an excuse versus a strategy pivot, strategy holes, something like that, that maybe is also affecting Delta?
Yeah, there is always that element. As you said, we've been there. You have these big external shocks, you know, be it the pandemic, be it, you know, the financial crisis, and then companies come out and say, oh, this was because, you know, issues that were beyond our control. Difficult to say this time, but the timing does give a sense that maybe they are onto something here, because just a couple of weeks ago, Ed Bastian said, things are looking great, the demand is there, the spring quarter's strong, we've done our homework, we've taken capacity out of the market, pricing is solid, and here we are now. So really, there does seem to have been an external shock. One of them, as I said, the concern about the economy, the tariffs. The other one, not to be underestimated, is the crashes that we've had in the US, the dramatic, mid-air collision in DC in January, then the Toronto plane crash that involved a Delta plane, and more people anecdotally asking themselves, is this still the mode of transport that I would choose? Might I put off a trip right now? Do I really want to get on a plane? So these things do contribute. We'll get back to normal on that front, and if the economy does bounce back, or at least the sentiment, then people will start flying again. But right now we're in a bit of a toxic mix of people worrying about the safety of flying and worrying about their bank balances.
As I say, a really dangerous combination. Benny, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Benedict Campbell. Delta shares down more than 11% in the pre-market. Should that stick, it will be the worst single day for Delta since 2022. Okay, coming up, retail earnings and data on deck will set you up for your day ahead on your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for your trading day on this Tuesday. We have some retail earnings. We're going to get Kohl's and Dick's Sporting Goods, all that before the bell. We're also going to get JOLTS. Those job numbers come at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. And finally, President Trump is set for a business roundtable of CEOs, JP Morgan, Citi, Cisco, among others. Will they encourage him to speed up some of the good stuff like tax cuts, Manus?
Yeah, well, the deal flow that they've had hasn't been up to par. A couple of stocks to watch. Tesla. Leading the Mag 7, stock rebounding after tumbling the most since 2020. That was a brutal day yesterday. Maybe the message from the president ready to buy one helped. Oracle down over 1%, extending post-earnings decline, Danny, after weaker than expected results. And Kohl's dropping ahead of their earnings. They're going to hit before the bell. Danny.
Meanwhile, just want to leave you with an image of the euro this morning. It is trading at 109. It is at the strongest level versus the dollar since November. Some signs that the Greens might indeed reach a deal with the German party in order to get more spending and deficits higher. All right, that is it for your Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance will take it from here.
Good morning from our global headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Granny alongside Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set that agenda.
No pain, no gain. President Trump declines to rule out a recession and says the U.S. faces a period of transition. Those comments weighing on Treasuries, equity futures down into the red after stocks posted their worst week since September. And Canada has a new prime minister. Mark Carney demands respect from the U.S. and vows to take on the tariff fight. Good morning, Manus.
Danny, good morning. It was a brutal week for stocks last week, and we start on the back foot this morning, down 3% on the S&P 500, the biggest weekly fall in 6 months. We're starting the fourth week of decline in these equity markets. The Nasdaq already in correction. Well, it blipped into correction on Friday. If we continue at this pace, we will be firmly there. Laurie Calvasina at RBC says a garden variety pullback has finally begun. The risk is now these markets draw down 14 to 20%. Roll it over to the bond market. Extreme movements have been the real narrative here. We've gone from exuberance to despair. And of course, this tariff risk is now from an inflation risk to recession risk. We've got $119 billion worth of 3s, 10s and 30s, along with the CPI and the PPI later this week, coming in the bond market, 424 down.
A busy week to come. Don't forget University of Michigan sentiment survey also coming too. We've got some individual stocks we're keeping an eye on, along with the whole risk-off thing we're seeing in markets. Bitcoin is also falling. That's affecting crypto stocks like Coinbase, down 6.5%. It is now the 5th consecutive session of losses for Bitcoin. Some of the negative sentiment came last week when President Trump's executive action on a crypto reserve led to some disappointment.
To say the least. DoorDash Rising, as the food delivery company, is being added to the S&P 500 index along with Williams Sonoma, TKO Group and Expand Energy, all in
Finally, wrapping things up with some luxury. Ferragamo getting a nice little bounce back intraday, up 2.7% in the Italian trade. But that is mostly because it had its worst ever plunge on Friday, falling nearly 16% after issuing a weaker than expected outlook.
And in just a few moments, we'll catch up with Andrew Sheets of Morgan Stanley, and later in the hour, Terry Wiseman of Macquarie Group joins us. Danny, there's no doubt about it. We are on the back foot this morning. And I like what Ed Yardeni said late on Friday. We're wondering whether Trump Tariff 2 turmoil might trigger a rare kind of flash crash that then almost triggers the recession, or is accompanied by a recession.
Well, you have this concern that 10% of the world's wealth spend 50% on corporate spending. So is the wealth effect a bigger issue? And I think that's kind of what Yardeni is getting at. You're seeing that kind of recessionary language start to creep in. JP Morgan has upped their recession odds to 40%. Morgan Stanley has downgraded what they say is GDP of this and next year. The growth concerns are starting to become real.
Yeah, and the vibes are shifting as well. You just look at the commodity market, you look at the oil market, and that really begins to scream something much more aggressive. You've got JP Morgan talking about $50 oil. That is well into the downturn kind of numbers. But the Trump administration, it's starting to hint that the president's economic plans may cause some short-term pain. POTUS has not ruled out a slowdown in the US, saying, quote, this: there is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. His Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, has sung a similar tune over the weekend, saying that there's going to be a detox period. And here's what Andrew Sheets of Morgan Stanley says. The market impact. We think there are signs of weakness in the hard data. It will feed into recession fears and challenge the resilience of credit. The beta should increase on further drawdowns. Please say Andrew joins Danny and I this morning. He's the global head of corporate credit research over at Morgan Stanley. Look, these recession fears are rising. The count is rising. We're at 30% by some of the analysts. What is the risk of this potential flash crash triggering recession? And therefore, do you prepare for some kind of significant repricing in credit? Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning. So look, I think we need to take a step back and think about kind of the dynamics of what's happening. And so, our initial assumption, kind of if we think back to the end of last year, was that the Trump administration would make these larger policy changes to tariffs and immigration, but they'd be somewhat slower to occur. And so the economic impact would occur somewhat later. And so for an asset class like credit, where you still had very strong demand, you had attractive yields, it could be somewhat more resilient. And I think really over the last month, we've seen an administration that's pushing harder and faster on tariff and immigration policy. And that's causing real fundamental change in terms of how we at Morgan Stanley are seeing the U.S. economy. We are effectively bringing forward some of the slower growth and stickier inflation that we saw kind of happening later in the year and into 2026. We're bringing that forward into 2025. And that's happening in the context of a credit market that's been very resilient, that's in some ways ignored the weakness you mentioned in the commodity markets, the weakness we've seen in cyclical stocks or small cap stocks. And so I think that's the vulnerability. It's not just that our fundamental expectations at Morgan Stanley are getting worse. If we think about our base case, it's that specifically for credit, it's really kind of been surprisingly and impressively resilient. That rubber band has stretched a lot, and we're worried it can't stretch anymore.
What does it actually take to make the rubber band snap, though, Andrew? Because you probably could argue that seeing risk assets except credit do as poorly as they have 3 weeks of selling. I think if you said to someone you'd get over $70 billion worth of IG issuance last week and it would be easily absorbed, I think people would be surprised by that in isolation. So what does it take to actually bring the rubber band back in, to have it snap?
Yeah, I think that's the right question to ask. So one factor is growth. I mean, credit is a growth sensitive asset. So, moderation is great for credit. Growth expectations kind of coming down maybe to the lower end of 2%, high ones, that's still okay. But, our tracking estimate at Morgan Stanley has got down to kind of 1.4 for this quarter. I think if that drops another couple of tenths, then you're starting to flirt with kind of a 1% number, which I think the market would read as too low. I also think the decline in yields can be a bit of a dangerous dynamic. Initially, that decline in yields is great. It means that the total return on the bond fund that investors are holding is getting better. That can attract inflows. But I think as you break down below, say, 4% in the U.S. 10-year yield, and our expectation is that U.S. yields will continue to fall over the course of this year, we think that could sap some demand as those yield buyers step back. So I think it's the growth data that's going to matter most, that people are going to be most focused on. But I think the decline in yields, that could turn from, an ally into an enemy as it progresses.
It's going to be interesting to see what yield flashes red at the White House on the Treasury market for Scott Bessent. If the U.S. elasticity is becoming more fragile in credit, then how much more elasticity is there in European credit, given the fiscal shift and narrative in Europe, Andrew?
Yeah, so I think this is one of the genuinely interesting dynamics. I think some of the developments over the last week in Europe were good. We saw a larger than expected German fiscal plan. Our economists think that's good. Our economists have taken, up the risks to European growth, or up the outlook to European growth, at the same time that we're downgrading the outlook to the U.S. The ECB cut rates at a time where we think the Fed is going to be very hesitant to cut rates in the U.S. We only have one cut in 2025. I think the market in the U.S. is close to 3 cuts as their base case. So, Europe, we have the growth forecast going in a better direction. We have the ECB, which we think is going to be able to deliver more than the market expects, in contrast with less. Europe has rarely been able to completely decouple from the U.S., but it does seem to be in a better place. And so we think it should have somewhat more resilience, and that resilience, we think, going forward can continue.
Yeah, who knew that building the wall would be the wall of worry that we were going to get for the U.S.? But Andrew, I just wonder how bad the economic data actually is, because a lot of it seemed to hinge on sentiment survey. And then we get the ISM. The services actually wasn't bad. The official reading wasn't too bad. How much about this moment is vibes versus an actual fundamental shift?
Yeah, so I think it's an important debate, right? Because a dynamic that investors always need to face, and certainly credit investors need to face, is that by the time that the hard data is really weakening, it's often historically too late. Markets move ahead of the hard economic data. And so I think that's why the market's so focused on these more leading economic indicators. Confidence has, not always, but on a number of instances, confidence is more of a leading indicator, because people first get worried and then later they actually pull back their spending, and then later that kind of actually shows up in the data. So, we do think confidence measures need to be respected, and a survey like ISM PMI, the manufacturing survey, a survey that I like quite a bit. I think the underlying details of that, of weaker new orders but higher prices paid, that's just kind of the worst of both worlds when it comes to potential for weakness down the line, and then difficulty for the Fed to react to that. So I think the market is right to be focused on some of these more leading indicators that have been weaker. I also, again, going back to what you mentioned at the top of this program, the weakness in commodities, the weakness in oil, signaling somewhat greater weakness in the cyclical economy. I think that should also be taken seriously, and that's both a segment within credit, but that also we see has some leading indicator aspects as well.
Yeah, oil prices reaching a 3-year low last week, which I think people would be forgiven if they missed, given everything else that was going on. Andrew, so wonderful to have you on. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. That is Andrew Sheets of Morgan Stanley. Oil prices, again, have been falling. Stocks at the lows of this morning, down more than 1% in the future session. Let's get some other top stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. China's consumer inflation has turned negative for the first time since 2021. Strategists are now worried that prices could be near contraction for the rest of the year. Economists estimate that it could rebound to near zero in March, and deflationary pressures are likely to persist unless government addresses excess capacity.
TSMC's revenue increased 39% in the first 2 months, driven by resilient demand for AI chips. That compares with a 34% growth during the full year for 2024. Its growth is seen as a sign of healthy spending on AI computing. However, TSMC faces uncertainty through 2025, including potential U.S. tariffs on chip imports, which could impact the business.
TikTok faces a deadline of April 5th to strike a deal for its U.S. operations or be banned from the country. President Trump spoke to reporters on whether a deal for the social video app is in the future.
There could be. We're dealing with 4 different groups, and a lot of people want it, and it's up to me. So there could be.
Coming up on the show, more on President Trump's pivot in economic messaging. That's next on Bloomberg.
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition
because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time.
That was President Trump on Fox News responding to a question as to whether he thought that there would be a recession coming. Notably, he did not say that there wouldn't be, but said there would be a transition. His plea for patience was also a similar tone struck by his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. On Friday, he spoke with CNBC, saying the market and the economy have just become hooked and we've become addicted to government spending. There's going to be a detox period. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Kevin Whitelaw. Kevin, this seems to be a very specific message coming from the White House, though we should mention that the Commerce Secretary did speak to meet the press, saying that there would not be a recession. But what does this new tone coming from Treasury Secretary Bessent and President Trump suggest about a put of sorts coming from the White House?
Well, I do think some of this is about managing expectations and trying to figure out how to spin what look like some, slightly worrying numbers about sort of where the U.S. economy is headed. But, I think more broadly, I think Trump has talked a lot about tariffs. He's talked about applying them for several different reasons. And I think a lot of the world was hoping that this would mostly be a negotiating tactic where he'd threaten things, people would make some kind of deal, and then the threat of tariffs would go away. I think some of this is suggesting that the tariffs indeed are really seen as potentially more of a structural change for the way Trump wants the economy to work, and that is going to be more of a long-term effect with an adjustment period. And obviously, in the short term and perhaps the medium term, that's going to mean inflation. It's going to mean a hit to GDP, and it's not obviously really clear whether his strategy would succeed in the long run. But he's got to find a way to start getting people to accept that there may well be some short-term economic pain, which was not something that he campaigned on at all.
Indeed, and as Treasury Secretary said, it's more about the call option that you want to focus on, perhaps not the put option. Kevin, we've also got the House with a stopgap bill coming through. Doesn't contain any permanent spending cuts. It's upping the defense spending. This is razor-thin numbers that we're dealing with here to get this through, and the president calling for unity to push it through the House.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough thing to get through in the House. Democrats really have no reason to help Republicans out on this one, and there are Republicans who have just been long opposed to the idea of any kind of continuing resolution, anything that sort of maintains current spending. There are some minor cuts, there are some tweaks, there are some things Democrats don't like. The harder path is going to be in the Senate, where obviously they're going to need Democratic votes to get it through in a more significant way. And at the same time, it's not really clear that Democrats want to have a shutdown fight over this right now. So that's going to be the political choice they have to make about whether or not the cuts in this particular bill are really worth going to political war over.
Okay, Kevin, thank you very much. Kevin Whitelaw, the very latest from Washington. This sell-off is accelerating. Danny and I are tracking this for you. Bond market yields are falling, but on the stock side, the market really is absorbing these comments from the weekend. A detox period, as Treasury Secretary said, and this period of transition, Danny, it really is about a dissipation of the belief in a Trump put at the moment in these markets.
Exactly. Trump's not coming to the rescue, but we're going to catch up with Terry Wiseman, I'm pleased to say, later in the hour, who talks about this idea that the brinkmanship that Trump is playing with tariffs also maybe extends to this economy and recession. NASDAQ futures taking the worst of the beating, down 1.1%. Okay, coming up, Carney in, Trudeau out. We're going to discuss the challenges that lay ahead for Canada's incoming leader. All of that's to come on your brief.
Get you set up with your front pages from around the world. First up, the FT. It kicks it off with Ukraine. They will try to persuade the U.S. to resume intelligence and military aid this week. And President Trump said that he has largely lifted the intelligence sharing freeze, and he hopes to push both Ukraine and Russia to negotiating table to broker a peace deal U.S. pressure on Kyiv has forced Zelensky's administration to shift its position after a meeting at the White House.
Next up, we have this on the Bloomberg that Chinese tariffs on many American farm products have officially come into effect. They run from 10% to 15%, a long list of items that includes grains, proteins, cotton, fresh produce. Traders have been asked to limit overseas purchases of grain, while shipments of soybeans have been delayed.
Yeah, Mark Carney's up for the fight on that. We'll talk more about that in a moment. The Wall Street Journal leads with Mark Carney winning the race to become the new Canadian Prime Minister. He will succeed Justin Trudeau just as President Trump's administration threatens its economic future. Now, Carney won the contest to lead the Liberal Party of Canada with nearly 86% of that vote. Joining us now with a little bit more is a Bloomberg Daybreak editor, Mark Perrier. Mark, good to see you this morning. Look, Carney is now officially the party leader. It's fighting talk out of him last night. But what lies ahead? He's had a strong vote. Does he go straight to calling the election?
Well, that's the big question. The party's behind him. Obviously, he's got to get Canadians behind him. Once sworn in this week, he can basically call an election. Does he do it? Does he wait a little longer? That's the big question. My thoughts is that he'll probably go on the early side just to capture that momentum.
You look at the language that Mark Carney is already using, saying that retaliatory tariffs stay on until the U.S. shows respect. Mark, there has been this trend of foreign leaders standing up to Trump, helping their politics. Claudia Sheinbaum having a whopping 80+% approval rating from her country. Is there a scenario here where Mark Carney acting tougher helps him win the general election?
I think it does. Canadians are pretty angry right now with the situation, having to modify how they do business, what products they purchase. They are firmly behind whoever will lead in the general election. The message is we're not going to take these tariffs. We're going to impose our own tariffs. So I think the resolve is very much there to fight as a united country. And it'll be interesting to see how both nations repair their ties. These are two fantastic neighbors. They'll need to work on improving these ties as well.
Well, Carney talks about dark days, and this is a fight that they didn't call. We're seeing various sort of headline actions taken over these tariffs, from electricity threats into the USA to Starlink contracts. How are the tariffs actually impacting Canadians?
The mood is, again, as I said, angry. People are, in supermarkets are basically trying to avoid buying U.S. products. Very difficult to do, obviously, as both economies are so tied together. It's having a major impact on supply chains. Some people are canceling their trips to the U.S. There's very much a rise in patriotism. But again, I think most Canadians understand we need a fix to this in order to repair the damage that has been done to relations between both countries.
Yep, goes further than just booing at a hockey game, although that's definitely an element of it. Mark, thank you so much. That is our Bloomberg Daybreak editor, Mark Perrier. And just a quick disclaimer for our viewers that Mark Carney is also the chair of Bloomberg. All right, as we head to break, a quick look at these markets this morning. You're at the lows of the S&P 500 future session with a 10-year yield that is also moving lower by 4.5 basis points. Coming up, from policy uncertainty to government efficiency drives, we're going to discuss slowdown risks with Terry Weissman. That's coming up next on Your Brief. From our global headquarters in New York, welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Danny Berger alongside Manus Cranny. Let's set your agenda.
No pain, no gain. President Trump declines to rule out a recession and says the U.S. faces a period of transition. Those comments weigh on Treasury yields and equity markets after stocks posted their worst week since September. And Canada has a new Prime Minister. Mark Carney demands respect from the U.S. and vows to take on the tariff fight. Danny, good morning.
Good morning. The Sunday scaries seeping in to Monday. We are off some of the lows, but still lower this morning by nearly 1% for your S&P 500 futures. Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson says that U.S. stocks are at risk of slumping another 5%, that some of these worries are going to start to hit corporate earnings from both tariffs and lower fiscal spend. Meanwhile, the bond market gets a bid. Remarkable to see where yield levels are, considering that Germany just had the biggest sell-off since reunification in 1990. Your U.S. 10-year yield at 4.25. Your 2-year yield, that goes lower by another 5 basis points at 3.9, Manus.
Yep, Danny, there certainly is some kind of a snap in the band. I think Andrew Sheets sort of referred to it, the elasticity of these markets, the credit markets specifically, with some kind of sort of a very tight moment. And the risk is that you just push it all a little bit too far and you accidentally break something. And that's essentially what Ed Yardeni is talking about this morning. The risk of a flash crash.
Well, when you have these transition periods in markets, they're really marked by periods of volatility. And I think one of the questions we have to ask, are we still in that transition period where we're volatile and we're trying to find a new trend? Or is this the new trend? Is lower risk assets and weaker dollar, is this a trend that's going to be sustainable?
Well, cross assets, you talked about it multiple times, which is the negative feedback loop of the wealth effect. And that has a much more profound impact on the US consumer than perhaps we've experienced thus far. Nobody's calling it a doom loop, but it is about trigger points. And sometimes things accidentally get broken in markets, the unintended consequences of both actions and rhetoric.
Is the White House willing to get us to that trigger point? Certainly the tone has changed from the White House, with President Trump echoing Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent over the weekend on what's ahead for the nation. He was asked, is a recession coming? Listen to his response.
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time.
Macquarie's Terry Wiseman writing this, that there is a risk that too much policy uncertainty ensues to cause a recession. But that risk, too, is exploitable through brinksmanship. By feigning that he'd allow recession, Trump improves his advantage even more. We still think that ultimately it is mainly concessions rather than permanent tariffs that will ensue. Terry joins us now. I'm pleased to say he is the global FX and rate strategist at Macquarie Group. Terry, so great to see you this morning. And this is the question and the hope so many people have abandoned, that Trump coming in to save things because markets turn so much isn't going to happen because of the tone shift. Are you kind of pushing back on this idea that the put is completely evaporated?
Not really. There's always going to be a level where things get so bad that even the U.S., despite the fact that it might have the more dominant position with regard to its negotiating counterparties, would relent here. Ultimately, I think that if you had a recession that was that bad, Trump would see the Republican majority at risk in the midterm elections, let alone what's going to happen to Republicans in 4 years from now. So there is always a level. The question is, where is that level? And the reason we bring up brinkmanship is because obviously this is a Cold War concept. It's been around for 60 years. John Foster Dulles in 1956, James Resnick at the New York Times, Thomas Schelling, his famous book Strategy and Conflict, talked about this in the context of the Cold War, that one negotiator may want to feign or pretend that he's willing to take things over the brink to get a negotiating advantage. And I think this is, in some respects, explains why President Trump is willing to talk about a recession, because he knows that once he talks about a recession, his negotiating counterparts will think that it's okay by him, or at least a mild recession is okay, and they'd be more willing to relent on these issues.
It almost seems like a pincer moment between Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, talking about a detox, a fiscal detox, and President Trump talking about this discomfort which is to come. If they were worrying at 480, where is the trigger point in the bond market? Because that is what Scott Bessent and the President have told us they are focused on. We're at 425 now, so where do they blink in bonds?
Well, they certainly don't blink while bond yields are coming down.
It helps them, I know, from an economic point of view.
Absolutely. I think
But at a certain point, it shows recession, doesn't it?
It does, but I don't think that they're going to measure the extent of the recession by the extent of bond yields and how much they go back down by. They're going to measure the recession more by what you alluded to earlier, the wealth effect that might come out of a very weak stock market. No, absolutely not. To them, I think lower bond yields are a benefit. Think about it. It would be a mitigating factor for any recession that might otherwise ensue anyway. You get lower bond yields, you get lower mortgage rates, you certainly get consumers feeling they can borrow potentially at a lower rate. But more importantly, it ultimately gets the Federal Reserve potentially to cut in view of the inversion of the curve that might ensue. They certainly don't want to see an inversion. And then you get another benefit potentially, or at least another offset to the prospect of a recession. So no, I think they're okay with lower bond yields.
To the point of the Fed, and this has been talked about, this idea that the uncertainty, I mean, the Fed themselves has been talking about it, Bostic has been talking about it, that his view could change rapidly, that the uncertainty in policy means that they kind of have to be on hold, that threat of inflation means that they can't move. But as they're on hold because of the policy uncertainty is also causing economic pain. So at what point, what is the bar for the Fed to start to cut, even if we don't have certainty in policy coming out of the White House?
This is still a Federal Reserve that respects a dual mandate. So I think and they also, it happens to be a Federal Reserve that is increasingly watching the data. I mean, they've said that for the last few years. So it really all comes down to the unemployment rate. I don't think it comes down to growth. There's at least some people on the FOMC are still Phillips curve oriented. They're going to watch the output gap. They're going to interpret the output gap through the unemployment rate. And if the unemployment rate were to rise significantly as a result of this policy uncertainty, which certainly is a factor in business decisions and delays of undertakings, whether it's employment or investment, if that happens, I think the Fed would move. But we're nowhere near there now. I think they see 4.1% unemployment rates. That's sufficiently low and really uninteresting at this point to motivate them to cut.
Going back to the narrative that we had from Andrew Sheets at Morgan Stanley, where he talked about a taut market and elasticity, there's an inelasticity or some kind of break point. Do you feel that we're at a very taut point in these markets?
I do, but I still think that plays to the advantage of the negotiators on the U.S. side here. The fact that the market has come down and conceivably can come down more because of the wealth effect or whatever other reasons we would cite, I think they're seeing it as a bit of an advantage. Again, that's only one reason why they're allowing this to happen now. There is an international discussion taking place with regard to tariffs and regard to the orientation of the U.S.'s role. Of course, there is also the need to reduce the deficit. I think that is an imperative on the part of this administration. Scott Bessent had said very early on that he wants to get the deficit to 3%. And keep in mind, a recession that would be caused by a debt crisis in the U.S. would be much worse than the kind of recession we would get through a fiscal contraction, including everything that's happening at Doge or anything that's happening with regard to trade uncertainty. So if it's a question of choosing between the very bad recession and the mild recession, I would take the mild recession any day of the week.
It just feels like this bizarre world where we're talking about some form of austerity in the U.S. while Europe is running higher deficits or plans to, doing more spending. And it's a very short-term memory. It wasn't that long ago that fear of higher deficits in Europe sent the currency falling. It's the opposite now, and you point this out too, that we have a currency that's strengthening. How sustainable is that?
It is sustainable as long as Europe follows through. And I want to highlight that if all Europe did was spend more and get their deficits higher, I think Europe would be in trouble ultimately, because these concerns about debt to GDP ratios and high deficits and sovereign risk would recur. What Europe needs to do is not just spend more. Europe needs to reorient and restructure its economy so that trend growth goes up, so that when you see these high deficits, it's not as fearsome, it's not as worrisome as it would be in the context of low growth. What Europe doesn't need right now is high deficits and low growth. High deficits with high growth that would mitigate the ultimate trajectory of the debt to GDP ratio would be okay, tolerable to the market. And I think in those conditions, the euro could continue to do well.
And this is something that came up last week, the distance between promises, rhetoric, and actually delivery on the fiscal front. This is what Mark McCormick questioned in terms of the actual delivery. When you see that flow into the euro and that spread move between US bonds and the Bund, does that continue? Because there have been really, really quite punchy moves in the bond spread over the past sort of 5-6 days.
It can't continue. I think there are a lot of people who doubt the premise that the Europeans will actually follow through on the amount of defense spending and infrastructure spending and spending on digitization and all of the other spending programs that they discussed. The reason they doubt this is, in fact, because they see the bond yield rise and they say, effectively the opposite of the U.S., right? We're seeing bond yields fall, they see bond yields rise. They say that will be the constraint on the amount of spending, because ultimately it will cause other deleterious effects, including pressure on the household to stop spending. But I actually think that the Europeans might very well be successful this time in following through. And I think ultimately that also depends on what President Trump says, right? As long as he keeps the pressure on with regard to leaving NATO, the pressure will be on for them to continue to spend. So this is not just dependent on what the Europeans want, it's also dependent on what President Trump wants and what he says.
Yep, there's plenty of mileage left on this road. Terry, thank you very much. Terry Wiseman there of Macquarie Group. Setting the agenda this Monday morning. There are other stories trending on your Bloomberg terminal. Let's get you up to speed. China's consumer inflation has turned negative for the first time since 2021. Global banks are now worried that prices could hover near a contraction territory for the rest of this year. Economists estimate it could rebound to near zero in March, and deflationary pressures are likely to persist until the government addresses excess capacity.
Deliveroo will be closing its Hong Kong business after weak sales in the city weighed on their international division. The London-based delivery company has been facing stiff competition and price wars in China from Foodpanda and Kita. The delivery app will remain active in Hong Kong until April 7th.
TikTok faces a deadline of April the 5th to strike a deal for its US operations or be banned from the country. President Trump spoke to reporters on whether a deal for the social video app is in the future.
There could be. We're dealing with 4 different groups, and a lot of people want it, and it's up to me. So there could be.
Coming up, the president deflects concerns of a slowdown after his early economic plans start to weigh on markets. Futures down this morning. We're going to have more from Washington, D.C. on deck on your Bloomberg Brief. This is Bloomberg Brief, and you're looking live at the Principal Room. Coming up later today, an interview with the Chipotle CEO, Scott Boatwright. That's at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. in London on Bloomberg.
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time.
That was President Trump responding directly to a question from Fox News as to whether there'd be an economic slowdown. Again, he doesn't necessarily say no. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent delivered a similar message on Friday, saying the market and the economy have just become hooked and we've become addicted to this government spending. There's going to be a detox period. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard joins us now from Washington, D.C. Mike, it is a different tone coming from the White House. Is there a suggestion that this is a White House that is trying to get all the bad stuff out of the way right now, that this is a feature of them doing all the bad things that might hurt the economy first before the midterms for what they see as gains down the road?
Well, Danny, they are trying to get ahead of the message now coming from Wall Street about some of the uncertainty that investors are seeing from Trump's policies less than 2 months into his second term in office. And that is namely tariffs, but also the uncertainty created by the wave of moves by DOGE into government agencies. All of this has created a little bit of frisson of uncertainty for investors about, okay, what about all the gains that you were promising? Why are all these tariffs being imposed and then taken away and then maybe threatened only a month later? And businesses and investors really thrive in having a little bit of that predictability when it comes to regulation, when it comes to import levies, and that they're seeing less of that. The longer we get into this administration, the less that they're actually liking it. And we've seen equity slide 6% from their peak about 3 weeks ago. And all of the bravado that we had seen right after the election, that this pro-growth agenda really would not only juice markets and preserve gains, but would also send the economy in the right direction. It's giving way to a different sentiment altogether, that some of these policies, especially tariffs, will come at some kind of cost. And we saw the concerns expressed last week by automakers who had gone in to lobby the president, really seeking almost desperately to get a bit of relief, a break from the tariffs that have been promised against Canada and Mexico. They did get a bit of a pause, but it's only a pause. And now investors and companies must now assess, okay, so what is going to happen now? What is going to happen not just like tomorrow, but a month from now and 6 weeks from now. And the president is promising, instead of just all gain, he is signaling that there may be some pain involved too.
Yeah, well, Scott Besson said there is no put, but you want to focus on the core, which is the policy side. There's only so many times you can get relief in this market. Let's talk about Washington, because this week they're racing to avoid this government shutdown, aren't they, Shep? Ahead of the Saturday deadline, there's a new spending bill, and there's a lot of pressure here on the margins are very, very tight in this Congress to get a bill through.
Well, they really are, Manus. And this is just another bit of uncertainty that President Donald Trump and his administration really want to avoid. In addition to all the uncertainty kicked up by the tariffs, the last thing they want to see is a government shutdown that would maybe signal that the party is struggling to manage affairs here in Washington. Mike Johnson is really trying to get this bill through the House first without very many Democratic votes at all. But it'll be tough because conservatives have typically punted on or avoided voting for altogether these kinds of stopgap spending bills. Trump sees this as important. It's a stepping stone to his bigger legislative goals in Congress, which include, of course, those big tax cuts and also spending cuts, the kind of which that Elon Musk is trying to set the stage for as well with his Doge initiative. So this will be a big week for Johnson, and we'll have to see whether Democrats use this as some sort of a weapon against Trump and Musk.
Meanwhile, early this week, we're going to have some of the tech leaders in this industry meeting with President Trump. Our understanding from sources is that it will be HP, Intel, IBM, and Qualcomm. Shep, one thing these companies have in common is that they're in the computer hardware industry, an industry which might be impacted by tariffs and trade policy. What are they likely to be talking to and asking the president of?
Well, it's very much a tariff-focused conversation. You know, the White House has listed this as a closed-door meeting. They haven't even divulged who will be attending. But certainly for all these tech leaders, they are going to be talking to the president about what the tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China are going to mean for their businesses and what the risks are there. And maybe making a case for other changes in policy as well, especially when it comes to artificial intelligence and the course that Trump is trying to set there. And likewise on some of the chips-related restrictions the Biden administration had opposed before leaving office. These also had ripple effects on the hardware providers. We're not sure whether NVIDIA will actually be sending a representative, but what happens with NVIDIA very much sets the direction in a lot of other ways for other companies. So they're going to be watching this very closely over the coming day.
Indeed. Mike, thank you very much. Mike Shepard with the very latest on the political front. And speaking of tech, let's just focus in on that. TSMC's revenue climbed 39%. That was during the first 2 months of 2025, driven by resilient demand for, you got it, AI chips. Tom McKenzie is tracking this story. Tom, the details on this. Strong numbers for February. Revenue up 43%. We should take a good news letter from this.
Top line, I think this is good news. Top line, it confirms that spend around AI and AI chips continues. TSMC, of course, the owner of those foundries that actually punches the chips out themselves over that first 2 months, and almost 40% in terms of the revenue increase. That compares to a 34% increase overall for 2024. Analysts see growth in terms of revenues this year for maybe 40, maybe 41%. There is no let-up, it seems, in terms of that AI spend. And it follows, by the way, the commentary from Broadcom, but also Hon Hai, otherwise known as Foxconn, suggesting that they are also seeing that similar demand. The demand around these AI accelerators seems to continue as the hyperscalers commit to hundreds of billions of dollars of extra spend on that capex through this year.
It's also looking at some of the commentary from the CEO saying that the TSMC is asking for fairness in U.S. policy, adding that it's not investing in the U.S. for subsidies, but rather because of customer demand. What is the line that TSMC is walking with American policy?
It's a very difficult balance, isn't it, Danny? They are investing. They invested $100 billion. They announced an additional $100 billion investment just last week. C.C. Wei, the CEO, alongside President Trump. That builds on an already existing $65 billion. So in total, $165 billion worth of investment, massive investments in the U.S. to build out foundries. That continues. The risks for TSMC still are the tariff impact. And Trump has talked about the fact he's claimed that Taiwan has stolen semiconductor technology from the U.S. So clearly that seems seems to be a concern going forward for the Trump administration. They could impose tariffs on semiconductors coming into the US market. The other risk, and he touched on this, or you quoted him on this, is the subsidies coming through from the CHIPS Act. President Trump's been very clear, and you heard that in that speech last week. He wants that CHIPS Act to end. TSMC has benefited from that to the tune of $6.6 billion US. If that's removed, that could impact margins by between 2 to 3%, according to Bloomberg Intelligence.
Yeah, that horrible act as he refers to it. Tom, thank you very much. Tom McKenzie with the very latest. Coming up, CPI, the deadline for metal tariffs. It's going to be a busy week. Again, on Bloomberg.
Let's get you set up for this trading week. President Trump is set to meet with tech CEOs today to discuss trade policy and U.S. manufacturing. On Wednesday, we're going to get the latest CPI data, along with the U.S. deadline to impose 25% steel and aluminum tariffs on the EU. Yanis.
Danny, a few stocks to watch. Tesla leading the Mag 7 lower again, along with NVIDIA. This market sell-off has intensified. I think we just looked at it. It's just off the lows. Airbnb, you've got a little bit of a bid there. Jeffries raising to a buy. The price target 185, and DoorDash also gaining as the food delivery service added to the S&P 500 along with Williams Sonoma. They are entering the index. Danny.
And we are looking at stocks as a whole, Manis, still moving lower off the low as Bruce Kasman over at JP Morgan writing that we see a material higher risk of a global recession this year due to U.S. policies. They put those odds of a global recession, Manis, at 40%.
And that is high. Just Ed Yardeni went from 20 to 30% in the space of a week. It's about positioning as well. I mean, we definitely are off the lows of the morning. Deutsche Bank say the market is now slightly underweight in a relative sense, but they still see dusting off the lower call at 5,300, 8% lower than here. Dust off your downside.
Yep. And meanwhile, the message from the White House is you got to accept the pain for now for a longer term gain. All right, that is it for Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance will take the reins from here.
Good morning from our global headquarters in New York. I'm Manish Krenny, back alongside Danny Berger. You're welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set that agenda.
A coalition of the willing, UK Minister Keir Starmer and other European leaders demonstrate broad support for Ukraine after the clash at the White House with Trump. The Kremlin responds to Oval Office's breakdown, calling it unprecedented, showing how hard a settlement in Ukraine will be. In countdown to Tariff Tuesday, President Trump's levies on Canada, Mexico, and China are ready to take effect. Good morning, Manis.
Danny, a very good morning to you. Stocks rise this morning. That late rush to the market on Friday carries through. We have dropped for 2 straight weeks, so let's just see whether this holds. We flipped around from a loss on the year on Thursday. Goldman Sachs warned that there's manic headline roulette at play. Keep an eye on Bitcoin as well. Furious rally yesterday as the president announces a crypto reserve, including Bitcoin. Roll it over, have a look at the bond market. Strongest start of the year since 2020. Yields rise ever so slightly this morning. We've got this risk on in equities, but we're down 33 basis points in February, the biggest monthly gain since July. And we're down 50 basis points from the highs, Danny. And of course, that would be good news for Scott Bessent, won't it, in terms of the target? The target for the White House might be bonds over stocks.
He talked about that yet again over the weekend in an interview. Manis, we also have some individual stocks we're keeping an eye on. As a sector, European defensive stocks, you can see a big move across the board. BAE Systems, that's up 14% this morning. Rheinmetall, others surging on the implications of increased defense spending in Europe.
Keep an eye on MicroStrategy and other crypto stocks. President Donald Trump, as I just said, once again talked up the plan for strategic crypto reserve, naming Bitcoin later in the day, also recouping some of its losses.
And Morgan Stanley raising their recommendation for Chipotle. The firm's analysts saying that the stock is a buy, seeing it rise to $70. Those shares up 2.7% in the pre-market. The CEO of Chipotle also speaking to NBC in an interview over the weekend, saying that they plan to absorb increases in costs rather than passing them on to consumers.
And in just a few moments, Peter Kinsella will join us from Union Bancaire Privé, and later in the hour, Katrina Dudley from Franklin Templeton, their view on the markets. Danny, good to be back with you. It's amazing how 8 days ago when I left you, we were talking about hot CPI, PPI, maybe even rate hikes, no rate cuts, and I come back to you, and we've completely shifted the vibe. I think that's what Laurie Calvasino was writing about, this shift in the vibes, and it has shifted quite dramatically.
Yeah, a shift in the vibes. I have to say multiple analysts using that type of language. Barclays, one of them this morning, and that's why the data is so important this week, Manis. We're going to get jobs on Friday. We've had a patch of soft data from the concerns over tariffs and government layoffs, consumer confidence taking a hit, consumer spending taking a hit. I've seen multiple people downgrade their GDP expectations. Atlanta Fed GDP tracker now also showing a negative reading for the first quarter.
I think it's interesting. Whoever you listen to, lots of people talk about the seasonality. You know, they front ran the imports. That's why the Atlanta GDP was lower. But going back to the conversation you had with Julian Emanuel the last day that I was here, which was the emboldened Trump when equities are at record high on tariffs, it's a very different narrative today.
Yeah, well, look, Mag 7 has been really hurt, and you could make the argument that maybe that has nothing to do with Trump, that this would be a good environment for tech. But there is a lot of headline fatigue maybe creeping into markets, the latest of which, Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky has met with European leaders in London on Sunday, following Friday's tense meeting with President Trump in Washington. A U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal is now further away, but Zelensky says that he is willing to meet with Trump again if the U.S. president invites him to, quote, solve real problems. In the meantime, European leaders are fast-tracking efforts to improve their own defense capabilities. Here's the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer speaking after the European Security Summit.
Not every nation will feel able to contribute, but that can't mean that we sit back. Instead, those willing will intensify planning now with real urgency. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Together with others, Europe must do the heavy lifting.
Joining us now is Bloomberg's Oliver Crook, who is in London following those developments. Oliver, what is the latest?
Yeah, so listen, Danny, I mean, I think it's still many European leaders were sort of reeling from the shock of what they saw on Friday and what the sort of implications would be, not only for Ukraine, its future sovereignty and sort of how the war is going to go, but actually for the European continent. And I think that we heard some of that concern from Keir Starmer, from many of the leaders that met over the weekend to discuss basically what the next step is and what throughout this whole conflict we've had no shortage from the Europeans, a very sort of strong rhetoric. The question is, how do you respond to it? Now what they've set up a meeting for later in this week, and there's sort of two sides of this. One is the thing that Keir Starmer had alluded to right there, the coalition of the willing. What does that mean? What security guarantees can basically the Europeans provide on their own to help reassure the United States and get U.S. backing? Though it's very hard to sort of imagine. I mean, I've spoken to a number of different leaders and lawmakers. When you talk to them about the possibility of having European troops on the ground in Ukraine, the question is, what function will they serve? Will they just be there to sort of observe that the conditions of peace remain, or are they going to be there to potentially return fire on Russian troops if that sort of ceasefire does not hold? These are some of the questions, and those are very difficult questions to answer, particularly if you do not know whether or not there is going to be security guarantees from the United States, and that is really at the heart of this debate. I mean, I spoke to the Norwegian Prime Minister a couple of days ago, and they're also talking about a new sort of architecture that's not just the EU, not just NATO, but something else. Have a listen.
Europe cannot complain its way to the negotiating table. It has to argue its case on substance and on process. And it would be easier if Europe spoke more with one voice. And Europe on Ukraine is not only EU. It is EU, it is UK, it is Norway, it's also Turkey.
So they're talking about fleshing out an architecture that involves non-EU states, Norway, UK, Turkey. Turkey, obviously, who's got one of the largest standing armies here in Europe. But it's interesting. I spoke to the Norwegian Prime Minister. I said, listen, well, then are you willing to tap the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, the biggest in the world, to help build out that sort of defense? This answer was, no, we're not really willing to go there. They're only going to hit about 2% this year. They share a border with Russia. I asked if he's willing to go further. He says, yes, maybe, but maybe not just right now. Again, this is sort of the concern here in Europe, that while there is a lot of urgency being expressed in very sort of colorful terms, the sort of concrete solutions are not there yet.
Oliver, good morning. We've had one of the first responses from the Kremlin. They talk about what happened in the Oval Office on Friday. What is their response so far?
Yeah, so listen, we've heard a number of different things. I mean, I think it's fair to say that overall they are fairly pleased with how the meeting went in the Oval Office between Volodymyr Zelensky and Donald Trump. I mean, we had heard other sort of messages from, one of the spokesmen, Peskov, talking that basically the Russian and the American views of how to kind of proceed are more or less more and more aligned. Again, these are the sorts of things that are high sort of concern from the Europeans. I think there were a number of Europeans, even some of the Ukrainians that I had spoken to ahead of Trump being elected, that were sort of not necessarily welcoming, but we're open to the idea that the Trump administration would take a much more pragmatic approach in terms of the reality on the ground and trying to get a deal over, but still sort of stay on the side of Ukraine. Those sort of expectations have been certainly shaken by what we saw on Friday. And again, at the end of the day, for the Europeans, they need to sort of appraise what is it that they can bring to the table for Donald Trump in order to have their voice heard and be a part of this architecture going forward. And that, Manus, to this day, is still not very clear.
Oliver, thank you very much. Oliver Crook tracking the very latest headlines from London. Here in the United States, President Trump is on the verge of slapping a new 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico while doubling the levy on China. Now, the moves are scheduled to take place on Tuesday, and they would easily be among the most sweeping of the Trump era. Joining us now is Brendan Murray, who heads our global trade coverage for Bloomberg. The Commerce Secretary calls the situation fluid. Brendan, good morning to you. Scott Bessent actually talks about a coalition, perhaps, between Mexico, Canada, and the United States of America. Perhaps that is the off-ramp to full-scale tariffs. Good morning.
Yeah, exactly. I think what we can expect is a long day of phone calls between governments, between industry and their leaders, and to try to head off what would be, an escalation in the trade war with the U.S.'s three biggest trading partners. Scott Bessent, as you mentioned, called it what could a potential outcome, the creation of what he called a fortress North America. That's where Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. Throw up more import barriers to Chinese imports and what they see as a flood of Chinese products coming into all three countries. So we'll see how it all shakes out throughout the day. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick also left the window open to some sort of flexibility or some sort of deal between Canada and Mexico and the U.S. at least. So it sounds like we're going to head to the midnight deadline, with a potential for something to happen. But the window is open for the leadership to negotiate their way out of something like a full-scale trade war.
Right, Lutnick speaking on Fox News yesterday, saying that there will indeed be tariffs implemented, but the level of which is what he thrown into question. Brendan, we're also going to get China's NPC this weekend. And China has been one of those tariffs that have indeed been put on for all of the threats. Of course, this is an additional 10% one. But what kind of response are we seeing from China specifically, a nation that has gotten the threat realized, that the bark and bite has come to realization?
Yeah, exactly. China's response to the first 10% tariffs that we saw imposed a month ago was a fairly measured one. They seem like they're kind of keeping their powder dry. Going into this big national political meeting this week, you could expect that they would retaliate against the next 10% tariff that Trump has threatened immediately. By Tuesday morning, they will have announced some large multi-billion-dollar figure of U.S. exports to China that they will hit. That we'll have to wait and see what the package of that retaliation is. But you could imagine them going after U.S. agriculture exports. Kind of the heart of Trump's core of support in farm country. Just as farmers are trying to figure out what they're going to plant this year, going into spring, they might have the prospect of tariffs on their exports put in place. So it's a chess game that we're going to see play out through the day and the weeks ahead. But it seems like markets are playing it being sort of reserved in casting judgment on which direction it's going to go in so far.
Waiting to see the white of the tariff's eyes before casting judgment. Brendan, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Brendan Murray. Let's get you some other stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. I mentioned this. Investors are watching for announcements on more stimulus from China's economy. The annual meeting of the National People's Congress kicks off on Tuesday. The challenge, ramping up the government's investment and encouraging businesses and consumers to spend to offset the impact of U.S. tariffs.
Prada is moving closer to a deal to buy Versace from Capri Holdings. That's according to sources. They could finalize a deal this month after agreeing to a price of nearly $1.6 billion. Capri, which bought Versace in 2018 for about 1.8 billion euros, didn't immediately respond to requests for comment on Sunday. Prada also declined to comment.
And cryptocurrencies opened March with a rally, recouping some of their losses from what was their worst month since 2022 in January. President Trump posted about plans for a strategic crypto reserve, a sign of loyalty to an industry that donated heavily to his presidential campaign. Still, many of Trump's plans are unknown, including how much crypto the government will actually buy.
Coming up in the show, to catch up with Peter Kinsella on the reversal in the Trump trade. That's next on Bloomberg. It's Bloomberg Brief. I'm Manus Cranny alongside Danny Berger in New York. We're counting down to Tariff Tuesday, that 25% tariff on all of the imports from Canada and Mexico hitting China, twice with an additional 10%. Peter Kinsella of Union Bancaire Privée thinks that the worst-case scenarios are now less likely than before. Writing this, investors can be forgiven for feeling exhausted with these developments. However, it is important to focus on outcomes rather than the process. And in a sense, Trump can be described as having high implied but low realized volatility. Peter, good morning to you. We'll talk about Europe in just a moment, but the risk is lower realized volatility and a compromise. Is that the base case that you're extrapolating at the moment over this week?
Good morning, Manus. It is, yeah. I mean, look, what we've seen since Trump came into office in mid-January, tariffs are on, tariffs are off. We see a lot of more heat than light. And if you simply look at implied volatility, it really comes off any time we get any sort of event from Trump. And in a sense, really, it's become, I would say, difficult, if not impossible, to trade the tariff story, right? Because we have Trump saying one thing, the Treasury saying another, and the end result really is that we've actually seen very well-behaved currencies. They've not been doing an awful lot. Dollar CNY is pretty much where it is today, where it was in early Jan, and same story for dollar CAD. So it does appear as though Trump is really high implied but low realized vol.
It's not moving to that, Peter, and good morning to you. Great to see you. It's not moving that. And then also the euro seems to not be budging on German news on just how much they might spend on defense. George Servalis over at Deutsche Bank notes that it might be as much as they invested in East Germany since reunification. Why isn't that moving the needle at all for euro dollar?
Right. I think it's a very good point, Danny, and I firmly expect that long-end German yields will rise pretty materially in the coming months and quarters. And I think once that really starts to manifest itself, you're then going to see the euro catching a bid. What we've seen in recent days, obviously the election last week with Germany, they're going to move towards a removal of the debt brake. We now have two huge fiscal events, right? First, obviously, is what we're going to have to see on defense, not just in Germany, but across all of Europe. And the second one, of course, is further investment to improve German infrastructure. So that's going to have a very material effect at the long end of the curve. The last time we saw this was as Mr. Saravelis mentioned, was in the early 1990s with German reunification. And at the time, that was a highly disruptive event for bond markets. Remember, we've not seen this scale of German issuance for a very, very long time. And it's my view that it will be a bit of a game changer from a yield perspective. Likewise, I would expect euro to catch a bid as and when that transpires.
Euro dollar up 0.6% at the moment, 104.41. One of the best lines I read this weekend was from Jordan Rochester, which is that Europe faces a mega moment. In many ways, this plays to what Danny has just said in terms of the context, the fiscal stimulus, the size of the defense budgets maybe to come. They're going to have a mega moment rather than a MAGA moment, and that mega moment will relegate the parity call.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I've never really been a big believer in the parity call, mainly speaking because the Eurozone's current account is back in a very, very large surplus. And if anything, the prospect of a ceasefire in Ukraine does imply we'll have lower gas prices. So, I'm not really been a big believer in parity from the get-go. But I definitely agree with the sentiment. We're going to begin to see very quickly a lot of the Wall Street banks changing their forecasts on euro because the conditions for a material downside in euro dollar are rapidly dissipating. And really, you're going to see that in the coming weeks.
Peter, you've been spot on with that call to avoid the euro parity call when so many other people had it to start the year. You also have raised your price target, you and the team on gold. You now see it at 3,300 by the year end. Why can the rally continue?
Well, look, I think what you saw on Friday night is a perfect example of why it could continue. We're seeing a geopolitical fragmentation. You're seeing ongoing, massive physical purchases by central banks, large investor interest and increasing retail interest. So in a sense, really, there are periods in which gold does very well. And we're moving towards an environment of pretty high, I would say, nominal GDP growth in the States and for sure in Europe in the coming years. And that's consistent with, with gold outperformance. Not to mention, what will be a very strained geopolitical environment. So I think it's a no-brainer for me to remain long gold and indeed to see it trading at materially higher levels in the coming years.
Do we build up momentum to short the dollar? And I ask that because the hedge fund managers, the asset managers, they've been sort of dropping off for the past 6 weeks. What is it that accelerates that perhaps sell-off in the dollar?
I would say two things. One, either a policy move from the US Treasury. People are talking about a so-called Mar-a-Lago Accord. I'm somewhat skeptical about that, to be perfectly honest with you, Manus, from a liquidity perspective, and likewise in terms of getting the Europeans and the Chinese to agree to it. But I think as well, if we just look at US data, we're starting to see mixed signals on the data side. And so I think I would struggle to say we have massive momentum in selling the dollar. Again, the cost of carry is pretty high, but at a minimum, further material appreciation from current levels, I think, is unlikely.
Peter, so wonderful to see you this morning. Enjoy the rest of your week. Peter Kinsella of Union Bancaire Privé. Coming up, it was a big night for independent film. The Oscars celebrates the best in filmmaking with budgets big and small. We're going to bring you what is on your front pages, including the Oscars, coming up next. Let's take a look at what's on the front pages this morning. First up, the Bloomberg has this, that Israel has halted all humanitarian aid and imports to the Gaza Strip. Egypt, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, all arguing that aid should not be used as a weapon, criticizing the move. Hamas had also rejected a U.S. proposal to extend the ceasefire.
Next up, New York Times, Danny, here we've got the former governor, Andrew Cuomo, announcing he is running for New York City mayor. Now, his entrance into the race was met with immediate blowback, especially by women's rights organizations. New York Mayor Eric Adams says he welcomes the competition. Bring it on.
And finally, on the Wall Street Journal, leading with the independent film Anora, taking home Best Picture at the Oscars last night. It's a movie about a sex worker who marries the son of a Russian oligarch, so definitely a different type of plot for the Oscars. It is the first independent film, Manus, to ever win the top prize. It had a budget of just $6 million, so there you go. You don't need to spend multiples of that in order to win the Oscars.
No, I mean, you might have spent it on Dune, you might have spent it on Wicked, but I was just looking at what they took. They took $40 million globally, so it just shows you, small budget, big impact, and probably more to come. And those blockbusters, Dune and what was it, Wicked, they didn't really take anything. Well, they took home some technical words. Let's not be disingenuous.
I'm looking forward to now the cast of Wicked no longer having to dress up for every single ceremony and public event that they go to, a la the cast. So that's what I'm most looking forward to. Back to normal fashion.
I've still not been to Wicked.
Oh, really?
I walked past the theatre the other day. Haven't seen the movie, haven't seen the show. Maybe that's our day out.
I think we can stream it at this point. It's been so long. We can figure it out. Anyway, coming up, we're going to catch up with Katrina Dudley of Franklin Templeton. That's up next. From our global headquarters in New York City, welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Danny Berger alongside Manus Cranny. Let's set your agenda.
Coalition of the Willing, Europe races to secure Ukraine and get President Zelensky back to the negotiation table. The Kremlin responds to the Oval Office breakdown, calling it unprecedented, showing how hard a settlement in Ukraine will be. And countdown to Tariff Tuesday. President Trump's levies on Canada, Mexico and China are set to roll into effect. Danny, good morning. Good to be back.
Good to have you back, Manus. You missed quite the week where we did end up lower for the week, even though the S&P ended up higher. We tried to add some weight to that this morning. We're still below 6,000, up about 1/3% for both S&P and NASDAQ. We're also 2,000. That outperforms. A lot on the agenda for you. Canada, Mexico, China tariffs come tomorrow. Jobs Friday, a Powell speech on Friday, ECB on Thursday. Bitcoin heads lower this morning, 2.4%, still above 91,000 after that tweet from Donald Trump about a strategic Bitcoin reserve, a truth post, I should say. When it comes to yields, again, we have, for the most part, the direction has been lower. We changed that this morning. Your 2-year yield and 10-year yield head higher by more than 3 basis points. We stand at 4.24% on your 10-year yield, Manus.
Indeed, and that's down 33 basis points in the month of February. So you've had a flying start to bonds. Suddenly, the 60-40 portfolio actually looks like a little bit of an appealing one, doesn't it? Even though, Mag 7, I was away for 5 days, and you corrected in the Mag. You did a lot last week. The Mag 7 corrected, and you wiped out 2025's S&P
To be clear,
gains.
I didn't do it. I don't want anything bad to happen to equity markets. That is not my aim. I know it's painful for many people.
It is.
But to your point about Treasury, Scott Bessent was on CBS Face the Nation over the weekend talking about falling U.S. home mortgage rates, talking about a drop in the 10-year yield, saying that is the thing that he is focused on. And it is an aim that the White House has accomplished, with maybe emboldens Trump tomorrow to really put those tariffs on.
And then we begin to debate, well, what is the Trump put? Is it a drop in equity? We're 1% above where we were on November the 5th, 1% away from the November the 5th close. But is it the 10-year yield, or is it a drop in the equity market that's going to be much more important to Donald Trump, the Trump put?
Here, opinions differ wildly. Michael Hartnett of Bank of America talking about his latest note that it looks something like 57,000. Mike Wilson saying this is not a White House who has been talking about this equity market. There has been somewhat of a soft patch in the data, though, but depending on who you listen to, the extent of that soft patch differs. The Atlanta Fed coming out with their latest now GDP forecaster. You can look all the way over the right hand of your screen. That is an estimated contraction of 1.5%. You go over to the New York Fed-based model, though, their model-based estimate, theirs is something closer to 3%. Joining us now, trying to make sense of it, is Katrina Dudley, Senior Investment Strategist at Franklin Templeton. Katrina, is this a growth scare? Is this a soft patch? Or is it just 1 month and the data is distorted?
I think that the consensus is now coming to the fact that it is 1 month data distorted. Have a think about it. If I told you that the prices of goods are going up on Tuesday and you had that information, you would start stockpiling some of those goods if you can, if the supply is available. So it's actually very rational economic thinking. I think the big difference versus prior times is that the cost of money this time isn't free. So you can't stockpile to the same extent that we may have had in the past, but there's a certain amount of stockpiling here that makes sense. So we're in the camp, it's a little more of a data distortion.
Just going back to Scott Bessent's interview yesterday, he talked about a myriad of different things, but he talked about mortgage rates coming down every week since the president's been in power, 10-year yields coming down, and you sat down in the chair. Here we are with an equity market, which is just above where we were, let's say, in November the 5th. And we've got a bond market where yields are dropping. What do you think is more important? What is the more prescient issue for the Trump put?
I think the administration is focused on the equity market in particular. They do need to pay attention, however, to the bond market, because we've been talking about this deficit, and the deficit is getting wider, and obviously we need to fund it. So I don't think it's the same administration that we had in the prior Trump years in terms of just equity, equity, equity. I do think that the bond market comes into play here. But you talk about mortgage rates, and everyone seems to think that the mortgage rate dropping drives the decision to purchase. And it does. It's not the only factor. It's the birth rate. And why? Because people have, expanding families for various reasons, and you need bigger places. And that's what I keep hearing from a lot of the younger people that we speak to and interview. And the second thing is it's sentiment around your job. And so they're the two things. I think the mortgage rate, yes, it does factor in there in terms of the affordability of the house. But what I think that actually drives is the size of the house you can purchase and the area that you can can purchase in, not so much the actual intention to purchase.
In regards to the job market, there has been some policy announcements that have had ruptures. I mean, very localized, kind of DC area for the moment. But it's along that with market unfriendly policies to start with the Trump administration, to get tariffs, immigration policies, not necessarily deregulation, and market-friendly tax cuts. You say that it's just been 1 month of data, but is there anything coming from the White House that is behind some of the sentiment shifts that could have uglier ramifications?
Look, it's always good to get the bad news out of the way first. Okay, so let's just think about it. We're only in week 7, and he's done a lot of bad news things, and he's done it really early in the sentiment. And the fact is we have really short-term memories. So there's a lot of good news to come. Stop laughing.
I definitely have a short-term memory. Go on.
I know, but there is a lot of good news to come, in terms of the tax rate reductions. That was actually the narrative going into November. It was this very positive message, and we weren't as focused on the negative. Now we're seeing all these negative things happen, and we're focusing on that. But the positive is that the tax cuts are on their way. And I do think that, yes, there's some adjustments in pockets of the labor market, but the one thing is that we do have mobility of labor in this economy. That is one area I have to say that the mortgage rate does factor in, because to the extent we're much closer where people locked in their rates to where they can relock them in, you will have some job market mobility.
Well, then compound that into taking risk. One of the best lines I read over the weekend was the biggest mistake of 2024 was perhaps being just a little bit too cautious, and so I missed some of the upside. Is that the risk, that one is too cautious for this year? As you said, we've had a lot, and it's been reasonably well absorbed.
Look, how much more cautious can the market get? If you look at the fear and greed index, we're right in that red zone that kind of flashes and says caution, caution, caution. So that's the first data point. The second thing is if you look at expectations, so consumer expectations for inflation, everyone is actually expecting a lot more inflation. That comes down to the tariff narrative, the negative headlines. And so everyone in the market, as much as we can see, is cautious. You've seen it in terms of the reallocation from the equity market into the bond market. Now, I want to be very careful to say, just because everyone is cautious, it's not always a buy signal per se. But in this case, given we've talked about some really positive news on the horizon, I think it is an opportunity here.
Well, there's the rotation from equity to bond, but also just within the equity market, away from tech, the worst month for Mag 7 since December of 2022. The defensive stocks get a bid. Does that rotation continue, or does tech leadership reemerge?
I think, look, we've talked about it. The Mag 7 is becoming the lag, LAG 7. We've spoken for some period of time about the need to have breadth in this market. If I take a look at the earnings data that we have, 75% of the S&P beat expectations by at least 7%. That's really positive in terms of the narrative on a very broad brush basis. If we look at our 2-year forward earnings expectations, we're expecting growth across all segments of the market. So we think that this breadth argument is likely to continue. The hard thing for the market to digest is that you could have, a lot of growth in the breadth and a lot of performance in the bottom part of the market, those 400 plus stocks that that don't constitute the big market cap names. You may see some weakness there. So the actual overall index may not perform as well, even though generally most of your diversified investors are going to be seeing good returns.
Katrina, words of wisdom there to set the agenda this Monday morning. That's Katrina Dudley there of Franklin Templeton. Other stories trending on your Bloomberg terminal this Monday morning. This is what we got for you. Investors are watching announcements for more stimulus from China. The annual meeting of the National People's Congress kicks off Tuesday. The challenge? Ramping up the government's investment and encouraging businesses and consumers to spend to offset the impact of U.S. tariffs.
Prada moving closer to a deal to buy Versace from Capri Holdings. According to sources, they could finalize a deal this month after agreeing to a price of nearly $1.6 billion. Capri, which bought Versace in 2018 for about 1.8 billion euros, did not immediately respond to requests for comments. Prada also declined to comment.
Cryptocurrencies opening March with a bang, recouping some of the losses from their worst month since 2022. President Trump again talked up his plans for a strategic crypto reserve. It's another sign of loyalty to the industry and donated heavily to his presidential campaign. So many of Trump's plans are unknown, including how much crypto the government would actually buy. Coming up on the show, Europe mobilizes around Ukraine. We bring you the very latest. Context Matters on Bloomberg.
I mean, I think the transatlantic alliance is shifting. Instead of complaining about it, you have to analyze it and draw your conclusions. Now, my conclusion is that when it comes to multilateral institutions, such as the UN or the WTO or the ICC, that's where we don't see American-European engagement together. I think the vote in the UN this week was an example of that.
The Finnish president there speaking to Bloomberg in London yesterday. European leaders are rallying around Ukraine and fast-tracking efforts to improve their own defense capabilities. The clash between Trump and Zelensky on Friday raised the possibility of the US walking away from a minerals deal with the Ukraine. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Oliver Crook. Oliver, a lot has happened since Friday. Starmer gathered together, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister in the UK, a coalition of the willing, where he called it a once-in-a-generation moment. What was agreed? What was the scale of the commitment of those people that gathered in London yesterday around Zelensky?
Well, that's the issue, Menace, is that scale has not yet been determined, and coalition of the willing, but willing to do what exactly? That is still, I think, an open question for many of these European leaders who are still trying to appraise the sort of full scope of what happened on Friday and sort of transition this idea of the abandonment of Europe by America in theory into real practice and what that means. What that means, we already know, is huge volumes of money. That means new mechanisms of funding for defense build-out potentially. We know that at the EU level, they're looking at different options, from sort of expanding the mandate of the European Investment Bank to potentially repurposing funds from other European programs. And of course, the sort of holy grail in there, the question of sort of joint debt in the name of defense potentially, or other sort of workarounds that work around that. But there's also this question of architecture of defense and also security guarantees. If the United States is unwilling to give security guarantees right now, what can Europe put forward? This is sort of what Keir Starmer has put forward. Macron has talked about boots on the ground in the past. But every single leader that I have spoken to and lawmakers that I've spoken to in Germany, they're very reticent to sign on to anything that would involve, their own troops, even after a sort of ceasefire or peace deal, because the question is, what are those troops there to do? Are they just sort of there to observe the conditions are being of a ceasefire are being respected? And if there are starting the ceasefire to end, if there are sort of fire, they're firing back at Russian troops, is that something that European leaders are willing to put their neck out on the line? I think that fundamentally this still comes down to potentially they would be if there are American security guarantees, and that is really what the Trump administration so far has been unwilling to put forward to the Europeans. And this is, of course, the sort of exact sort of center of that blow-up we saw in the Oval Office on Friday.
Oliver, away from what the spending agreement might be as Europe as a whole, where you are usually based in Germany, the reports are huge levels of spending, something like 400 billion euros for defense, up to 500 billion for infrastructure. George Saloveylos at Deutsche Bank talking about this being levels we haven't seen until since the reunification of Germany. Oliver, what kind of sea change are we talking about that's already underway for Germany and Europe as a whole?
Listen, these are still sort of reports in the sort of said-to state of things. It's what we're hearing from a number of people that are sort of talking about the architecture of the next German government. Remember, we only have a caretaker government right now in Germany, but we do know we have the conservative coming in, Friedrich Merz. We know that his position has been much more hawkish as it comes to European defense and supporting Ukraine. And I think that there is this awakening that is happening within Germany that this is just not going to cut it anymore. You're going to have to talk about the debt brake. Maybe not reforming the debt brake, but setting up these special funds. These are funds that are off budget in order to build out military and defense. We're talking now, Danny, potentially the order of hundreds of billions of euros that the Germans are looking at right now. The first time they set up such a fund was in the initial invasion of Ukraine. It was 100 billion euros. But I spoke to the top general in the German military a couple of weeks ago, and he said that basically that 100 billion only started to begin to fill in some of the potholes that the German military had. This is a nation, though it is the biggest in Europe, that has chronically underinvested, as with the rest of Europe. And again, we go back to that conversation that I had with the Norwegian Prime Minister that shares a border with Russia, they're only going to hit 2.16% of their GDP on defense spend. So again, there is this idea that, they need to move out of the rhetoric and into the reality. We're starting to see it a bit with the Germans. And if the Germans unlock that, I think it could really go a very long distance. The question is, will they be able to do something at the EU level? That still needs to be discussed.
Oliver, thank you so much for leading our coverage for this. That is Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in London. The Washington Post reporting this morning that the Kremlin says that the U.S. is aligned with Russia's vision. The president appears closer to siding with Russia than Ukraine, but the noises from Congress are perhaps different.
I think Vladimir Putin is an old-school communist, a former KGB agent. He's not to be trusted, and he is dangerous. The way I view this is that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are engaged in a new axis powers, and they are not on America's side. Let's be crystal clear about that.
Let's bring in Bloomberg government reporter Kate Ackley in Washington, D.C. Kate, we just heard from Oliver Crook there on what the Europeans are doing, trying to come together. Is there any sense that Trump might revisit this, or a broader support from Washington on Ukraine, or has the ship sailed?
Well, I think your comments there that you just played from Speaker Johnson show that there is still some support for the Ukraine perspective in this conflict, on Capitol Hill. This is going to be a really pivotal week on Capitol Hill for this issue and for the Trump agenda generally. President Trump will be going up to Capitol Hill on Tuesday for a joint address of Congress. This is sort of like a State of the Union, although it's not called that because it's his first year, first month really into his second term here. So we'll see him lay out, a broad vision. Republicans tend to be very deferential to President Trump. I think the response on Capitol Hill will really depend on who you talk to. We saw Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican senator who's been quite supportive of Ukraine, come out Friday after that dramatic interaction in the Oval Office that we saw with Trump and Zelensky and J.D. Vance, the vice president. And we saw Lindsey Graham criticize Zelensky and really sort of take Trump and Vance's side.
Yeah, and over the weekend, he said, he called it a complete and utter disaster, and he said he should resign, appoint somebody else. But let's talk about perhaps the way back to rapprochement. Zelensky, over the weekend, expressing gratitude to the U.S. And thanking Trump, something which was a sore point on Friday. What is the political will for the U.S. to re-engage? Keir Starmer calls them a very firm ally, the United States of America, fully engaged.
Well, before that Oval Office address or press conference or whatever meeting, whatever you call it, Zelensky had been on Capitol Hill and had had a quite warm reception with senators. I think there is still a lot of support in, conversations with lawmakers and staff on Capitol Hill. Zelensky did signal over the weekend that he would be ready to sign the minerals deal, kind of maybe do a little bit of a do-over or get back into the finding a peace deal. So I think, certainly it's possible, but that was quite a dramatic moment, and it did signal this shift that has come with the Trump administration's approach to foreign policy and a number of things.
Kate, just quickly, before we let you go, Tuesday, we get the 25% tariffs, Canada, Mexico, an additional 10 from China. Any signs that they may or may not go on?
Well, it's supposed to happen Tuesday. And again, that's the date of the big address where President Trump will go to Capitol Hill. There are, reports that maybe it won't be the 25%, that it will be something smaller, that this is continuing to be a negotiating tactic. But, we're here with about, little more than 24 hours before that address, and some of those details might take place. I know folks in the business sector are awaiting those details. The number will be very, the devil will be in the details, if you will, on whether it's 25% or not. And, this has the potential to really remake these relationships with our trading partners, U.S. trading partners. So a lot of eyes will be watching how this comes out.
Yeah, I think Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, described it as a fluid situation. Let's see what fluidity brings. Kate, thank you very much. Kate Ackley there of Bloomberg Government. Coming up in the show, we'll set you up for the week ahead. The proposed tariffs, they take effect. Will they? President Trump speaks to Congress. The jobs report, all on the slate, right here on Bloomberg Brief.
Let's get you set up for this very busy trading week. Proposed tariffs on Canada, Mexico, additional ones to China are due to take effect tomorrow on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we're also going to get President Trump delivering a speech to a joint session of Congress. We're going to wrap up the week with U.S. jobs report on Friday. We will also hear from Chair Powell on Friday, too. Manis.
A heck of a lot to absorb, Danny. Some individual names. Capri Holding rising as they come closer to a deal with Prada. That's to buy Versace. People familiar with the matter say that they've agreed a price of $1.6 billion to do the deal. MicroStrategy, lovely boost on the whole crypto world yesterday as President Donald Trump once again talking about his plan for a strategic crypto reserve. And Chipotle, you've got Morgan Stanley upgrading the stock to overweight. Analysts say the stock's weakness is a buying opportunity and an excellent tech play.
Now I'm hungry and it's 6 a.m. in the morning. Anyway, man, it's just a quick look at your global bond market. Seems to be led by Germany in terms of a sell-off. Producer Valerie Teitel writing in to note that German long ends are falling out of bed. They're up nearly 9 basis points, the amount that Germany plans to spend, according to reports on both defense and infrastructure, Manis, would look something closer to the post-World War II reunification of Germany. We are talking about a big fiscal shift, and it is causing bonds to sell off this morning.
Yeah, 200 billion euros, 2% of GDP. You've also got CPI coming out in Germany as well at plus 0.5%. So that's way over what they estimated. So that just adds fuel to the fire. It's going to come down to what the fluidity is on these tariffs. When we walk in and we close out business tomorrow, what have we got? Is it 25% on Mexico and Canada? Will Mexico and Canada come on side with the United States of America? Scott Besson kind of floated over the weekend.
And when will risk actually respond? We rallied by more than 1.5% on Friday. We're heading higher of futures this morning. There's a lot of people in this market who don't believe that the tariffs will actually happen. We'll see if any negotiations take place beforehand. All right, that's it for your brief. Surveillance. We'll take the reins from here. Good morning from our global headquarters in New York. I'm Danny Berger, Manis Cranny on a well-deserved break today. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda. Breathing room. President Trump unveils plans for reciprocal tariffs, but a delayed timeline strengthens the euro and sends stocks higher. A defense push. Washington tells Europe and the UK buy American arms to keep NATO strong as the security conference kicks off in Munich. And an iPhone revamp. Apple working with Alibaba and Baidu to bring AI features to China by mid-year. Happy Friday to you, and it is a glass half full market. Inflation data, the components that feed into CPI came in softer. No tariffs until April means that stocks could rally yesterday. We're a little changed this morning. Our S&P 500 futures and Russell 2000 ever so slightly weaker, but let's call it unchanged with NASDAQ futures. By the way, Meta rallying for 19 straight days, easily a new record and counting, up 24% this year. It is softer in the pre-market session. You can see there below your screen. Finally, for this bond market, it was also relief thanks to that PCE data and perhaps the Trump tariffs taking some time to figure out and implement and maybe get negotiations. Your 10-year yield back with a 4.5% handle. Again, little movement today. We will indeed be getting retail sales data that comes out later this morning. Will that move the needle? How strong is the consumer? One last asset for you to keep track of. Gold hitting another record this morning above $2,900. Will anything stop gold's path? We have some guests today. We're bullish on gold. We'll get the latest from them. Some individual stocks now that we are keeping our eyes on. Hermes sales there reported this morning, surging almost 18% over the holiday season. The luxury trade is alive and well. Those shares are up 2% in the French trade. It outperformed its rivals. It had strong pricing power. And of course, as always, those waiting lists for the coveted handbags giving them the upper hand. Applied Materials, though, those falling in the pre-market session, down nearly 5%. It gave a lukewarm forecast for the current period for revenue. It cited the risk of export controls hurting its business. Finally, Airbnb, that in the pre-market trade, is surging this morning, up 13.7%. It issued an upbeat forecast for the first 3 months of this year, citing continued strong demand after a strong holiday travel season. And in just a few moments, we're going to catch up with Abigail Watt of UBS. Later this hour, stay with us. Brian Smedley of Synosure Strategies will be joining us. Let's, though, get back to our top story this morning. President Trump has ordered his administration to consider imposing reciprocal tariffs on a number of trading partners. Here's the president in the Oval Office yesterday.
Reciprocal tariffs, those two words. Reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
There would be no exemptions, right? It would be all auto imports?
Any exemptions, no, because you don't need to.
Joining us now is Bloomberg's Brendan Murray. Brendan, we still don't have the details. That they have yet to work out. But from the announcement, what might these reciprocal tariffs look like?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of analysts and economist reports coming in. They're starting to crunch the numbers. I'll give you a hypothetical. The UK has an effective tariff rate with the US of 3%. If the US were to come to the UK and say, yeah, well, what about all these other issues, your taxes and your regulations? That's more like a 20% tariff for us. So hypothetically, the US could come to the UK and say, actually, the tariff plus the non-tariff barriers equals 20% for us. So that's where we start our negotiations. So it's really a fundamental change in the way the world trades between countries, and on paper at least, it could have a huge effect. Now, how the negotiations country by country play out, we'll have to see over the coming months. But it's a sea change in the way the global trading system would work.
Just on that point, Brendan, this idea of negotiations, it's at least what gave the market comfort that you have potentially until April 1st to get this done. You've seen moves from different countries, India, Japan, Taiwan this morning, announcing more investment into the U.S. What are we tracking in terms of countries' ability to influence Trump? Is this the kind of thing that moves the needle to put more money into America?
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the goal is to get countries to the negotiating table. We've seen India, we've seen other countries, Japan, say we want to talk, and so this is part of the strategy is to say, look, we have justification to raise tariffs on your goods if you don't lower yours on ours, and so that we will see play out in a series of negotiations. This will drive countries that have unfair measures in place, according to the Trump administration, to the bargaining table, and we'll see how it plays out. But I think the initial reaction from countries has been one that the Trump administration wanted by design.
Brendan, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Brendan Murray. Paul Donovan, by the way, at UBS, saying that markets are erring towards Trump being a pushover, not a protectionist, and that might be explaining for some of the reaction. Joining us now, Abigail Watt, U.S. economist at UBS. Abigail, really great to see you this morning. This is a tricky one for you and those in your field. I don't envy you to try to incorporate what the outlook might look like, considering we don't know the details. Have you started work in trying to model out what some of these tariffs might look like?
Yeah, so I think you're totally right to point out how tricky this is. Obviously, we had the announcement of the intention to impose reciprocal tariffs yesterday, but it's not clear ultimately kind of whether they're going to go kind of line by line through the tariff schedules and equalize, or whether they're going to prioritize, I guess, those where the US kind of trades the most with. I think that's the kind of approach here, is to think about kind of both the kind of countries that could potentially be targeted more, and also think about the sectors where you might see kind of increases in tariffs. Try and narrow down, I guess, the set to kind of look at. But I think ultimately for us, I think we're kind of thinking about this in the scope of the kind of other tariff policies that we've already heard from the Trump administration. Obviously, We've heard the potential for 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. We've also seen the imposition of an additional 10% tariff on imports from China already. We saw the steel and aluminium tariffs of 25% earlier this week. And I think the question for us as well is how does this sit relative to some of the proposals that were made throughout the campaign? Is this reciprocal tariff being imposed instead of the universal tariff proposal that was touted throughout the campaign? And I think the key thing that matters in terms of the implication for the US economy and the US outlook is the kind of breadth of tariffs that are put in place, the kind of sectors that are tariffed, the kind of goods that are tariffed, but also the kind of extent to which we can see substitutability from US importers, because ultimately that's what's going to impact the pass-through to inflation.
To that point, as you're looking at various announcements come out and the way that these are likely leaning, what differentiates between what's just one-off price increases for consumers who have to deal with this versus something that might cause more entrenched inflation?
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question. And one of the key differences when we've done our modeling of this, when we look at some of these individual kind of increases in, say, steel and aluminium tariffs versus potentially kind of a broad base, 10% tariff that was proposed throughout the campaign, we do see significant differences in terms of the inflation impacts. So our estimates for kind of, say, a steel and aluminium tariff would be kind of less than 10 basis points on annual inflation, whereas our estimates of some of the campaign promises when we looked at kind of a 60 percentage point increase in tariffs on China and the 10% tariff on the rest of the world, that would see kind of around 150 basis point increase in inflation. So I think it's to do with kind of the breadth and the ability for importers to substitute away, and as well the goods that are covered. So if we see kind of intermediate goods covered versus final consumer products, that's how we would think about the kind of potential pass-through to inflation.
Well, that's where we might go. But Abigail, let's talk about the starting point of where we are now. In January, we've gotten the surprise of a hotter CPI, PPI yesterday too, but we look through that. The components, yes, sure, they're softer. But when it comes to the hotter data, how do you interpret that? Is this a one-off fluke of strange seasonal impacts of January, or is it something that we should be concerned about?
Yeah, so as you say, we do tend to see kind of stronger price increases at the beginning of the year. The CPI came in kind of hotter than we had expected, but when we look at the composition, the area of the surprise was actually in components that don't necessarily pass through into PCE prices, which is obviously what the FOMC is targeting. I do think, obviously we'll be watching kind of closely to see how that kind of feeds into the PCE price expectations. For us, we do think that we'll see a softer increase in core PCE this month than the CPI, and that would ultimately mean that the annual rates of inflation actually can lap lower relative to kind of the strong January print that we saw last year. And I think that is kind of welcome news, I think, for the FOMC, this idea that you could see kind of progress on kind of the annual rates of inflation. And that is kind of what we're expecting to see in the coming months. But I do think you're right to put that in the kind of backdrop of the kind of broader resilience. And that is the message we've heard from the FOMC, this idea that the resilience in the economy gives them kind of time to wait, especially in light of the uncertainty around trade policy and the uncertainty around kind of the policy implications, of the announcements that we've heard from the new administration. With that uncertainty, I think that likely leaves the Fed on pause for longer. We actually are expecting the first cut from the FOMC kind of in the second half of this year now, just given that uncertainty and this kind of stickier inflation narrative.
Yep, the market moving to where you are as well. Abigail, really great to get your thoughts this morning. Enjoy the rest of your Friday and your weekend. Abigail Watt of UBS. Let's get now some other top stories that are trending on the terminal this morning. Apple is working to bring its AI features to China by the middle of this year. Sources say it's working closely with Baidu and Alibaba to adapt its Apple Intelligence platform for the region. The iPhone maker is aiming to launch as early as May. A representative for Apple declined to comment. Sources say China has invited prominent entrepreneurs, including Alibaba co-founder Jack Ma and the founder of DeepSeek, to meet the nation's top leaders. The meeting may happen as soon as next week. President Xi is also expected to attend. It could send a signal that China is adopting a more supportive stance towards private sector companies. And in a town hall meeting this week, Jamie Dimon said JP Morgan will scale back spending on what he called stupid diversity initiatives. Diamond also railed against an online petition on the bank's return to office mandate, saying, quote, "I don't care how many people sign that petition." I should also add he said an explicitive in that statement, which I cannot say on air, or else I will lose my job. Anyway, that's the latest from Jamie Dimon. But coming up, we get back to politics. President Trump ramps up efforts to cut defense spending. We're going to take you live to the Munich Security Conference. That's up next on your brief. It's your Bloomberg Brief. Danny Berger here in New York. Officials around the world are gathered in Munich for the annual security conference. That includes a U.S. delegation led by Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoy Keith Kellogg. Bloomberg has learned that the Trump administration is also telling allies in Europe that it wants them to buy American weapons and military equipment to keep maintaining the NATO alliance. Joining us live from the conference in Munich is Bloomberg's Oliver Crook. Oliver, a lot of information coming hard and fast for Europeans who are there at the security conference. What has been the response?
Yeah, so listen, Danny, I mean, every sort of 24 hours, the sort of agenda gets rewritten here at the Munich Security Conference for everybody from policymakers to a lot of the CEOs of defense companies that I've been speaking to this morning. I mean, just overnight, hearing from Donald Trump that he wants to have this sort of high-level meeting with the Russians and the Chinese in order to have their defense spending, while at the same time wanting other countries to spend more on the American defense. Again, this is all sort of conflicting information, and all of these European policymakers and CEOs, and there are a lot of them, it's not just the defense industries. Everybody's coming here to listen to what the Americans have to say. We will be hearing from J.D. Vance in about 3 hours' time. I can tell you from the people that we have spoken to, there is a sort of wrecking ball speech that is anticipated from the U.S. administration to really tell the Europeans that they're on their own. And at the end of the day, it may be the case that the Americans here are here to talk and not to listen. And that is really what is concerning many policymakers here, particularly on the issue of Ukraine, when Donald Trump earlier in the week effectively began negotiations, and the Europeans are not at the table.
Oliver, can you just get into that? What a shift this is from what we've heard from Trump, from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, this idea of the U.S. not being the primary guarantor of safety in Europe and specifically in Ukraine.
But listen, it's been a long time coming. I mean, we talked that the Europeans react with a lot of shock to the fact that Trump talked to Putin, to this, that, and the other. I just spoke to the former Chancellor of Austria, who just stepped down a couple of weeks ago. He says, listen, none of this is really a surprise. I think that just for the Europeans, it really is so shocking because they basically have not adapted their foreign policy to the new reality of American foreign policy. This idea of multilateralism, cooperation at the G7 level, and sort of getting consensus, making unified decisions, that era is over. And for these Europeans, this is now the new era of American unilateralism, and they have not yet found a way to sort of how to deal with that and how to deal with that collectively as Europeans, and sort of how they can sort of band up together and come to a unified front. Part of that, though, Danny, is their own fault. They have been underspending on defense for many, many, many years. We know that they've just only started to hit that 2% threshold. And at the end of the day, the Trump administration's view is going to be, listen, you get a seat at the table if you've got a military to back it. They don't. And that is the sort of urgent news here for the Europeans. They need to get that defense spending up. From all the defense CEOs that I spoke to, as unreliable as the U.S. situation is, it seems very certain that no matter what, the Europeans will be spending a lot more money, and that is evident in their order books.
On one hand, you have Trump and the administration saying, Europe, you need to spend more on defense. But there was also this interesting wrinkle, Oliver, with Russia and China. Trump talking about the willingness to have a trilateral meeting with them and discuss cutting defense spending. What do we know about that proposal?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is something that, I mean, I spoke to CEOs who are, big CEOs of defense companies, and some of them, this was news to them this morning, right? So you have to imagine running a business when basically you have the biggest spender on defense talking about potentially having what they spend on it, right? And so a lot of these defense companies, for example, Saab, they make the Joint Strike Missiles that go into the F-35 jets. When they hear all of this stuff, they need to try to make an appraisal of kind of what the capacity is going to look like going forward. I think it just throws a real wrench into the planning thing for a lot of these companies, and that is again what they're trying to do here. They're trying to come here to hear from the U.S. administration from themselves, basically for the first time in Europe. Right? This is the first high-level delegation that has come to Europe since Trump was inaugurated. You have Marco Rubio, you have J.D. Vance, you have Keith Kellogg, and everybody here is trying to get a flavor in order to understand really what this administration is going to look like in terms of its policy towards Europe and how to adapt their businesses and their policy to that.
Oliver, fantastic reporting. We're going to catch up with you again later in the hour for more on the Munich Security Conference. That's Oliver Crook in Germany. Coming up, HSBC planning fresh rounds of job cuts. We're going to have more on that Bloomberg scoop. That's up next. It's your Bloomberg Brief. Danny Berger in New York. Let's get you some front page news. A look at what's making headlines around the world. First up on the Washington Post, a judge has extended the pause on President Trump's putting 2,100 U.S. aid workers on leave. The ruling was in response to two separate lawsuits alleging that the president's executive order was arbitrary. It blocks administration from taking further action until February 21st. Next up, the Washington Post has this on their front page. They're reporting on an interview with Vice President J.D. Vance that the U.S. would hit Russia with sanctions and possibly military action if a peace deal is not reached. He said a deal may be coming, that it will, quote, shock a lot of people. Vance struck a tougher tone than Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who has suggested that the U.S. would not commit forces. And a Bloomberg scoop to bring you. HSBC is kicking off a fresh round of job cuts at its investment bank. Comes as the CEO, Georges Eldery, has been continuing his overhaul by reducing costs and restructuring. Let's get the latest on this story. Joining us now is Tomas Notzel of Bloomberg Intelligence. Tomas, thank you so much for joining us. What do we know about where these cuts and job cuts and cost cuts will be concentrated?
Yes, good morning. Well, we don't know much yet, as the only news we know is it is starting in Asia, and we are expecting more to be rolled out across the whole organization. But I think the most important is to mention that it is not a new news, I would say. You know, we have heard from HSBC that they are going to revamp its investment banking business in the US and Europe, and I would expect that more job cuts will come in this region. And most of this news will be released next week when George Eldery is revealing his new plan.
Then, if it is concentrated in Asia, this is one of the bank's core markets, Tomas. So how do they continue their investment? What have they been telling employees? And what does it mean for their future there if that's where these cuts and restructuring is concentrated?
Yeah, that's exactly a good point, I would say, because Asia is the main focus of HSBC. The whole changes over the last few years, it was about focusing on Asia market, and now we see jobs being cut there as well. Of course, we are seeing global banking market being unit, being merged with the commercial banking, so there will be some overlap and there will be some job losses. But the question is right now, what sort of capital will be allocated to investment banking unit in Asia? And still, HSBC is running on a quite low market share in equities, in M&A business over there, 1 to 2% is not as much as we would expect from the bank, who is so big, has such a great footprint in Asia. So definitely more news, more insight into what actually they're going to do with the investment banking business there will be the focus of next week's call.
Okay, Tomas, thank you very much. Again, that is Tomas Notzel of Bloomberg Intelligence. A quick check on your markets as we head to the break. The S&P 500, it is slightly weaker this morning after a sizable rally. We are now about 0.06% away from another all-time high. The Bloomberg Dollar Index, that is weaker this morning. The euro has been strengthening. Some relief for these markets that the deadline appears to be April for tariffs. Does that mean that we will indeed have negotiations before you actually get any placed on? Paul Donovan at UBS saying that the markets had to decide whether the president was being a protectionist or a pushover, and for now are erring towards pushover. Your 10-year yield at 4.52% this morning. Coming up, dangerous times for markets. Synosure CIO Brian Smedley joins us, warning of the risks ahead. All of that is to come on your Bloomberg Brief. From our global headquarters in New York City, welcome to Bloomberg Brief. I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda. Breathing room, President Trump unveils plans for reciprocal tariffs, but a delayed timeline strengthens the euro and sends stocks higher. A defense push, Washington tells Europe and the UK, buy American arms to keep NATO strong as a security conference kicks off in Munich. And an iPhone revamp, Apple working with Alibaba and Baidu to bring AI features to China by mid-year. Welcome to the glass half full market. Yes, we heard about reciprocal tariffs, but no, we don't have the details, and no, we won't get them until April. That was enough to send stocks higher, away 0.06% beneath its all-time highs. We're little change this morning on basically every single index. Meta, that is weaker. You can see it at the bottom of your screen. It hasn't fallen for 19 straight days and counting, easily a new record, with tech lifting the index yesterday. Meanwhile, treasuries, those are also a little changed today. 10-year yields fell by nearly 50 basis points after the PPI data yesterday. Sure, the headline was stronger than expected, but it was the components that feed into the PCE that did look a bit less threatening, that comforted this market. We're back at a 4.5% handle on your 10-year yield, twos at 4.29. Meanwhile, gold, that is also trading at a new record above $2,900. Nothing really stopping that at the moment. Perhaps the tariff news feeding into that as well. We're going to catch up with our next guest and his thought on gold. He is bullish on it. But elsewhere, Brian Smedley of Cynosure warning of more risks ahead for stocks, writing, quote, "The path of least resistance for the stock market is higher in the short term as we've moved past several key risk events in the past week. Payroll, CPI, Powell testimony, tariff announcements, ongoing earnings." But he goes on to write, "This is a more dangerous time for markets than investors seem to realize." Pleased to say Brian joins us now. He is the CIO of Cynosure Strategies and was formerly chief economist at Guggenheim. Brian, thank you so much for joining. Great to see you in person.
Thanks, Danny. Great to be here.
So you write a couple reasons why markets should be better in the short term, but you say that there are risks. What are those risks?
Yeah, I think the key risks are, in the delay is actually a risk in the tariff announcement, and that is because the longer we're talking about tariffs and we're waiting for the president to implement his plan, the more consumers and businesses are going to be hearing about tariffs and anticipating higher prices. And I think the key risk for the Fed and for the markets is that consumer inflation expectations continue to creep higher. And if that does play out, there's a chance the Fed will have to do something about it.
Okay, that's really interesting because on earnings calls, Lori Calvasine and the team at RBC have been pointing this out, that you have words like uncertainty, just a lot of hesitation, not knowing what to do. But the market has said, this is good news because it means we get negotiations. Why won't that same sort of sentiment play out on the ground level?
Well, I think it's really two things. One is on the consumer level, it's higher prices and inflation expectations potentially forcing the Fed's hand. But on the other side, you mentioned the uncertainty and the earnings announcements. This is going to be a headwind, I think, for business investment because it introduces a lot of supply chain uncertainty. The longer we have to wait to find out, the lay of the land with tariffs and supply chains, the longer it's going to potentially force businesses to be more cautious on their investment plans and their hiring plans. And eventually we'll have to see whether that has a bearing on the growth data. But my guess is that it's on balance negative for growth and more positive for inflation.
Is it stagflation? I mean, that is certainly what you're describing in a very different environment from what the Fed was hiking into last time around. There was strong growth along with inflation. Yeah. How does that color what the Fed does from here?
Well, look, you're right to point out a few years ago, I feel like we just went through an enormous inflationary process, big supply shock, big demand shock, and the highest inflation in 40 years. So, I think one of the concerns, and Chair Powell discussed this in his testimony this week, is that I would put it in terms of potentially a bit of PTSD on the part of consumers and businesses. We just lived through this big inflationary process, and we've come back a long way. As Powell mentioned, the process is not over. The job is not quite done. But the concern is that inflation expectations could become unmoored. And what I think is interesting in the data is, although actual inflation, headline and core, is well below where we peaked a couple of years ago, inflation expectations have been moving higher. In fact, if you look at the latest University of Michigan data, not only did the 1 year ahead expectation jump quite surprisingly, but also the longer term 5 to 10 year inflation expectation moved up to 3.3%. Which isn't too far away from the Fed's target, but interestingly, it's the highest we've seen in this cycle higher than occurred a couple of years ago when actual inflation was considerably higher than it is today.
I have to say it's interesting because the bond market has almost been saying something similar because this was supposed to be the year of steepeners. So far this year it's been a flattener. It's been the long end that's been moving higher, almost seeming to suggest it's not higher for longer. It's something that looks like higher forever. Is that a right way to interpret the signal you're getting?
Well, if you look at the contrast between the median dot in the Fed's SEP, the dot plot, there is a notable gap between that kind of longer run neutral rate estimate and where the market's pricing. The market's priced at a terminal SOFR rate, or Fed funds, of around 4% in the next year or two, and that would be a resting place that's quite a bit above where most economists think the neutral rate is. And so, yeah, I think to your point, the market is suggesting that with inflation staying a bit firmer, we have 2-year TIPS inflation break-evens at 3.15%. That overstates, the miss on the Fed's target because CPI tends to run hotter than PCE. But nevertheless, that would be consistent if that were to play out over the next couple of years with inflation running consistently above the Fed's target, and probably would slow their roll in terms of bringing, rates back down to that, more lower neutral rate.
So are we having the wrong conversation then? Should we not be talking about will they, won't they cut? Should we be talking about will they, won't they hike?
Yeah, well, it raises an interesting question for the Fed in terms of managing financial conditions. Powell mentioned that their view is that the policy rate is still above neutral, and therefore is adding restrictive impulse on the economy should bring down, demand for labor, cool inflation back to target. But broader financial conditions, I think, are pretty accommodative. Credit spreads have been at the tightest levels since 2007, and equity markets, as you just mentioned, S&P's near an all-time high, and financial conditions broadly I think are quite favorable for continued growth, and growth came in quite a bit above expectations last year. And so I think the Fed is going to have a bit of a challenge on their hands in communicating in a way that could potentially limit, again, the unmooring of inflation expectations. And so what they might need to go to, I agree with the market that the hurdle to hiking rates is pretty high, at least in the next several meetings. I don't think that's likely at all. However, what they might need to do is jawbone a little bit more, and which is to say, focus on forward guidance and maybe introduce a little bit more two-way risk so that markets have to factor that in.
Is that jawboning, though, complicated by the potential appearance of politics? Early in your career, you were at the New York Fed. You know what some of those conversations look like with the president this time around, who's very willing to voice his opinion about what the Fed was doing, which, by the way, were cutting and sounding very dovish until his inauguration.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's always challenging for a Fed chair or other Fed officials to navigate an environment like this, but it's particularly the case with this administration and with a president who is, who takes a much more vocal approach and has been critical of the Fed in the past. So it's a difficult, line for the chair to walk. You saw, I think he did that pretty skillfully in his testimony this week in the House and the Senate, but it's definitely the case that they're going to be careful and very circumspect in how they describe any future policy steps. Powell went out of his way to avoid, commenting on some of the president's comments with regard to tariffs and monetary policy this week.
Brian, I have to get here because I teased it right before you came on. Gold at a new record. You still like the asset. How much more space does it have to run?
I think there's plenty of room to run for gold. Absolutely. And I think one bit of perspective that I think is important for investors to bear in mind is that gold had a phenomenal run over the last 12 months plus. And that's in spite of a level of high real interest rates. If you look at TIPS, real yields have been elevated and volatile, but also the dollar's been stronger. And so generally speaking, that would be a bit of a headwind for gold. But notwithstanding that, we've been powering ahead. And I think that speaks to the strength of demand from asset allocators, private investors, but also foreign official investors, reserve managers, and the like. And so I think the outlook for gold is pretty positive. And in our view, this is a late cycle regime. The unemployment rate is low, but has begun to move up off its trough. And the yield curve is, notwithstanding the recent price action, been re-steepening as the Fed cut rates. That's typically a setup when gold tends to perform well. So our expectation is that gold will benefit in the short term from the uncertainty around trade and geopolitics, but over the more medium term, let's say over the next 1 to 2 years, eventually, I think the labor market is going to roll over, and the Fed is going to, in time, need to respond to that, by going through a larger easing cycle. And if that plays out, that's going to be a big tailwind for gold.
Great. Well, expensive gold just in time for Valentine's Day. It's
Indeed.
fitting. Brian, thank you so much for joining. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We could do this all day. Thanks so much for joining. That is Brian Medley of Sinosure Strategies. This is Bloomberg.
Reciprocal tariffs, those two words. Reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
There'd be no exemptions, right? It would be all auto imports?
Any exemptions now because you don't need to.
That was President Trump ordering his administration to consider imposing reciprocal tariffs on a number of trading partners. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook joins us now, who's at the Munich Security Conference. Oliver, I know there's so much for you to keep track of there, not just security, not just Ukraine, but also Europe having to grapple with reciprocal tariffs. Trump specifically calling out a variety of nations, including the EU. How threatened are the folks over there at the possibility of reciprocal tariffs?
Listen, they've been sort of having a long time to sort of prepare for this. We know what Trump is after. Trump is after that trade deficit that exists between the United States and the EU, which amounts to close to $250 billion in the favor of the European Union. This is something that President Trump ran on. This is something that is not coming as a shock to the Europeans. What is interesting is we had those tariffs already discussed about aluminum and steel. That is really sort of peanuts compared to what the other things he's talking about now, which is basically the auto industry, and that hits right here front and center to the Germans. If you start to see a sort of decline in auto sales from the Germans into the United States, that will spell another year of recession and contraction for the German economy, without a doubt. So they're going to do, basically, it seems, everything in their power to avoid this. We just heard from Ursula von der Leyen. She just walked in a couple hours ago, speaking here, saying that basically reciprocal tariffs is pulling things in the wrong direction. They can keep saying that. That is not going to change the reality. And for the Germans here, they're very sort of concerned that this is going to happen. But we should also say, Danny, this sort of tariff picture isn't as black and white as, the Europeans just produce cars and send them to the United States. That is, of course, true, and they're imbalanced in that way. But for example, Mercedes-Benz has a factory in the United States where they build their SUVs. Those SUVs are sold in the U.S., but they're also shipped to Europe and sold to the Europeans. So again, this is part of the story and part of what these businesses are going to be grappling with to figure out what is going to go on with these tariffs. But again, every passing day brings a sort of new surprise. And at the end of the day, what these people want is certainty. It is not what they've got right now.
Oliver, and of course, Russia-Ukraine at the top of mind there. We're just getting some lines from the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. I'll just read them to you. Planning to discuss Russia's Belarus plans with us. Says that Ukraine is ready to discuss anything to stop Putin. Reiterating that NATO is the cheapest way to protect Ukraine and ready for any format to stop Putin. Again, it's this willingness, the willing for and ready for any format to stop Putin. We've gotten some strong language from the Trump administration, from Pete Hegseth, that really makes it seem like they are the ones that are setting the ground rules, that are things like not allowing them to join NATO, various border policies for what the shape of Ukraine might look like. Where do we stand on negotiations? Is Europe in the room at all, Oliver?
So listen, there's so many layers to this, Danny, so let's just try to disentangle it. There's a degree to which Volodymyr Zelensky needs to spin everything that the U.S. does as something positive and that they can live with, because at the end of the day, it's the United States calling the shots. We heard from Volodymyr Zelensky earlier in the week saying that basically security guarantees without the U.S., i.e. security guarantees just from the Europeans, is not really worth anything, right? So at the end of the day, the United States is absolutely fundamental here. But again, we heard from Trump yesterday saying that there might be high-level meetings between the Ukrainians, the United States, and the Russians here in Munich. I've spoken to a number of officials here in the German government. They're saying there is no such plan of the meeting. They would know they'd have to issue visas for Russians to come here, or maybe they're not talking about it. But again, these are things that are all in the room. And at the end of the day, Volodymyr Zelensky did say that there is not going to start negotiations until, basically these negotiations officially begin. I think the concern is here. At the end of the day, the Americans have said they're going to take a much more practical approach to the question of Ukraine. They're going to acknowledge the fact that some land is going to have to be given up to Russia. They're going to have to acknowledge that NATO is a very long shot for the Ukrainians. The real concern for the Europeans and the Ukrainians is that you're basically saying that before you've entered into formal negotiations. Those are chips that they wanted to leave into the negotiation table. Those are already on the table, so they're seen as sort of foregone conclusions for the negotiators.
Oliver, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Munich. And again, we're looking at pictures from the President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine just moments ago, saying that Putin doesn't want peace, as well as saying that they're ready for any format to stop Putin. Also saying that he had a conversation with Trump, calling it good and positive. Okay, let's turn to tech now. Apple working to bring its AI features to China by the middle of the year. That comes on the back of an announcement that Alibaba and Baidu will help Apple to modify its AI models for Chinese users. Joining us for more is Bloomberg tech reporter Sankalp Fartial. Sankalp, it is a thing of struggle for Apple, them trying to sell into China. It's been really, really painful in their latest earnings. How big of a boost would this be for them?
Hey, so this is a great move for Apple because they really need to be deeply entrenched in China, which is their biggest market outside of the US. This alliance with local partners like Alibaba and Baidu will help them. At least that's what the company is thinking. And for Apple, this is a huge step because this is deeper than they've ever gone with any local partnership.
So, given that, because obviously regulators have to approve this in order for them to have their AI features into the market, does it essentially give them a leg up? Is it a sure thing if they are working with Alibaba and Baidu to get it done?
I mean, the kind of market China is, I wouldn't say it's a sure thing, but it definitely gives Apple a better chance at cracking, the regulatory hurdles open for themselves. This means that, the Chinese censorship will be taken care of by the likes of Alibaba, who will have this layer of filter above Apple's AI, on-device AI. So this gives Apple a better fighting chance at, they're selling their devices, AI-enabled devices in China.
Elsewhere in the tech world, Sankalp, you have Google restoring TikTok in the App Store. It had been taken down over the confusion, the uncertainty as to whether it will or will not be banned. What sort of assurances did they get from Trump? What gives them the confidence to be able to have it in the App Store without facing some sort of fine?
I think this is a really tough road for companies right now. In terms of assurances, I'm not exactly aware of how deep the promises have been made, but TikTok is a very popular app on the app stores. It's given a great fight to Instagram, Meta's Instagram. So I think right now Google is bringing it back, but I think we'll have to wait and watch and see where this goes. For now, it's back, but for certain, we can't say this is the end of the road for anyone. I mean, this is a space you need to watch very carefully from here on.
Sankalp, appreciate it. That is Bloomberg Sankalp Fartial. Now, we are almost 80% into this earnings season. Reporting before the market opened this morning is Moderna. Let's bring in Bloomberg senior pharmaceutical analyst Sam Fazeli for more. Sam, there's a lot in pharma right now. Let's just stick with the fundamentals for the moment. Moderna, what are we looking out for?
Yeah, so thanks for having me on again, Danny. The story with Moderna is that it's been as you can see, the share price chart is not looking pretty at all. And that's on the back of several downgrades along the year in 2024 for the 2024 year. And then, of course, the guidance for 2025, which they've already given, which looked a lot less than they had originally anticipated. So they'd said a couple of weeks ago that they're now looking for between $1.5 to $2.5 billion of sales in 2025, which was below the previous estimates of 3 to 3.5, etc. So that's what's been driving this share price down. And I think, of course, one of the issues for Moderna is that it has also got a very, very hefty cash burn because it's doing a lot of trials for a lot of very interesting drugs that they're testing out to see whether they work out or not.
For the pharma industry as a whole, Sam, if I can just jump in, apologies, just because you do have this big thing looming over them, and it is the politics of it all.
Right.
We had President Trump talking about various industries that tariffs would impact. He specifically called out pharma, saying that there'd also be taxes over and above the reciprocal tariffs at a later date. What might this look like for the industry?
Yeah, so specifically for Moderna, not much there except for the push against vaccines potentially, right? Which, remember, that's also been a pressure on them. But for the industry as a whole with regards to tariffs, one of the biggest problems is that a lot of the imports that the US makes for pharmaceuticals are for the generic side of the equation, which are the cheaper drugs. So if you start putting pressure on those and putting those prices up, that kind of works against by adding a tariff, that works against what you're trying to do, which is make America healthy again and give them access to cheaper drugs. I think what we have to be looking forward to is pharma companies telling us where are their products manufactured, and also the administration telling us is whether a company is foreign, does it matter where their products manufactured? If you're a foreign company, even if you manufacture in the US and you're not importing, I'm going to add a tax. Those are the things that we need to figure out.
Well, you kind of hinted at this, but didn't outright say it, Sam, in some of what you're saying, that we do have a new head of Health and Human Services, and that's RFK Jr., someone who's had very strong opinions about the industry. Is the industry gearing up for a big shift in what they're going to get from that side of the administration?
Yeah, so Danny, RFK Jr. has been very clear about quite a lot of his thoughts on the entirety of healthcare, some of which around the food area, plastics, etc., are great, and they're really valuable if they can enact them for helping the U.S. health in general. But pressures on the use of obesity drugs, for instance, pressures on the use of vaccines, those are the sorts of things that we hopefully won't see, because they are an amazing method for managing health in general and avoiding infectious diseases, which are one of the biggest killers. So we're going to have to see how this all pans out. And there are ways that the HHS can affect things that are not going to be positive for the pharma industry.
Sam, we're going to have to leave it there. A lot to cover. Thanks for doing it for us. Sam Fazeli of Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's get you set up for your trading day ahead of a long weekend. Moderna, that will be having its earnings before the market open. Retail sales data, that comes out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. And then we're going to be rounding out a busy week with hedge fund 13F filings. A quick check on your bond market before the end of this hour. Little change this morning. Interesting note from Michael Hartnett from Bank of America this morning, saying that hot inflation actually might be a good thing for financial markets, writing that it would force Donald Trump to opt for smaller trade tariffs. So the most recent CPI news, maybe that's a good thing. That's it for your Bloomberg Brief for this week. Surveillance will take the reins from here.